Chapter 892. Lu Ping patted his chest, and the Linglong wine cauldron rose from Lu Ping's head. Linglong leaned on the edge of the cauldron and poked her head out, shouting, "What a pure aura!" This time, it's Linglong's turn to show off. Finally, I can go all out for once. With the support of such a huge spiritual vein, Linglong will definitely be able to recover to her peak state in 3 years. Lu Ping ignored Linglong's clamor and just threw it towards the source of the stream. The entire wine cauldron began to emit a misty silver light as it rotated. Then, the whole cauldron seemed to have lost control and fell into the stream, sinking at the source of the spiritual vein. A dull roar came from the entire failing mountain, then the mountain suddenly shook. Lu Ping could even see through the light curtain of the mountain guarding formation in the distance that the entire failing island seemed to be trembling. However, after this shock, the entire failing island no longer shook, but the dull roar continued to come. Although Lu Ping could not perceive the changes in the underground spiritual vein and the earth vein, he could sense that the aura on the top of failing mountain seemed to have become orderly all of a sudden. Originally, the source of the stream was the center, and there was aura dissipating in all directions. Now the entire failing mountain began to gradually restrain the aura, only emerging from the source of the stream. Due to the concentration and dissipation of the aura in the spiritual vein, it even formed a straight pillar of aura at the top of failing mountain, constantly shaking the light curtain of the mountain guarding formation at the top of the mountain. Waves of ripples spread along the light curtain of the mountain guarding formation, even causing the entire mountain guarding formation to shake. Lu Ping absorbed the purest and heaviest qi from this pillar of aura, using it to refine the qi in his body, improve his cultivation, and polish his own foundation. 3 months later, Lu Ping gradually noticed that the concentration of aura in the entire failing mountain seemed to be slowly increasing. It seemed that the spiritual vein in failing mountain was constantly condensing and increasing, or slowly recovering. A year later, a faint wine aroma began to drift out from the source of the stream under Lu Ping's feet. Lu Ping raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Linglong once said that when it could use its own aura to make wine, it meant that after 4,000 years of wear and tear, Linglong's wine cauldron had finally completely recovered to the peak state of a tribulation spiritual treasure. When Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door cultivation, there was another strong spiritual vibration coming from failing mountain. This was the spiritual vibration caused by a breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Ping pinched his fingers and counted. 3 years had passed. Lu Ping's divine sense swept down from the top of failing mountain. After a while, a smile finally appeared on his face. This was the amethyst bee Queen Zilan, using the royal jelly brewed from the spiritual herbs in the 3,000 spiritual herb garden to push her cultivation to the 3rd level of the core forging realm in one fell swoop. At this time, the swarm of amethyst bees had expanded to 12,000. Among them, there were hundreds of amethyst bees in the late blood condensation realm, and the total number of amethyst bees in the blood condensation realm had reached 3,000. Fortunately, the amethyst bees could only be used as Dao soldiers. If they relied on pure strength, an amethyst bee in the late blood condensation realm could only slightly defeat an early blood condensation realm human cultivator. Otherwise, Lu Ping's 12,000 amethyst Dao soldiers would be invincible in the world. However, even though the amethyst bee queen was already at the 3rd level of the core forging realm, none of the amethyst bees in the swarm could break through to the core forging realm. Lu Ping had asked Zilan about this, but even the amethyst bee queen didn't know the reason. At this time, Lu Ping's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the core forging realm. However, Lu Ping didn't plan to start refining the lightning tribulation water. After all, although Lu Ping had a lot of favorable conditions, there were still hidden dangers if his cultivation increased too quickly. Whether it was the increase in cultivation from the heavenly flower dew, the fortuitous encounter in the sacred lake, or the entire spirit vein of Feiling Mountain, all of them were for Lu Ping's use. However, the more it was under such circumstances, the more Lu Ping didn't dare to be careless. He also didn't dare to be careless about his own cultivation. As such, Lu Ping spent another 5 years tempering the true essence in his body, At the same time, he tempered the medicinal efficacy that had accumulated in his body due to the golden resilience pill, bone forging pill, ashwood clear jade pill, and other spirit pills that could increase the strength of his body. During these 5 years, Lu Ping used a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman to open an opening in the light curtain of the mountain guarding array at the foot of Fei Ling Mountain. At the same time, he used the purple jade slip of Fei Ling's sect to close the opening. Initially, Lu Ping wanted to completely stop the defensive array formation on Fei Ling Mountain. Unfortunately, even after months of searching, he still couldn't find the array formation hub used by Fei Ling's sect to control the entire defensive array formation. In the end, he had no choice but to use a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman to open up a small opening. Through this opening, the amethyst bees were no longer limited to Fei Ling Mountain. They were busy all over Fei Ling Island. Although there weren't many 3,000-year-old spirit herb gardens outside Fei Ling Mountain, there were many other spirit herb gardens. Although these things weren't very helpful for Zilan to improve her cultivation, they were enough to make amethyst honey and amethyst royal jelly. Therefore, when Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door training 5 years later, there were 10 jade crystal bottles and 5 jade essence bottles in front of Lu Ping. The jade crystal bottles were filled with amethyst honey, and the jade essence bottles were naturally filled with amethyst royal jelly from the core forging stage amethyst queen bee. A giant yellow-skinned tiger squatted not far from Lu Ping. This time, the reason why Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door training was because the giant yellow-skinned tiger's aura was fluctuating. However, the pure spiritual energy in the surroundings was continuously gathering towards the giant tiger's body. In just 8 years, under Lu Ping's guidance, Lu Xiaohai, who was originally only at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, had grown into a giant yellow-skinned tiger that was 3 meters long and 5 feet tall. Lu Xiaohai's cultivation had also soared to the peak of the blood condensation realm. He was only 1 step away from the core forging stage and becoming a shape-shifting beast cultivator. Judging from Lu Xiaohai's appearance, this giant tiger was clearly at the critical moment of a breakthrough. Therefore, Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door training and specially protected it. The giant yellow-skinned tiger's aura fluctuated strangely for more than a month. Suddenly, the giant tiger that was lying not far from Lu Ping's side suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. A pair of bell-sized eyes suddenly opened, and its body that was lying on the ground suddenly stood up like a human. It was only then that Lu Ping realized that the giant tiger that had grown 10 feet long and 5 feet tall had somehow grown another 3 feet in length and 6 feet in height. The giant tiger looked extraordinarily majestic. Just as the giant tiger stood up, it opened its mouth and roared. A violent tiger roar came crashing down from the top of Mount Fei Ling, along with a fierce aura. Within a radius of several thousand feet from the top of Mount Fei Ling, countless spirit grasses and giant trees were all toppled over by this tiger roar. In the past, when Taoist who preached to the world, every time he held a lecture, a tiger roar could almost shake the heaven and earth. Whether it was human or demon cultivators, after hearing this tiger roar, people from all over the world would gather in the Taoist field where Taoist who held his lecture. Later, Taoist who passed down the bloodline Taoist orthodoxy, and this tiger roar in the forest was one of the bloodline inherited divine sense of the dang-eyed white forehead clan. Just as Lu Xiaohai roared, Lu Ping's divine thoughts had also observed that in the core space of his heart, a huge internal alchemy was slowly condensing. Because of the pure spiritual energy absorbed in the past 8 years, Lu Xiaohai's internal alchemy did not have time to refine the impurities contained in it due to the rapid improvement of his cultivation. The entire internal alchemy looked extremely pure, which showed that the foundation was also extremely solid. Although Lu Xiaohai's tiger roar in this lifetime was far from the level of a great divine ability, and was even far from the level of a minor divine ability, this tiger roar had planted the seed of a direct divine ability for Lu Xiaohai. Just after Lu Xiaohai's tiger roar, the huge tiger head began to gradually change. The fur on the surface continued to disappear, and the huge head began to shrink. Gradually, the face of a chubby toddler began to gradually outline. Lu Xiaohai's entire huge body began to gradually shrink until it completely turned into a human form. What Lu Xiaohai showed in front of people was just the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old fat child. Xiaohai greets master. Lu Xiaohai, with a trace of a child's voice, no longer had the spirit of looking down on the world just now. Lu Ping nodded with a smile and praised. Not bad, very much like Taoist whose roar, and the world was awed. As he spoke, Lu Ping rummaged through his storage device, and then only heard a clanging sound. Then, a pair of copper hammers was thrown out by Lu Ping. When Lu Xiaohai saw the pair of copper hammers, his eyes suddenly lit up. After all, he was still a child, and he did not hide the hope in his eyes for the pair of copper hammers. Lu Ping said, "What are you waiting for? This is specially for you." "Really for me?" Lu Xiaohai picked up the pair of copper hammers on the ground. Although it was a little difficult, he could barely swing them. Lu Xiaohai's excitement was beyond words. "Thank you, master, for the reward. Xiaohai is going to play with Sister Peach Blossom." Lu Xiaohai naturally wanted to show off to others after getting a novel thing. This pair of copper hammers was obtained by Lu Ping when he killed a demon cultivator in the Fallen Secret Land. It was a pair of top psychic magic weapons that had condensed the 6 treasures restriction. In the future, it could even be upgraded to a spirit-nurturing magic weapon. After obtaining this pair of copper hammers, Lu Ping had kept it until Lu Xiaohai reached the core forging stage. Lu Xiaohai's cultivation method was of the metal attribute, so he was the best person to wield this pair of copper hammers. Even though Lu Xiaohai's current strength was still unable to completely bring out the might of this pair of top spirit-linked magic treasures, the more it was like this, the more it was able to motivate Lu Xiaohai to place even more of his thoughts on cultivation. After 8 years, Lu Ping had finally polished his cultivation to the ideal level. At this time, Lu Ping could finally refine the Thunder Tribulation Water without any worries and advance to the peak of the core forging stage. Chapter 893. There was a flash of light in Lu Ping's palm, and a shining golden core appeared in Lu Ping's hand. This was a golden core that had already reached the 9th grade. It could be said to be a perfect existence in the cultivation world. It was the foundation that would allow one to become a great cultivator in the future, and there was hope of becoming a pure young patriarch, or even a true spirit cultivator. However, the pure flood dragon bloodline contained in this golden core, which Lu Ping obtained from the Tenma people Machensi, was a huge temptation to Lu Ping's own bloodline. This temptation was very familiar to Lu Ping. Every time Lu Ping smelted a spirit item and made a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ping's bloodline would be in a state of extreme thirst for similar bloodlines. This was the uniqueness of Lu Ping's bloodline. Normally, cultivators only needed to smelt 3 types of bloodlines in the blood condensation realm to strengthen their own bloodline. Then their cultivation would soar. But Lu Ping was different. He had already fused 5 types of bloodlines, but after reaching the peak of the 9th grade core forging realm, Lu Ping's cultivation showed no signs of breaking through, no matter how hard he tried. When Lu Ping took out the 9th grade golden core of the Tenma people that contained the Flood Dragon bloodline, not only did his bloodline throb, but the bottleneck of his cultivation also completely loosened. The golden core was placed in his palm, and blue true essence surged from his palm, completely wrapping the golden core into a ball of true essence. Traces of bloodline power in the golden core were completely stripped away by Lu Ping's true essence. Then, it was brought into his bloodline and completely refined by Lu Ping's bloodline. The ball of true essence in Lu Ping's palm was shrinking bit by bit. When the entire golden core completely melted into Lu Ping's true essence, Lu Ping's divine sense quickly entered the core space. At this moment, above the golden core in the core space, the 9 huge strange dragons were completely coiled together, as if they were about to welcome some sort of change. At this moment, the power of the bloodline essence brought by the Zhen Yuan was absorbed by the golden Dan. The tails and bodies of the 9 strange flood dragons intertwined with each other. Behind the 9 strange flood dragons' necks, a lush horse mane grew at an extremely fast speed, making the 9 strange flood dragons look even more monstrous. At this moment, the bottleneck of the 9th layer core forging realm was broken. In the cultivation world, The tribulation thunder water was known to be the most difficult to smelt among all the heaven and earth spiritual objects. The lightning tribulation water did not contain lightning tribulation chi, but it did contain a trace of lightning tribulation power. Therefore, the 7 Fan Laozu of the Tianxian sect wanted to use the lightning tribulation water to wash his 7 treasured fans. This was to familiarize the fans with the power of lightning tribulation. When the fans really faced the second lightning tribulation, they would be able to successfully survive it and upgrade the 7 treasured fans to second tribulation spiritual treasures. However, the power of the lightning tribulation that spiritual treasures faced during the tribulation was far less than that faced by Dharma adepts. Therefore, the lightning tribulation water was of little help to a cultivator in overcoming the tribulation, but it was much more important for a spiritual treasure. This was also why the 7 treasures thunder gourd had done everything possible to swallow the lightning tribulation water into the gourd when Lu Ping obtained it. The lightning tribulation water did not contain pure yang qi, but it did contain a trace of pure yang qi. When a cultivator refined the lightning tribulation water, they were also familiarizing themselves with the pure yang qi in the lightning tribulation water. This way, after the cultivator successfully passed the tribulation, they would be more familiar with the pure yang qi and be able to refine more pure yang qi into their Dharma adepts. The more pure yang qi the Dharma adepts refined, the more tenacious the foundation and life force of the Dharma adepts were, and the higher the possibility of passing the next lightning tribulation in the future. Lu Ping held the 7 treasures thunder gourd in his hand and shook it vigorously, barely managing to hold a drop of the lightning tribulation water in the palm of his hand. The numbing power of the lightning tribulation directly passed from his palm to the core space. Lu Ping threw the 7 treasures thunder gourd on the ground and laughed. You still don't want to part with it? This lightning tribulation water belongs to me, your master, and you dare to borrow it without returning it? Lu Ping's palm was suffused with a bluish-purple Zhen Yuan, and wave after wave of this Zhen Yuan attacked the blue drop of Zhen Yuan in his palm. But this drop of lightning tribulation water also seemed to be aware of the crisis, and lightning suddenly burst out, and before the bluish-purple Zhen Yuan could wrap it up, a bluish-purple Zhen Yuan barrier instantly wrapped Lu Ping's entire palm in a flash of lightning. For a moment, Lu Ping could even feel his entire arm convulsing under the lightning. In the core space, the huge golden Dan began to slowly rotate, and 9 strange flood dragons appeared one after another on the surface of the golden Dan. Each time a strange flood dragon appeared, it would issue a silent cry towards the direction of Lu Ping's arm. A wave of purple Dan Qi surged up in the middle of the core space, and the Zhen Yuan in Lu Ping's blood was like a wave, and each wave was higher than the previous one as it rushed towards the palm of his hand. The bluish-purple light shined brightly, but at this time, the lightning tribulation water seemed to be lacking in strength. Finally, the flames of the lightning tribulation water were completely suppressed by the purple Zhen Yuan. Even so, if Lu Ping wanted to thoroughly refine the lightning tribulation water, it would still be extremely difficult. According to Lu Ping's estimates, if he wanted to use his own Zhen Yuan to assimilate this drop of lightning tribulation water, it would take at least 3 months. And if he wanted to completely refine it, it would still take another 3 months. Thoroughly refining a drop of lightning tribulation water would take half a year. Afterwards, as Lu Ping refined more and more of the lightning tribulation water, the time needed would become shorter and shorter. But even so, it would take at least 10 years, or even 20 years of painstaking effort to complete this process. However, at this moment, a mysterious power hidden within the Zhen Yuan suddenly burst forth. The light of the lightning tribulation water, that was still tenaciously resisting the corrosion of Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan suddenly dimmed. Lu Ping immediately felt that the resistance of the lightning tribulation water in his palm began to drop, and the speed at which the Zhen Yuan corroded it began to accelerate. At this time, Lu Ping realized that this was because he had completely refined the pure yang energy and fused it into his bloodline. Although the pure yang energy in Lu Ping's bloodline was extremely thin, the main carrier of the pure yang energy was the tribulation thunder. After the tribulation thunder was weakened, the lightning tribulation water would naturally be tamed much more easily in front of the pure yang energy. With the help of the weak pure yang energy contained in his bloodline, the time that Lu Ping needed to refine the lightning tribulation water was greatly reduced. In just 3 months, the first drop of lightning tribulation water was completely refined into his Zhen Yuan. After the refined drop of lightning tribulation water was fused into his Zhen Yuan, Lu Ping could clearly perceive that there was a trace of extremely violent spirituality in his bloodline. And after this spirituality finally fused into his golden core, in Lu Ping's divine sense, the 9 strange flood dragons suddenly jumped in his golden core, and the golden core also followed suit. Then the entire core space shook, and for a moment, Lu Ping felt as if his entire heart was about to jump out of his chest. Immediately after this trace of spirituality fused into the Danxia purple mist, the combined and condensed 100 rivers into the sea talisman and mulberry field talisman seemed to suddenly come to life. A sound of a sword and the sound of a surging tide surged out from Lu Ping's divine sense. It seemed as if the whole world was about to change. And with this trace of spirituality fusing into the natal gentian formation, the flashing spirit of the grade 9 white jade lotus seemed to be even more dazzling, and the 5-colored light of the gentian bead became even more dazzling, almost covering the body of the gentian bead. After refining the first drop of lightning tribulation water, the second drop of lightning tribulation water was a little easier to refine. Compared to refining the first drop of lightning tribulation water, the refining time was shortened by 3 days. After refining a drop of lightning tribulation water, the time used by Lu Ping would be shortened by 1 to 3 days. When Lu Ping finished refining the first drop of lightning tribulation water, the time used by Lu Ping to refine a drop of lightning tribulation water had already been shortened by 1 month, and the whole time had already passed by 4 years. However, when Lu Ping set out to refine the second drop of lightning tribulation water, the time used was shortened again. This time, it was about 30 days for each drop of lightning tribulation water, all the way to the last drop of lightning tribulation water. And finally, it only took 6 to 7 days, and finally, it only took 1 year. However, at this time, Lu Ping's Zhenyuan demand for lightning tribulation water was far from satiated. When it came to refining the third drop of lightning tribulation water, Lu Ping actually only needed 1 day to refine a drop of lightning tribulation water. After a full 24 days, the third drop of lightning tribulation water had already been thoroughly refined into his blood vessels. And after refining the third drop of lightning tribulation water, a great power surged in Lu Ping's blood vessels. Lu Ping's divine sense was closely watching the great changes that were taking place in his core space. When Lu Ping advanced to the 9th layer of core forging, the 9th strange flood dragon that formed in his golden core suddenly turned around and slammed into the body of the first strange flood dragon that formed when Lu Ping advanced to the 9th layer of core forging. A huge roar resounded in Lu Ping's divine sense, and Lu Ping's head involuntarily tilted back. When Lu Ping's divine sense returned to his core space, he was shocked to find that one of the strange flood dragons had disappeared from his golden core. Lu Ping hurriedly checked his own cultivation and found that he was still at the 9th layer of core forging. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the 8th strange flood dragon that was condensed when Lu Ping advanced to the 8th layer of core forging also slammed into another strange flood dragon. This time Lu Ping was prepared. Although the roar in his divine sense was still unceasing, causing Lu Ping to feel dizzy, Lu Ping finally saw that after the 8th strange flood dragon collided with the body of the first strange flood dragon, it was extremely miraculously integrated into the body of the first strange flood dragon. At this time, Lu Ping discovered that the body of this strange flood dragon was actually much larger than the other strange flood dragons. Obviously, this was because it had integrated with the 9th and 8th strange flood dragons. This strange flood dragon was obviously the first strange flood dragon that appeared in Lu Ping's golden core when he had just advanced to the core forging stage. Immediately after, the 7th strange flood dragon, the 6th strange flood dragon, until the 2nd strange flood dragon collided with the first strange flood dragon, and integrated with it. When the last strange flood dragon collided with the golden core, a strange flood dragon, that was far larger than the previous one, appeared in the middle of the golden core. It was even more majestic and powerful than before. It shook its head and wagged its tail, looking very lively. Lu Ping's golden core finally emitted a dazzling light. 9 mysterious golden runes appeared in a row and crawled all over the surface of the golden core. The golden core had reached the peak of the core forging stage. Lu Ping was finally only one step away from becoming a Dharma adept. Chapter 894. 9th Grade Dan, Peak of Dan Forging Realm. Lu Ping was so excited that he suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. The clear roar pierced the clouds and cracked the stones. The straight spiritual chi column seemed to be affected by the roar and began to scatter in the air. Not far away from Lu Ping, the branches and leaves of a towering peach tree rustled in the wind. It sounded like it was cheering, but it also sounded like it was afraid. However, in just a moment, the peach tree began to shrink and then turned into a little girl. Lu Taohua curled up on the ground and seemed to be in awe of Lu Ping for a moment. Unfortunately, Lu Ping was so excited that he did not notice what was happening around him. Outside Failing Mountain, where Lu Ping did not see, Lu Xiaohai and Lu Xilin were playing on Failing Island. When Lu Ping's roar came, despite the mountain protecting formation of Failing Mountain, the pressure from the bloodline hidden in the roar was added to the two in an instant. The amethyst queen bee suddenly fell from the puppet horse. Her whole body turned into the original form of the queen bee, lying on the ground and shivering. Although Lu Xiaohai had pride from the blood of Taoist Hu in his bones, when the roar came, he instinctively felt the fear from the bloodline. He could no longer maintain the image of a fat boy of 8 or 9 years old. His whole body turned into a giant tiger again. Although he wanted to stand up straight, his limbs did not listen to him at all. In the end, he fell in the direction of the roar. Lu Xiaohai was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to roar and get rid of this natural pressure. However, when he opened his mouth, he could not make a sound. Finally, he accepted his fate and lowered his head. Thousands of amethyst bees fell from the air when the roar came, as if it was a bee rain. After each amethyst bee fell to the ground, they turned their heads in the direction of the roar, as if they were worshipping something devoutly. The whistling stopped abruptly. Lu Ping took a deep breath. His entire body and mind were filled with great strength. This was the feeling of a peak core forging cultivator. At this time, Lu Ping noticed Lu Taohua, who was curled up on the ground and shivering. Because Lu Taohua was the closest to Lu Ping, she suffered the most from Lu Ping. Even though she had inherited the strange blood of the flood dragon, she was still like a small boat in a huge wave in front of Lu Ping, in danger of capsizing at any time. Peach Blossom, what's wrong with you? Scared, Lu Taohua stood up from the ground. Although there was a trace of fear in her clear eyes, there was more curiosity. Lu Ping thought that it was because he had used quintessential essence in his roar that made Lu Taohua feel afraid. But he didn't realize that this was not only because of quintessential essence, but also because of the fear that came from the source of her bloodline. Lu Ping knew he had gotten carried away just now, so he calmed himself down and prepared to continue his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to stabilize his cultivation base after his recent breakthrough. Unexpectedly, just as Lu Ping was about to refine quintessential essence, the Linglong wine cauldron suddenly jumped out from the source of the stream. I found a tool spirit like me. Do you want to take a look? Tool spirit? Lu Ping was taken aback, and without hesitation he asked, "Where is it?" Lu Ping couldn't help but be surprised. What was a tool spirit? It was something that could only be born from a spirit treasure that had gone through a lightning tribulation and absorbed pure yang qi. There might be other ways to give birth to a tool spirit, but Lu Ping himself didn't know. Even if there were other ways, a tool spirit must be a precious existence. Where is it? How did you find it? What kind of spirit treasure is it? Lu Ping raised his foot and opened his mouth to ask 3 questions at the same time. Obviously, he was a little impatient. Why are you so anxious? It can't run now. If it could run, it would have run away in the past 4,000 years. Why would it wait until now? Linglong said angrily. I had some surprises to tell you, but now there's no way. Lu Ping realized that he was really too anxious. It seemed that after advancing to the peak of core forging and condensing a 9th-grade golden core, Lu Ping's mind had been in a trance state. Lu Ping knew that this was because his cultivation had not yet stabilized. Oh, I was too anxious. So Linglong, how did you find this tool spirit? Linglong coldly snorted, turned around, and jumped into the wine cauldron. It was unknown what she was fiddling with, but after a moment, she emerged from the wine cauldron and said, "Here you go." 3 round water droplets sparkled with a bright light as they flew towards Lu Ping. A strong wine fragrance that could intoxicate a person was suddenly emitted from these 3 water droplets. The 3 water droplets hovered in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping carefully looked at them, and his nose twitched. He hesitantly asked, "Heavenly fragrant wine?" Linglong proudly swung the small braid on her head and said, "Yes, a Heaven Step mid-grade water attribute world treasure, heavenly fragrant wine." Lu Ping carefully stored the 3 heavenly fragrant wine droplets in a jade bottle, and then asked, "Linglong, how did you do it? How could you even brew a treasure like heavenly fragrant wine?" Linglong proudly raised her small head and said, "It's a pity that the spirit veins of Fei Ling Mountain haven't recovered after recovering to the state of 7 large spirit veins. Otherwise, if Linglong could recover to the level of 1 large spirit vein, she would even be able to brew a Heaven Step high-grade, heavenly fragrant wine at the source of the spirit vein. At that time, just the fragrance of the wine would be enough to intoxicate people to death. In the world of cultivation, there were 3 strange water attribute heavenly fragrant wine. They were the Heaven Step low-grade heavenly fragrant wine, the Heaven Step mid-grade heavenly fragrant wine, and the Heaven Step high-grade heavenly fragrant jade liquid. These 3 world treasures all appeared in the world of cultivation in the form of wine. They were also wondrous spirit treasures, used by cultivators, who cultivated water attribute cultivation techniques, to increase their cultivation. However, cultivators would usually be in a drunken state during the smelting process. And the smelting process would also take a long time. The longer the drunken state lasted, the longer the smelting process would take. Moreover, after a cultivator smelted any one of these 3 world treasures, they would become extremely addicted to wine, and it would be difficult for them to kick the habit for the rest of their lives. Seeing Lu Ping's surprise, Linglong became even more proud. She proudly said, "As long as there is a large spirit vein to support it, Linglong can brew a drop of Heaven Step low-grade heavenly fragrant wine every 5 years. If there are more than 5 large spirit veins to support it, Linglong can brew a drop of Heaven Step mid-grade heavenly fragrant wine. Similarly, if there is a large spirit vein to support it, Linglong can also brew a drop of Heaven Step high-grade heavenly fragrant wine every 5 years." She withdrew her head from the wine cauldron and fiddled with it for a long time. When her head came out again, she was holding 3 jade bottles in her hands. She said, "You have been in seclusion for almost 15 years, and only have these 3 drops of heavenly fragrant wine. However, these bottles of heavenly fragrant wine are real spirit wines brewed using the water from the stream at the source of the spirit vein. They are also one of the best wines in the world of cultivation, and the spiritual qi contained in them is no less helpful to a cultivator's cultivation than a Dharma adept's spirit pill." How could Lu Ping not recognize this famous spirit wine? It was said that the brewing process of this spirit wine was extremely complicated, and it could not be successfully brewed without decades or centuries of cultivation. The number of people in the world of cultivation who knew how to brew this spirit wine could be counted on one's fingers. Every time a bottle of this spirit wine appeared, it would cause many Dharma adepts to fight over it. This was because this spirit wine was different from spirit pills. It could be repeatedly used by a cultivator to assist in their cultivation, and it would not produce any toxic side effects or resistance. Spirit pills were different. Some extremely special spirit pills could only be consumed 3 times before losing any effect. As for spirit pills that were used to assist in cultivation, a cultivator could only consume 3 bottles at most. After that, it was very easy for a cultivator to develop various kinds of medicinal toxins in their bodies. After Linglong handed all these things to Lu Ping, she saw that Lu Ping's attitude was quite satisfactory. She then said, "All these years, I have been combing through the spirit vein of Fei Ling Mountain, and I have indirectly gained partial control over the entire spirit vein of Fei Ling Mountain. Thus, I discovered that in one of the spirit stone veins, there is a spirit life like me." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping immediately asked, "A spirit stone vein? You mean you discovered a spirit stone vein?" Linglong was extremely angry at Lu Ping's sudden interruption, and she gave Lu Ping a big eye roll. Lu Ping chuckled and said, Okay, continue. "This artifact spirit is extremely strange. It can actually leave its body and exist on its own. However, it seems to be extremely weak, and can only rely on the spirit stone vein to continue its existence. Once it leaves the spirit stone vein, this artifact spirit will probably disappear immediately." "Oh." Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "It seems like someone deliberately placed this artifact spirit inside to prevent the artifact spirit from dissipating on its own." Lu Ping followed the direction pointed by Linglong all the way out of Fei Ling Mountain, and came to the back of a small stone mountain in the southeast of Fei Ling Island. On a rocky slope, Lu Ping turned over every stone one by one. After continuously turning over a pile of rocks, a pitch-black mine cave finally appeared in front of Lu Ping. Could there be a medium-sized spirit stone vein inside? Lu Ping stood at the entrance of the cave and muttered to himself. This spirit stone vein didn't even have the slightest bit of spiritual qi leaking out. Just as Lu Ping was about to walk into the cave, he suddenly saw a woman floating out of the cave. Her body was so weak that it was almost transparent. She didn't look surprised when she saw Lu Ping. She said, "It's been 4,000 years, and someone has finally found this place. I didn't expect you to find Qianzhong Su and the Golden House as well." Looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Ping knew that she was very weak at this time, and could even completely disappear from this world at any time. "What's your name? Where is your body?" Lu Ping asked. "Ryu, the spirit of the spirit stone Ryu." The woman said calmly, "I am the guardian spirit of Fei Ling Sec's treasured ship." Chapter 895. Although a spirit stone mine was not as good as a spirit vein, a spirit stone mine still accumulated a relatively rich amount of heaven and earth spirit qi. However, when Lu Ping opened the entrance of the spirit stone mine, there was not a trace of spirit qi leaking out. Before Lu Ping could enter the spirit stone mine, an illusory figure of a woman that seemed like it would collapse at any time floated out from the depths of the mine. "How did you know that I have Qianzhong Su and the Golden House?" When Lu Ping saw that there was indeed a tool spirit hiding here, he was overjoyed. However, when he heard that the tool spirit Ryu was able to see through Lu Ping's heavenly abode, Lu Ping's face sank. "It's very simple." The tool spirit Ryu curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. However, this smile made her figure seem even more disorganized. Lu Ping furrowed his brows. He took out a top-grade spirit stone and cast Spirit Explosion Art, causing the entire top-grade spirit stone to burst out with extremely pure spiritual energy that surrounded the jade-like artifact spirit. "Ah, a top-grade spirit stone." The tool spirit Ryu let out a cry of joy. Her originally disorganized figure quickly began to greedily absorb the rich and pure spirit qi. When the spirit qi was completely absorbed, the tool spirit Ryu's figure suddenly became much more solid. Because Qianzhong Su and the Golden House were originally part of the treasure ship of Fei Ling sect, the Sea Carriage, and I am the tool spirit of the treasure ship, no one can be more familiar with these two special heavenly abode than I am. Lu Ping's heart was already surging with emotions. The treasure ship of Fei Ling sect was really something that one could wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. However, Lu Ping's expression did not change at all. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "You said that you are the guardian tool spirit of Fei Ling sect's treasure ship. So why are you here now? Where is the treasure ship of Fei Ling sect?" Although Lu Ping tried to hide it, the tool spirit Ryu seemed to be able to sense Lu Ping's eagerness for the treasure ship from Lu Ping's words. However, she still shook her head and said, "The treasure ship had sunk in the northern part of the North Sea. At that time, The great practitioner of Fei Ling's sect only had time to bring back the damaged golden house, Qian Zhongsu and myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping was stunned and said, "What? The golden house and Qian Zhongsu, these two celestial treasures, are also part of the treasure ship?" Ru Yu nodded and said, "Yes, and they are the most important parts of the treasure ship. These two heavenly abode celestial treasures are the spatial core of the entire treasure ship, and also the key to the treasure ship's ability to travel between the central plains and the overseas cultivation world." The reason why the great practitioner of Fei Ling's sect brought these two heavenly abode celestial treasures back alone was to repair them in the future, and then salvage the treasure ship from the bottom of the sea. Without these two heavenly abode celestial treasures, the wreckage of the treasure ship couldn't be repaired even if it was salvaged. Why did the treasure ship of Fei Ling's sect sink? After a moment of silence, Lu Ping opened his mouth and asked. It was attacked. At that time, the great practitioner of Fei Ling's sect, who was controlling the treasure ship, couldn't resist. But I don't know who the enemy was. Ru Yu's body was temporarily restored because of Lu Ping's supreme grade spirit stone. But if she wanted to completely restore to her peak state 4,000 years ago, a supreme grade spirit stone wouldn't be able to do it. An artifact spirit was different from a real cultivator. It could not cultivate at all. Even though it had survived the thunder tribulation and condensed pure yang qi, it could only be nourished by the cultivator's own true essence. Only then could it maintain or display its own functions. Once they lost the nourishment of a cultivator's true essence, the artifact spirit's own spirituality would fade with the passage of time, until the artifact spirit in a thunder tribulation spirit treasure completely disappeared, and it would become a spirit nurturing treasure again, or even lower. However, the artifact spirit itself also had a body to protect it, just like how Linglong was protected by Linglong's wine cauldron. Although 4,000 years had passed, the artifact spirit's spirituality hadn't been lost too much. However, the artifact spirit Ru Yu was different from other artifact spirits. She could exist without a body, and her own quality might be stronger than Linglong's, but it was precisely because she didn't have a body to protect her that her current state was far worse than Linglong's. After I was brought back to Fei Ling's sect, I was handed over to the master and disciple. The two of them worked together to repair Qianzhong Su and the House of Gold. Later, the master seemed to be looking for something to repair the House of Gold, so he left with the House of Gold, leaving only the disciple who was repairing Qianzhong Su and myself. Lu Ping's heart moved, and he said, "Is the master called Zhongshuan Laozu, and the disciple is Jiao Yuqiang?" Ru Yu was stunned, and she said, "It seems that too much time has passed, and my own spirituality has been lost. In order to slow down the loss of spirituality, I have forgotten many of my memories." Lu Ping nodded. This was right. When Linglong was first found in the Ying Tian dojo, although she had the protection of the wine cauldron, her own spirituality had been damaged a lot, and many of her memories of the Ying Tian dojo had been destroyed. Now, the loss of spirituality of this artifact spirit Ru Yu was obviously much greater than that of Linglong, but it was already quite amazing that she could still remember so many things. Without the treasure ship's body, how can you maintain your own spirituality for 4,000 years without being destroyed? Lu Ping looked at the cave behind Ru Yu, and he said, "Is it because of the spirit stone mine behind you?" Ru Yu nodded, and she signaled Lu Ping to follow behind her. Lu Ping followed Ru Yu into the spirit stone mine. About 1,000 feet into the spirit stone mine, the spirit stone vein was already exposed on the cave walls. Spirit stones were scattered on the stone walls, glowing with a misty light and illuminating the originally dark cave. Lu Ping stared at the formation plate on the ground and the formation engraved around it, and he said in surprise, "You relied on this formation to absorb spirit energy from the spirit stone mine to survive for 4,000 years?" Ru Yu was stunned for a moment, and she said, "Yes, for 1,000 years. This formation was set up by that disciple. At that time, something extremely important seemed to have happened in Fei Ling's sect, so he couldn't take care of me anymore. He hurriedly set up a formation here and left. As for me, I can't go too far away from here. Otherwise, If I can't receive the spiritual qi in the formation, I'll disappear soon. Lu Ping carefully examined the array formation. It was an extremely exquisite spirit transferring array formation. It could convert the spirit stones in the spirit vein into a unique spiritual energy that could be used to maintain its own form. It was similar to Lu Ping's spirit explosion art, albeit a different approach. However, this spirit transferring formation couldn't stimulate the spirit energy in the spirit stones to such a high degree like the spirit explosion technique. And the spirit explosion technique could only target one or a few spirit stones at a time, so it couldn't achieve the scale of the spirit transferring formation. Lu Ping carefully recorded this formation and gave it to Hu Lili as a reference in the future. It would definitely be helpful for her to improve her formation skills. After recording the spirit transferring formation, Lu Ping turned to look at Ruyu and said, "Miss Ruyu, what do you plan to do in the future?" Ruyu bitterly smiled and said, "What else can I do? If I continue to stay in this cave, I'm afraid that even with the spirit transferring formation, Ruyu will disappear. Moreover, the Golden House and the 1,000-bell millet are in Master's hands. That was the place where Ruyu lived on the treasure ship. Therefore, I hope Master can help me." Lu Ping stretched out his hand and flicked out a drop of bluish-purple liquid true essence with a trace of hidden electric arcs. The liquid true essence flew straight towards Ruyu's chest. The moment the liquid true essence touched the jade body of the artifact spirit, it was like a drop of ink falling into clear water. This drop of liquid true essence, with the jade chest as the center, quickly spread throughout her entire body. After refining 3 portions of thunder tribulation water, the spirituality in Lu Ping's true essence had a trace of violence. When refining magic treasure spirits and casting magical techniques, there were many more overbearing things in it. In addition, Ruyu had reached an extremely weak state at this time. Moreover, she deliberately let Lu Ping be the master. Therefore, Lu Ping's refining process was surprisingly smooth. In just a cup of tea's time, Lu Ping's true essence had spread throughout the body of Ruyu's true essence. Then, the bluish-purple light disappeared again, and the Ruyu's true essence returned to its previous appearance of white clothes and plain face. However, although her previous appearance was still weak after being refined by Lu Ping, there was a trace of vitality and spirituality in her body. Obviously, her previous worries were gone. With the help of the spirit vein gathered by Linglong at the top of Fei Ling Mountain, she should be able to recover as soon as possible. Lu Ping held the house of gold that was hanging on his neck in his hand. Ruyu's face lit up with joy. Without Lu Ping doing anything, the house of gold actually flew up from Lu Ping's palm. Then, the tightly closed door of the house of gold suddenly opened from the inside. Ruyu flew up and disappeared into the house of gold. With a thought from Lu Ping, the house of gold shrank and fell into his palm. Lu Ping could feel that the house of gold was going through a huge change at this time. However, at this time, Lu Ping turned his attention back to the spirit stone vein in front of him. Before the appearance of large spirit stone veins on Frost Island, even during the days when Fei Ling's sect dominated the North Sea, not a single large spirit stone vein had appeared in the North Sea. However, back then, the Fei Ling sect had monopolized 4 mid-sized spirit stone veins and maintained its position as the overlord of the North Sea. Of these 4 medium-sized spirit stone veins, 2 of them were taken as spoils of war by the sects of the North Sea during the Great War of Fei Ling's sect. The other one was affected by the war, and after the earth veins changed, it was reduced from a medium-sized spirit stone vein to a small-sized spirit stone vein. Only the last one was still missing. Some people had guessed that this 4th medium-sized spirit stone vein was still on Fei Ling Island and had sunk into the abyss of the sea along with Fei Ling's sect. However, every 500 years when Fei Ling Island opened, the blood condensation realm cultivators sent out by the sects never found this spirit stone vein. If it wasn't for Linglong's unique spirit treasure that could inspect the spirit veins on Fei Ling Island and observe many things that couldn't be found on the surface, this spirit stone vein would be concealed by the spirit transferring formation and Ruyu's artifact spirit. Not even Debeo would be able to find this spirit stone vein. Chapter 896. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, Junling was currently planning to expand its share of the large spirit stone veins on Frost Island. Other than that, the larger spirit stone veins Junling controlled came from a complete mid-sized spirit stone vein on Frost Island. There was also a mid-sized spirit stone vein that Jiang Tianlin Laozu, Copper Sword Laozu and Triple Brightness Laozu of Jade Sword Sect, and Chong Ming Sect had transferred into the abundant void treasured mirror. After Jiang Tianlin Laozu had brought this spirit stone vein back to the North Sea, it had been transferred to a mid-sized island under Junling's jurisdiction. Junling's share of the spirit stone vein was 60%, while Jade Sword Sect and Chong Ming Sect each had 20%. The rest of the spirit stone veins were small and miniature spirit stone veins, and other spirit stone veins that had a very small share of the spirit stone vein. Although Junling's spirit stone veins were second to none in the North Sea, following Junling's rise, these spirit stone resources had become a little lacking in the process of cultivation. Of course, in reality, no sect would complain that their own spirit stone vein would produce an inexhaustible amount of spirit stones. Not to mention that Junling was far from being able to reach such a level. When Lu Ping saw this complete mid-sized spirit stone vein, he naturally thought about how to transfer the entire spirit stone vein away. Although Lu Ping did not have the abundant void treasured mirror that had been condensed with 8 heavenly abode treasured seals like Jiang Tianlin Laozu to guide the entire spirit stone vein away, after the artifact spirit Ru Jadeite had entered the House of Gold, the great changes that had occurred in the House of Gold had caused Lu Ping to change his mind. Lu Ping had long suspected that the little mountain in the House of Gold was specially set up to guide the spirit veins. However, because the spirit veins could not be stabilized after being guided to the little mountain, the spirit veins would gradually disappear after a long time. Even so, Lu Ping had guided a few spirit veins into the House of Gold to supply the spirit energy needed by the spirit demon peach tree, the gold nut fruit tree, the top-grade spirit tea tree, the soul shocking tree, the white jade lotus pond, and a few other important treasures. However, Lu Ping had to spend his Zhen Yuan to perform the spirit strengthening secret technique every once in a while to stabilize these spirit veins, lest these spirit veins collapse because of the lack of a stable earth vein. However, after the weapon spirit Ruyu descended on Little Lonely Mountain, the first change appeared on Little Lonely Mountain. Lu Ping's spiritual force could clearly sense that earth vein power was gradually forming in Little Lonely Mountain. The existence of the earth vein power meant that the spirit veins could have a relatively stable foundation in the earth vein. With some simple methods, the spirit veins could be completely fixed in the earth vein, and there was no need to worry about the spirit veins collapsing. Sure enough, after a while, Ruyu began to adjust the scattered small and micro spirit veins in the House of Gold. She gathered all of them on Little Lonely Mountain and merged them into a complete main spirit vein. Then, she opened up branch spirit veins to provide for the growth of some important treasures. At this time, Lu Ping had already returned to the top of Fei Ling Mountain and placed the House of Gold above the source of the main spirit vein of Fei Ling Mountain. With the support of the main spirit vein that gathered 7 large spirit veins, in addition to the continuous nourishment by Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan, the weapon spirit Ruyu had recovered a lot, which was why it could support the transformation of the House of Gold. During this period of time, Lu Ping once again turned his attention to cultivation. As long as he could completely consolidate his cultivation, this trip to Fei Ling Island could be considered to be successful. With the help of the huge spirit vein of Fei Ling Island, Lu Taohua had already smelted a middle-grade earth rank spirit object and successfully pushed her cultivation to the middle stage of core forging. After Ruyu arrived, Linglong seemed to be quite repulsed by a weapon spirit like Ruyu. She had not come out from the stream at the source of the spirit vein. Lu Xiaohai was sent to the cave of the spirit stone vein by Lu Ping to mine. Lu Xiaohai had obtained a pair of top-notch spiritual magic treasures, so he could use mining to hone his hammer skills. During this period of time, the amethyst queen bee had almost turned over all the spiritual herb gardens on Fei Ling Island that it could find. It had already collected a batch of nectar. If it wanted to brew royal jelly again, it would have to wait a few years. However, Lu Ping gave her another task, which was to collect 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. After advancing to the peak of core forging, in addition to refining enough medicinal pills for cultivation, Lu Ping also had to prepare to refine the spirit water meridian toughening pill. Lu Ping had previously traded for a mature bloody skeleton flower in mysterious sky ancient city. This was the main ingredient for refining the spirit water meridian toughening pill. Moreover, the amount of this bloody skeleton flower was enough for Lu Ping to refine 3 meridian toughening pills, which could guarantee that the pill would strengthen the body to the limit. The spirit water meridian toughening pill was a top-notch medicinal pill that could improve the body's strength. Its quality was even higher than the azure wood clear jade pill that Lu Ping had taken before. However, using the spirit water meridian toughening pill required a cultivator to be at least at the peak of core forging. Moreover, the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs needed to refine this pill were also very rare. In just a few days, Lu Ping had collected enough spirit herbs to refine the meridian toughening pill from the spirit herbs that Xylan had collected. However, Lu Ping did not let the amethyst queen bee randomly collect the spirit herbs. Instead, he collected them selectively and purposefully, especially when it came to spirit herbs that Lu Ping did not have. After collecting them, the amethyst queen bee would try her best to find seeds and plant them in the spirit herb garden of the Golden House. Lu Ping discovered that the existence of Ruyu, the spirit tool, not only gave the entire spatial magic tool a stable space that was no less than that of a grotto heaven magic treasure, but Ruyu also seemed to have an innate talent for taking care of spirit herbs. The entire spirit herb garden of the Golden House was well taken care of by Ruyu, with the spirit herb garden of the entire Fei Ling Island as backup. The 3,000-year-old spirit herbs that Lu Ping had used to refine pills were not only replenished, but also greatly increased. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ping was worried that if he stored too many spirit herbs, the medicinal properties of the spirit herbs would be lost, Lu Ping would have harvested the entire spirit herb garden of Fei Ling Island. However, Lu Ping had control of the secret path to enter and exit Fei Ling Island. The cultivation resources on the island were almost at his disposal, so he was not in a hurry to exhaust the goose that laid the golden eggs. At the very least, as Linglong was combing through the spirit veins of Fei Ling Mountain, she discovered a few more veins. Although they were not as valuable as mid-sized spirit stone mines, the ores contained within the ore veins were still quite good spiritual materials if they were refined. On this day, Lu Ping suddenly thought of something and called Linglong out from the wine cauldron. He asked, "Although the spirit veins of Fei Ling Mountain have been severely damaged, there are still 7 large spirit veins. Could it be that no spirit-amassing pearls have been produced in them for the past thousands of years?" Linglong thought for a moment and replied, "There might be, but the spirit veins of Fei Ling Mountain have been in a state of disorder all these years. Even if there are, there wouldn't be too many." Hearing this, Lu Ping's expression naturally became joyful. He asked, "Then can you excavate these spirit-amassing pearls through the spirit veins?" Linglong rolled her eyes and said, "I don't have Lu Debao's ability. Otherwise, I would know if there are spirit-amassing pearls in these 7 spirit veins." Lu Ping nodded his head in disappointment. Even if there were spirit-amassing pearls in the spirit veins, not everyone had the ability to excavate them without destroying the spirit veins. Only Debao had this talent. However, Lu Ping was still a little unwilling to give up. He asked, "Then if I want to guide that mid-sized spirit stone mine into the House of Gold, do you think it's possible?" Linglong said gloomily, "This Linglong can indeed be of help. But are you sure that this strange heavenly abode magical item of yours can withstand the impact of the power of the earth veins of a mid-sized spirit stone mine?" Moreover, back in the Ingtian dojo, it took 3 Dharma adepts to guide that mine, along with the help of core forging adepts like you. Are you sure that you can guide that mine into the House of Gold by yourself? Tongjian Laozu and Sanming Laozu were fine, but Jiang Tianlin Laozu's strength had required the help of the first 2. Guiding the spirit vein was not an easy task. However, at that time, there were a few other sects present and they could attack at any time. Jiang Tianlin Laozu had no choice but to cooperate with the other two sections. Now it could be said that everything on Feiling Island was up to Lu Ping. Lu Ping could spend a few years to slowly move this spirit stone mine into the House of Gold. Lu Ping went to the House of Gold to ask Ru Yu. Ru Yu thought for a while and said, "One of the important reasons why the treasure ship was able to pass through the stormy ocean and connect the two big cultivation worlds was that there was a large spirit vein in the treasure ship. Through a formation, it could be transformed into a continuous source of power for the treasure ship to move forward." Lu Ping said happily, "You're saying that you need a spirit vein to consolidate the space in the House of Gold?" Ru Yu nodded and said, "That's right. If a spirit vein is led into Xiaogu Mountain, I can expand the power of the earth vein in Xiaogu Mountain after 2 years of recovery. In the end, the entire space in the House of Gold will be able to withstand the impact of the power of the earth vein when the medium spirit stone mine is led. However, the House of Gold is only a part of the treasure ship. At present, Xiaogu Mountain can only withstand one medium spirit vein." Lu Ping was overjoyed. He hurriedly used Linglong's help to separate a medium spirit vein from the main spirit vein of Feiling Mountain and led it into Xiaogu Mountain. After 2 years, Lu Ping had completely consolidated his cultivation. However, even with the help of Linglong and Ru Yu, it still took Lu Ping 2 years to lead the medium spirit vein into the House of Gold. The price was that Ru Yu, who had just recovered, fell into a weak state again. Lu Ping had to stay on top of Feiling Mountain for more than a year. After Ru Yu recovered with the help of the main spirit vein, he left Feiling Island through the teleportation formation. Chapter 897. After a flash of light, Lu Ping appeared on the teleportation platform on the cliff of the underwater abyss. Originally, this stone platform could only be used to teleport blood condensation realm cultivators. But when Lu Ping was combing through the earth veins with Linglong's help, he discovered the control board for the teleportation array formation in Feiling Mountain. After some slight modifications, Lu Ping could teleport to this stone platform through the control formation plate. Otherwise, Lu Ping would have to spend a top-grade spirit stone to teleport to the bottom of the abyss through the teleportation formation in the depths of the pool. At the same time, he would have to use a restriction-breaking talisman to break the formation barrier and the restriction formation on the cave entrance. Only then would he be able to come out of the underwater abyss. However, if he wanted to enter Feiling Mountain again, Lu Ping would have to continue diving down to the bottom of the abyss. He would have to use the restriction-breaking talisman to break open the secret cave entrance and use a top-grade spirit stone to teleport to Feiling Mountain. Because this teleportation stone platform was 5,000 feet deep in the underwater abyss, Lu Ping didn't feel too much pressure. He only needed to rely on the waterproof moon pearl to float all the way up. It didn't take long before he could see the sunlight shining through the surface of the sea. Seeing that he was about to reach the surface of the sea, Lu Ping was in a good mood. Unexpectedly at this moment, a muffled bang came from the far east of the sea. Is that direction Earth Island? Lu Ping's heart shook. Lu Ping had spent 20 years in seclusion this time. Could it be that the matter of Earth Island hadn't been resolved yet? Lyra Laozu tightly pursed her lips. Her 7-colored flame outlined a huge 7-colored fire shield in the air, annihilating the golden light coming from the opposite side. The 7-colored fire shield immediately turned into a flaming saber. It flew up and was about to slash at the golden-robed, hideous man in front of it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a fireball suddenly exploded beside Lyra Laozu. Helplessly, Lyra Laozu dispersed the flaming saber again and formed a flaming armor around himself. Ha 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 ha. The golden-robed ugly man laughed wildly. He took advantage of Tianqin Laozu's distraction to block the exploding fireball to close in. A golden light in his hand transformed into a 3-foot-long spear. With a swing of his arm, the spear was once again thrown towards Tianqin Laozu. Tianqin Laozu had no choice but to retreat and dodge. At this moment, a huge primitive crocodile suddenly broke out of the water under Tianqin Laozu's feet. It opened its mouth and rushed towards Tianqin Laozu's feet. Lyra Laozu extended her foot and tapped on the crocodile's mouth, and her whole body floated upwards again. Unexpectedly, the crocodile's huge tail slapped the surface of the sea, and its whole body suddenly shot upwards, following closely behind Lyra Laozu. At this time, the golden spear in the golden-robed ugly man's hand flickered with a golden light, making Tianqin Laozu unable to figure out where the spear was going to stab. Helplessly, Tianqin Laozu could only retreat again. Just as she dodged the crocodile's attack, the golden spear suddenly extended forward by 3 feet. From a spear, it became a long spear, stabbing towards Tianqin Laozu. This time, Tianqin Laozu could not dodge, and could only try to avoid the vital parts of his body, relying on the flaming armor to block. Pucci! With a burst of sparks, Tianqin Laozu's flaming armor was pierced, and his left arm was pierced by the golden spear. Without waiting for blood to flow out, Tianqin Laozu's wound was ignited with a line of fire. When the line of fire was extinguished, the entire wound had already recovered. Tianqin, you bitch! You are no match for the old man. Let Jiang Tianlin come. The golden-robed ugly man laughed wildly, but his hands did not slow down at all. The golden spear in his hand became faster and faster, stabbing towards Tianqin Laozu's body. The primitive crocodile under his feet also stared at Tianqin Laozu. Every attack was able to greatly affect Tianqin Laozu. Although the primitive crocodile had no intelligence, its cultivation level was that of a Dharma phase, and its innate fire magic was not weak. With the man and the beast working together, Tianqin Laozu was actually forced to retreat. Tianqin Laozu blocked the attacks of the man in front of him and scolded, "Ao Chuang, you are so shameless. You are the owner of the Golden Jiao Dragon Island, and you are famous in the North Sea, but you are a person who relies on numbers to win. If you have the ability, fight me alone. What's the use of a crazy crocodile?" The golden-robed ugly man was the owner of the Golden Jiao Dragon Island, Ao Chuang. Back then, Ao Chuang went to the Jade Swamp to capture a Dharma phase primitive crocodile as his spiritual companion. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping and Sang Yu worked together to ruin his plans. In desperation, the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu could only capture 2 crocodiles that had not yet reached the Dharma phase and bring them back to the North Sea. Unexpectedly, the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu was quite lucky. Not long after, one of the crocodiles actually advanced to the Dharma phase. Although this crocodile was far inferior to the one that Sang Yu had subdued, it still greatly increased the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu's battle strength. The Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu, who had been greatly affected by the rise of Feng Shutao and Jiang Tianlin, immediately regained his confidence. With this Dharma phase crocodile, and the secret primordial crocodile clan companion spirit beast secret technique, the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu was confident that he could even fight Feng Shutao, who was at the mid-Dharma phase. Jiang Tianlin was no longer his opponent. Of course, the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu did not know that Jiang Tianlin Laozu had successfully passed through the first Dharma calamity. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant. In reality, with the help of a Dharma phase companion spirit beast, the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu's abilities had indeed improved greatly. At least this time, when he was facing Tianqin Laozu, he was able to completely suppress Tianqin Laozu. With the cooperation of the human and the beast, Tianqin Laozu was suppressed to the point where she could not fight back at all. Besides the battle between the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu and Tianqin Laozu, there were more than 10 pairs of Dharma adepts fighting in the sky above Huanyu Island. Each pair was a human practitioner fighting against a demon Laozu. However, among these 10 pairs of battles, Tianqin Laozu and the Golden Jiao Dragon Laozu seemed to be on the losing end. Huanyu Island was the central island of the entire North Sea's cultivation world. Although there were almost no cultivation resources on this island, and the only spirit vein had been pooled together by various sects, its special geographical location had caused all the sects in the North Sea to set up a stronghold on Huanyu Island. Moreover, Huanyu Island was also the place where the North Sea's cultivation world's major teleportation matrices were set up. Thus, it had also become a distribution center for the various cultivation resources of the North Sea's cultivation world. All of these contributed to Huanyu Island's prosperity in the North Sea's cultivation world. However, at this time, Huanyu Island was no longer as prosperous as before. From afar, the entire island was filled with broken walls and ruins. There was not a single intact building. It was as if the entire island had experienced a huge earthquake. The low-lying areas around the island had traces of being attacked by the tsunami. In the center of Huanyu Island, a giant mountain that had never been there before pierced through the former Huanyu Island like a sharp sword, standing straight in the middle of the island. All of the buildings on Universe Island seemed to have been turned into ruins and deserted islands by the sudden appearance of this mountain. However, this huge mountain was currently emitting waves of pure spiritual energy in all directions. Clearly, this huge mountain was hiding an extremely high-quality spiritual vein. Explode! 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 Tianqin Laozu roared. The golden Jiao dragon Laozu pursued. But he did not know that he had fallen into an ambush that Tianqin Laozu had set up when he retreated. 3 rainbow-colored flames exploded around the golden Jiao dragon Laozu. The golden Jiao dragon cried out in pain, but he did not retreat. Instead he advanced, thrusting his golden spear towards Tianqin Laozu's chest once again. With a clang, a copper cauldron flashed in front of Tianqin Laozu, and a clear dent appeared on the copper cauldron. Tianqin Laozu's face paled, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the golden Jiao dragon Laozu was not in a good state either. The 3 rainbow-colored flames exploded one after another, and the golden Jiao dragon Laozu's skin and flesh were lacerated by the spiritual flames that had reached the mid-grade of the heaven stage. However, the sinister smile that flashed across his face gave Tianqin Laozu a bad premonition. A gust of cold wind came from behind. Tianqin Laozu, who had been struck by the golden Jiao dragon Laozu's spear earlier, could not react for a moment. He thought to himself, "Not good." The flames all over his body flowed towards his back, wanting to forcefully receive the attack of the primordial fierce crocodile. This time, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Just as this thought appeared in Tianqin Laozu's mind, he heard the whistle of a sword that almost tore through the void coming from behind him. "Little thief, how dare you!" The golden Jiao dragon Laozu, who had just retreated with one blow, suddenly changed his expression. His previously confident look suddenly became pale. Tianqin Laozu could not see the situation behind him, but he knew that there was help coming. He turned around and was about to join hands with the person to destroy the primordial fierce crocodile behind him. However, he saw 2 sword lights crisscrossing on the left and right. The huge crocodile's tail that was originally charging at Tianqin Laozu flew up into the sky, followed by a deafening scream. The blood of the primordial fierce crocodile, whose tail had been cut off, rushed out from behind him like a blood wave. The surrounding seawater instantly turned blood red. The primordial fierce crocodile turned around and was about to dive into the sea. Tianqin Laozu almost died. How could she allow this beast to escape? However, before she could make a move, the golden Jiao dragon Laozu, who had retreated, chased after her like a crazy demon. Tianqin Laozu's heart moved, and she blocked the golden Jiao dragon Laozu head-on. However, the golden Jiao dragon Laozu was desperate at this time. Tianqin Laozu retreated again and again, but she never let the golden Jiao dragon Laozu break through her obstruction. Another loud roar came from behind, but this time it came from the bottom of the sea. The primordial fierce crocodile that had just sunk to the bottom of the sea was suddenly entangled by the surrounding undercurrents. No matter how the primordial fierce crocodile struggled, its huge body involuntarily floated to the surface of the sea again. 4 huge water columns rose from the sea, and each water column had a water rope as thick as an arm. Each water rope was tied to a giant foot of the primordial fierce crocodile. The 4 water ropes were pulled tight, and the huge primordial fierce crocodile was pulled from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. However, it could not get rid of the restraints of the water ropes, so it could only float in the air. The soaring sword energy came all the way to the west, and the sword light seemed to pierce through the sky. The sword light slashed down horizontally. The golden Jiao dragon Laozu's desperate attack finally repelled Tianqin Laozu's obstruction, but it could only stare with a pair of blood-red eyes and scream, "Little thief, so it's you!" The huge crocodile's head suddenly fell from the body after the sword light flashed. The primordial fierce crocodile of the aspect stage was beheaded with one sword. Chapter 898. Little thief, so it's you! The charming autumn sword spun back, and a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the void, holding both swords tightly in their hands. Lu Ping took a step forward, and his whole body appeared in the sky above the sea. A five-colored cloak flashed behind him, and he looked coldly at the demon clan expert in front of him, who he had once fought in the Yingyu swamp. A Dharma manifestation stage primordial fierce crocodile was so easily killed by a peak core forging stage cultivator. The effect of this shock was unimaginable. The whole battlefield fell silent at the same time. More than 10 human and demon cultivators who were fighting all stopped, and the battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ping, and unparalleled divine senses crisscrossed in the sky. The strong pressure of the Dharma manifestation tried to make Lu Ping show fear. But Lu Ping just stood there calmly, and the atmosphere created by countless people could not pose any pressure to Lu Ping. Oomph! A cold snort exploded in Lu Ping's ears, and Lu Ping's cheeks twitched involuntarily. Why is it this again? It's really boring. But as soon as the cold snort fell, a hand also reached out from the void not far away. This hand looked abnormally thin, and it gently pushed Ao Chuang, the lord of Golden Jiao Island, who was opposite to Lu Ping. Suddenly, Ao Chuang felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and his chest and abdomen suddenly shrank. His whole body flew backward, and at the same time, a mouthful of blood also sprayed on the sea. Suddenly, a roar came from the distant sea. "Tian Kong, you want to bully the weak?" A tall and sturdy old man took a step forward and arrived in midair, just in time to catch Golden WRM Island Lord as he flew past. He patted his back and found that Golden WRM Island Lord had only suffered a shock to his abdomen, which could not be considered a serious injury. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. However, his eyes were fixed on the place where the withered hand had been. Tian Kong Laozu walked out step by step from space, and he said, "It's just returning the favor. Ao Dian, you're getting more and more backward as you live." The burly Laozu Ao Dian's face turned ashen as he said, "Your Zhenling's disciples only know how to sneak attack. Are they all sneaky people?" Tian Kong Laozu chuckled and said, "The primordial giant crocodile clan is just a group that relies on numbers to win. We're the same." However, Tian Kong Laozu continued, "This junior of mine killed a Dharma stage ferocious beast with his core forging stage cultivation base. Even if it was a sneak attack, it's still a great achievement. This old man is very pleased." "You!" Ao Dian Laozu's face turned red, and the finger that was pointing at Tian Kong Laozu swung down with all his might. He let out a cold snort, and turned around to glare at the Golden Jiao dragon, who had just recovered from Tian Kong Laozu's attack. "Who doesn't know that the water sword deity of your sect, spiritual master Lu Xianping, is an expert who can challenge Dharma adepts above his level? Even the elders of your sect were once beaten into a sorry state by him, with bruises all over their faces. To be able to defeat Ao Chuang's companion spirit beast is nothing to scoff at, let alone a sneak attack." A demon cultivator that was as strong as an iron tower spoke, his voice exploding in everyone's ears like a roar. This strong demon cultivator was the mid-Dharma stage demon cultivator that Tian Shui Laozu had met outside Huanyu Island, the giant whale demon king, Kong Jing. "Fellow Taoist Kong Jing, you're wrong. I'm afraid none of you here are familiar with the huge gap between the core forging realm and the transcendence realm. Let me ask you, with such a huge gap, you're about to be killed by this little Taoist from Zhenling sect. You should feel ashamed. How can you have the face to criticize little Taoist Lu's sneak attack?" Kong Jing snorted coldly and said, "Brother Yujin is right. That Zhenling cultivator named Tian Shu should really commit suicide out of shame." The head of the Yujin sect, Yujin Laozu, only smiled slightly but did not say anything else. If someone were to take advantage of this, and use it to instigate the relationship between the Yujian sect and Jinling, it would be bad. As the two of them spoke, a few Dharma Law's Laozu cultivators appeared from both sides. Lu Ping, who was watching from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air. They were actually all mid-Dharma Law's Laozu cultivators. When Lu Ping was rushing over, he had noticed that there were people hiding in the void nearby, but he did not expect there to be so many of them. However, Lu Ping had noticed Tiankong Laozu's aura. It seemed that because Tiankong Laozu was about to be defeated, he wanted to make a move, which caused his aura to fluctuate slightly. It was also because he had confirmed that Tiankong Laozu was here, that Lu Ping dared to make a move so recklessly. Otherwise, Lu Ping would have used a safer method to help Tiankong Laozu, because of the cultivators hidden in the void. On the Jinling side, Tiankong Laozu was the leader. Tiankong Laozu and Guitianshan Laozu were three Dharma Law's adepts. The other sects, such as Xianling sect and Songhai sect, also had their own Dharma Law's adepts, and their respective mid-Dharma Law's Laozu cultivators. The demon race's Dharma Law's adepts also gradually began to gather, and the mid-Dharma Law's adepts who had been hiding in the void earlier also revealed themselves. However, after these mid-Dharma Law's Laozu cultivators revealed themselves, they looked at Lu Ping with a strange look in their eyes. However, these Laozu cultivators hid their feelings very well. If it were not for the fact that Lu Ping's divine will was different from that of ordinary people, he would have thought that these human Dharma Law's Laozu cultivators all approved of his actions this time. They were all people who hid daggers behind their smiles. Lu Ping knew that he had acted rashly this time, but Lu Ping did not regret it. His display of strength might have caused the enemy forces to secretly suppress him, but this was also an effective way to intimidate others. In fact, Tiankong Laozu had also seen through this, which was why when Aodian Laozu had tried to use his divine will to attack Lu Ping, he had decisively attacked Ao Chuang, the owner of the Golden Dragon Island, and severely injured him. This was to serve as a warning to those who had ulterior motives. Lu Ping's appearance had actually eased the tension between the two sides. In the end, other than a few mid-Dharma Law's Laozu, who seemed to have something to discuss, even Tianqin Laozu and Guitianshan Laozu had left temporarily. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, Lu Ping immediately wanted to return to Tianling Mountain. Unexpectedly, Tianqin Laozu said, "Kid, I haven't seen you for 20 years. And not only have your cultivation increased to the peak of the core forging realm, your strength has also increased to such a level. It seems that you have really achieved a 9th grade golden core." Lu Ping laughed and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Master." Tianshan Laozu, on the other hand, was deep in thought at the side. He said, "Nephew Lu, when you used your divine spells previously, most of them were used to suppress others. Although they were pure and heavy, the killing intent was not enough. This time, after the closed-door training, the divine swordsmanship was full of killing intent when used. It is said that the spiritual nature of the water from the thunder punishment is wild. After a cultivator melts it, his attack power will definitely increase greatly. It seems that it really lives up to its reputation." The Sky Zither Elder laughed mockingly. He doesn't have enough murderous aura. Before he condensed the 9th grade golden elixir, countless Dharma adepts were either injured or killed by him. His murderous aura has long since reached the heavens. Tianshan Laozu laughed and said, "Of course, this is relatively speaking. Compared to himself, before he reached the peak of the core forging realm, his divine spells were more inclined to be pure and heavy. After he melted the water from the thunder punishment, he completely merged the two." Lu Ping did not want to talk too much about his own matters, so he asked with a smile, "Uncle Masters, who obtained Songhai Laozu's inheritance, why has Huanyu Island become like this now? Could it be that it has been breached by the demon clan?" Tianqin Laozu laughed and scolded, "Can't you see the mountain peak rising from Huanyu Island? How could the demon clan have breached Huanyu Island?" Lu Ping spread out his hands and said, "I was just wondering when the demon clan produced such a master. Even with so many Dharma adepts guarding the place, he was able to perform such a powerful spell, and he even succeeded. This is much more powerful than moving mountains and filling the seas. Even Elder Tian Kong does not have this ability. Tian Shan Laozu said. It's because of Songhai Laozu's inheritance. Songhai Laozu's inheritance is not in the sea region that the demon clan has previously occupied. It is only a fake treasure. Although there are many good things in it, the real treasure is in Huanyu Island. What's funny is that ever since the destruction of Fei Ling Island, the North Sea practitioners have treated Huanyu Island as an island shared by all the sects in the North Sea. But no one has ever discovered that the real treasure that Songhai Laozu left behind is buried under Huanyu Island. It turned out that 2 years ago, after the demon clan had made sufficient preparations, they finally began to forcefully open Songhai Laozu's inheritance. Unexpectedly, the sea region that they had previously occupied was only a fake treasure to deceive people. Not only did the fake horde manage to fool the Yao clan, it also attracted the attention of the human clan cultivators. The two sides engaged in a chaotic battle, and both sides managed to snatch some items from the horde. Naturally, the Yao clan took the majority of the spoils. Just as they were about to realize that something was amiss, the opening of the fake treasure trove triggered the appearance of Patriarch Vastzi's real treasure trove. The real treasure trove was hidden within Universe Island. A massive mountain broke through the surface of Universe Island. At that very moment, however, the important cultivators on Universe Island had all left due to the competition in the outer seas. Only some minor cultivators were left on the island. Therefore, in the end, the strong earthquake caused by the rise of the giant peak turned the entire Huanyu Island into ruins. At the same time, the demon clan and the human clan began to fight over the ownership of Songhai Laozu's inheritance, and the conflict became more and more intense. By the time Lu Ping came out of seclusion, the scale of the conflict between the demon clan and the human clan had already expanded to the early Dharma stage practitioners. If not for Lu Ping's sudden appearance, perhaps the conflict would continue to escalate in the future. Not long after Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, news came from the sect that the demon clan and the human clan had finally reached an agreement and were prepared to join forces to divide up Songhai Laozu's inheritance. Although the Songhai sect was extremely unwilling, when it came to dividing up the inheritance, the Songhai sect was completely alone. Even the Xianling sect, the Haiyan sect, and other allies were not willing to let the Songhai sect have the inheritance alone. On this day, Lu Ping placed the House of Gold on the spirit vein of the cave abode, and was helping Linglong connect the two mid-sized spirit veins on Huangli Island with one of the spirit veins in the House of Gold, so that the spirit qi of both parties could complement each other. At this moment, sixth brother Lei walked in mysteriously and said, "Someone is looking for you. Go and take a look." Chapter 899. After Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, he immediately started moving the medium-sized spirit vein from the House of Gold to Huangli Island. Due to the spirit transfer formation and the jade-like artifact spirit that Jiao Yuqiang had set up back then, the spirit vein had almost run out of ore in the past 4,000 years. Adding on the damage Lu Ping had suffered while moving the spirit vein, he would need to seal the spirit vein for a period of time in order to completely recover. Because this spirit vein was of great importance, Lu Ping didn't make it public, and secretly moved it to an inconspicuous place not far from Lu Ping's cave abode. Sixth brother Lei directly opened up a cave abode nearby, and secretly guarded the spirit vein. After hearing sixth brother Lei's mysterious words, Lu Ping couldn't help but be surprised. Who would want to see him outside? Half a day later, Lu Ping returned to the cave abode, and gave some orders to Hu Lili and sixth brother Lei. Then, he sent someone to call Wang Qi and Tianyu over. Before Wang Qi broke through to the core forging realm, he had been cultivating with Du Feng. Due to Lu Ping's intentional orders, Du Feng had suppressed Wang Qi's cultivation and prevented him from breaking through. This allowed Wang Qi to accumulate enough foundation in the blood condensation realm. After advancing to the core forging realm on Frost Island, Wang Qi's foundation was unleashed. In just a dozen or so years, Wang Qi's cultivation had broken through to the second level of the core forging realm. Tianyu had also touched the threshold of the second level of the core forging realm. With the help of the medium-sized spirit vein on Huangli Island, he had also successfully entered the core forging realm. Right now, both of them were Lu Ping's disciples. Wang Qi was the first to break through to the core forging realm and become the first disciple of Hearing Wave Manor. Tianyu was the second. Lu Ping brought the two of them to Heaven Spirit Mountain to meet his master, Lu Tianling Laozu. The sect master of Heaven Spirit Mountain couldn't help but give his two grand disciples a gift that he had prepared beforehand. After the greetings, Lu Ping finally told his master the purpose of his visit. Lu Tianling Laozu frowned and said, "Oh, these two disciples of yours have only been under your tutelage for a short while, haven't they? They've only learned a small portion of your abilities. Yet you dare to throw one of them to the Middle Earth, and the other to Frost Island?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "Their experiences over the years have all been arranged by me. I have taught them a lot of what needs to be taught, and I have also provided them with a platform to hone themselves. As for how much they can learn, it will depend on their own efforts and luck. As the saying goes, if a jade is not polished, it will not be useful. If they think that they are unpolished jade, they will not worry about their own futures." Lu Tianling Laozu looked at the two grand disciples, Wang Qi and Tianyu. Seeing that they both had a well-thought-out expression, he smiled and said, "It seems that I, as the Grand Master, am being unreasonable. Fine. Since you have already arranged everything, then let's go according to your plan." After a moment of silence, Lu Tianling Laozu continued, "After a while, your senior uncle Tianqin will go to the Middle Earth to replace your senior uncle Tianfeng. Junior nephew Xianfeng will also come back. This way, Yingshanside Courtyard will have one less pill master. And Xian, you can go to Yingshanside Courtyard to fill the gap. As for Xianqi, she should still follow Xianfeng. Mara's attacks on Frost Island are becoming more frequent and intense, so a big battle is likely to be unavoidable. Frost Island is too important to the cultivation world of North Sea, so North Sea will definitely go all out. You just need to be careful when you get there." Wang Qi and Tianyu thanked the Grandmaster, and were about to leave the Palace of Repetition Beauty, when they saw Lu Ping take out two storage pouches and say, "These are some of the things you will need for your daily cultivation. Use them as you see fit." After passing the storage pouches to the two of them, Lu Ping looked at Tianyu and said, "That spirit explosion art can be considered a secret alchemy technique of mine. You need to practice it seriously. It is not easy to obtain the purple crystal royal jelly, so you must use it carefully. In the Middle Earth, other than yourself, do not let anyone know that you have such a treasure on you. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster. The Middle Earth is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, so don't be restricted to a corner of Yingshanside Courtyard." Then, Lu Ping looked at Wang Qi and said, "Although the cultivation method you've been cultivating is not bad in our sect, it's still far from being comparable to our sect's 5 true inheritances. Cultivate the jade scroll I gave you on Frost Island seriously. The metal elemental cultivation method in it is no weaker than our sect's 5 true inheritances. If you're lucky enough in the future, you might even be able to reach the Grand Cultivator realm. Of course, if you become complacent just because you've become my disciple, I don't mind expelling you two from the sect." After a round of admonishment, Lu Ping sent the two of them out. When he turned around, he saw Lu Tianling looking at him with a smile and said, "Not bad. This teacher has done a good job combining strength and gentleness. Did you enjoy it?" Lu Ping said honestly, "I won't hide it from you, teacher. I was just pretending, but it was indeed very tiring. I do envy your 9 disciples, including Sister Xianxian. They have all been taught by teacher to such an extent. In this aspect, I am far inferior." Lu Tianling Laozu smiled, then his face darkened. He said, "This time, I did not intend to let you participate, but you insisted on coming. Although your current strength can even kill Dharma adepts, there are mid-Dharma adepts from various sects participating in this trip to the vast sea treasure. Who knows? There might be people with ulterior motives who will go after you." Lu Ping nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry, teacher. What's more, Elder Tiankong is going with me this time, so there's nothing for me to worry about. Lu Tianling Laozu smiled and said, "You're a smart one. However, this time when you enter the vast sea treasure, you have to be especially careful of the primordial crocodile clan practitioners. You killed the golden serpent Laozu's spirit companion beast, and his son, daughter, and adopted son also died by your hands. It can be said that there is an irreconcilable hatred between you and him." Lu Ping stepped on the ocean-crossing boat and sped all the way to a deserted island near Huanyu Island. Tiankong Laozu had already been waiting there for a long time, because the buildings on Huanyu Island had all collapsed because of the vast sea treasure that had suddenly been unearthed. The practitioners of the various sects had no place to stay. In addition, the sects and the North Sea Demon clan had to keep an eye on each other, so the practitioners of the various sects had settled on the deserted islands and coral islands near Huanyu Island. When Tiankong Laozu saw Lu Ping coming, he couldn't help but frown and say, "This time, the various sects set the rules for entering the vast sea treasure, requiring each sect to only allow one mid-dharma adept to bring one core forging disciple. The sects of the North Sea and the Demon clan knew that your strength far exceeds that of a core forging cultivator of the same level, but they still set such a rule. The old man sensed that this was aimed at you, so the old man specially informed the sect leader that you're not allowed to come. I didn't think that you'd come yourself." Lu Ping smiled and said, "We still don't know what the situation inside the vast sea treasure is like, and the sects can't possibly come just for their disciples. As long as these people focus their energy on the vast sea treasure, then anything can happen. Furthermore, it won't be that easy for them to take the lives of their disciples." Tiankong Laozu laughed and said, "Looks like the old man is really getting old. I can't stand the vigor of you youngsters. Fine, although the old man doesn't have long to live, other than the Dharma adepts, these people are nothing to the old man. This time, I'll let the old man go crazy with you." When Lu Ping saw Tiankong Laozu's wizened and old face, he sighed in dissatisfaction. Tiankong Laozu was originally the youngest disciple among the first generation of disciples that Jinling had reached the Dharma stage. His talent and training was not below that of Tianxiang Laozu. Originally, Jinling had high hopes for him, but after being schemed against by Xianling's sect, his foundation was damaged, and he could only use longevity pills to prolong his life. Fortunately, Tiankong Laozu took the opportunity to break through to the mid-dharma stage, which prolonged his lifespan by 200 years. Now, he only had 70 to 80 years left. Although Tiankong Laozu's words were passionate, Lu Ping could hear the love and concern in them. Obviously, Tiankong Laozu was willing to risk his life to protect Lu Ping. Lu Ping was touched, but he maintained a smile on his face and said, "You worry too much, Uncle Master. Uncle Master also knows that I have obtained many good things during my travels, including the Wonder Dew of 10,000 and the formula for the 30-year longevity pill. I have previously used the Wonder Dew of 10,000 to refine a 15-year longevity pill. This time, with the breakthrough in my training, I am confident that I can also refine a 20-year longevity pill. If I continue to practice my alchemy skills, when I can refine a 30-year longevity pill, I can consume 3 longevity pills. Even if I can't extend my lifespan by 90 years, I can at least extend it by 60 to 70 years." Seeing that Tiankong Laozu was only calmly listening to Lu Ping with a smile, Lu Ping continued, "If you have this 130 to 140 years buffer, Uncle Master might be able to break through to the late Dharma stage. If you can really overcome the second Thunder trial and become the second grand practitioner of our sect, not only will there be hope for our sect to become a large sect, but you will also be able to extend your lifespan by another 200 years. After listening to Lu Ping, Tiankong Laozu laughed loudly and said, "You are an interesting kid, but these are all your own assumptions. The old man knows his own body very well. In these hundreds of years since he entered the mid-dharma stage, the old man's training has not improved at all. This is a state where his body has aged to its limit. No matter how many longevity pills he has, he will only be able to prolong his life, let alone become a grand practitioner." Lu Ping could not help but feel anxious and said, "No matter what, we have to give it a try. Moreover, I have. Tiankong Laozu waved his hand, intending to interrupt Lu Ping's words, and said, "There is no need to try. Even if the power of your 7 treasures Thunder Calabash is 10 times stronger, it will not be able to help the old man overcome the thunder trial. Let me put it this way, with the current state of the old man, I am afraid that he will not even be able to summon the thunder trial. So how will he overcome it?" Lu Ping originally wanted to say something, but he heard Tiankong Laozu say, "The demons and the Songhai sect have already begun to move. We should follow them as well. We cannot fall behind. After all, this treasure was created by Songhai Laozu alone. Even if there are good things in it, there cannot be too much. When the time comes, it will inevitably be a chaotic battle." Lu Ping said strangely, "Although this treasure has been unearthed, the formation prohibition is intact. How will the cultivators of the various sects break it? Are they going to break it by force?" Tiankong Laozu said with a smile, "Isn't it a force breakthrough? This kind of large protective formation supported by the spiritual vein is different from those prohibition formations. Even the effect of the restriction-breaking talisman on it is limited. The demon race has prepared for many years. Maybe there is a way. The Songhai sect also has a thin water sword. Although it is not the complete thin water sword that can be used as the key, it should be quite effective in breaking the formation." Tiankong Laozu saw Lu Ping's thoughtful expression and thought that he was worried that his sect's progress would fall behind the other sects. So he said with a smile, "Our sect may not be slower than the others. Look at this." An exquisite axe the size of a palm flashed in Tiankong Laozu's palm. It was the second disaster spiritual treasure mountain splitting axe from the Ying Tian dojo. Lu Ping suddenly laughed and said, "Martial uncle, maybe our progress can go ahead of the Songhai sect." After saying that, under the surprised gaze of Tiankong Laozu, the light of the long flowing sword also flashed in Lu Ping's hand. Chapter 900. The sudden appearance of the Chonglu sword surprised Tiankong Laozu, but Laozu did not ask about the origin of the flying sword. He only said, "It really is Duobao boy. No wonder you were so eager to come this time." Lu Ping followed behind Laozu, and the two of them arrived at the foot of Huanyu Island's lone peak. At this time, Laozu from various sects had already surrounded the lone peak from all directions. There were mid-Dharma Laozu everywhere, so Lu Ping did not dare to use his divine will unscrupulously. He could only use his eyes to look around. He only saw that the 2 sects on his left and right were the giant whale demon king Kong Jing from the North Sea abyss. Behind him was a similarly burly core forging adept, but this late core forging adept was a size smaller than Kong Jing. On the other side was the Sea Flame sect's mid-Dharma adept Haihun Laozu. Behind him was also a late core forging adept. Although Lu Ping did not use his divine will, Tiankong Laozu did not have such scruples. After a while he said, "It seems that there will be a fierce battle. The Songhai sect sent Dongyi Laozu this time, Xianling sect sent Feng Shitao, and the primordial crocodile clan sent Ao Dian." Lu Ping thought about it and said, "Will these sects join forces?" Old Ancestor Heavenly Peace shook his head and said, "They naturally won't join hands. After all, the crime of colluding with the demon race isn't something that these few sects can bear. Our sect's abilities are extremely strong now, so not only will it not help the situation if I die, it will even incite an intense counterattack from our sect. However, a sneak attack from the dark is unavoidable. Especially you. They won't let you continue to grow." Pft! A muffled sound was heard. Tiankong Laozu said, "The Songhai sect can't wait to make the first move." As soon as Tiankong Laozu's voice faded, a few sounds rang out in succession. The other sects and the demon race also began to break the array formations they were facing. Tiankong Laozu tossed the mountain-splitting axe into the size of an axe. Tiankong Laozu held it in his hand and smashed it towards the array in front of him. With a loud rumbling sound, the spirit array barrier in a radius of several hundred feet began to shake violently, and cracks of various sizes appeared on the barrier wall in front of the two. Numerous divine wills were directed towards Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping. Clearly, it was because Tiankong Laozu had caused too much of a commotion using the mountain-splitting hoe. Tian Kong Laozu stretched out his hand and waved it around. An invisible spirit array spread out in the air. The divine wills that came from all directions were all blocked outside the spirit array. Tian Kong Laozu clearly did not want to expose the existence of the mountain-splitting axe. After Tian Kong Laozu blocked the surrounding divine wills, he said, "I miscalculated. I didn't expect the power of the mountain-splitting axe to be so strong." When Tian Kong Laozu set up the spirit array barrier, Lu Ping had already taken out his flowing sword. With a pft sound, the flowing sword pierced the densest part of the cracks created by the mountain-splitting axe. In an instant, half of the sword blade went in. Tian Kong Laozu shouted. At first glance, this flying sword is comparable to a spirit treasure like the mountain-splitting axe. It is said that the thin water-flowing sword is the key left behind by Songhai Laozu in the past. It seems that it truly lives up to its reputation. Lu Ping used the long stream sword to carve out a fist-sized hole in the protective array formation. Then he sheathed the sword. With this hole, with the mountain-splitting axe's power, it would be easy for him to continue expanding the array formation. Without waiting for the formation to restore the hole, old ancestor Tian Kang's mountain-splitting battle axe smashed onto it for the second time. After another violent tremor, this fist-sized hole had already expanded to the size of half a foot. With a thought, Lu Ping used the beautiful autumn dew sword in an attempt to expand the hole. However, the effect was minimal. It was only able to prevent the hole from restoring itself. Tian Kong Laozu chopped the third time, and the hole was once again widened. Lu Ping used both his hands to form dozens of seals. These were the seals that Lu Ping learned from the purple jade slip. However, the effect was still not great. Lu Ping could only give up. However, he didn't know that his next two attacks also surprised Tian Kong Laozu. The pair of beautiful autumn dew swords were only magic treasures that were condensed with 7 seals. They were not like the flowing sword, which was left behind by Songhai Laozu, to break the spirit array. However, in the hands of Lu Ping, he was still able to suppress the spirit array that was rapidly restoring itself. After that, he executed the dozens of restriction-breaking spells and similarly suppressed the restoration of the formation. One had to know that restriction-breaking spells were already extremely hard to learn. Even though they weren't as precious as the inheritance of restriction-breaking talismans, they were still hard to learn, and even harder to master. Forefather Tian Kong didn't expect Lu Ping to actually have such a deep understanding of restriction-breaking spells. In the whole of Jinling, only Liang Tianfeng Laozu had such a deep understanding of seals. This time, if the demon race hadn't strongly requested for a mid-dharma adept to bring along a core-forging adept, Jinling might have called Tianfeng Laozu back from Central Plains. When Tian Kong Laozu smashed the 4th time, the whole hole was big enough for 2 people to go in. A strong spiritual aura spewed out from the hole. Tian Kong Laozu took a deep breath and said, "Not bad. There is at least a large spiritual vein supporting the operation of the spirit array. No wonder it was so troublesome to break it." Lu Ping stretched out his index finger and drew a circle in front of the open hole. A space hole opened, and a few purple crystal bees flew into the lonely peak from the hole. Lu Ping saw that the purple crystal bees were safe and sound, then said, "Uncle Master, I will go in first." Tian Kong Laozu saw that Lu Ping went into the hole first, shook his head, and said, "Using purple crystal bees to explore the way. This is the first time in the world of cultivation." In front of them was a spiritual herb garden. Because the lonely peak was too straight, the area of the spiritual herb garden was not very big. However, there were a lot of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs in it. Lu Ping waved his hand and released a swarm of bees to fly in the spiritual herb garden. Then, he picked the most valuable hundreds of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. At the same time, he also collected many spiritual herb seeds that were extremely rare in the world of cultivation. After that he stopped. When he looked up, he found that Tian Kong Laozu was still working hard to collect these spiritual herbs. Different from Lu Ping's picking, Tian Kong Laozu used a carpet collection method, trying to not let go of a single spiritual herb. Lu Ping smiled and said, Uncle Master, let's go up quickly, or we may fall behind. Tiankong Laozu was quite reluctant to look at the spiritual herb garden here. But he also knew that what Lu Ping said was the truth. He just said, "It's a pity for this spiritual herb garden. I don't know if this place can be preserved when the battle starts." Back on Feiling Island, Lu Ping had already seen the 3,000-year-old spirit herb gardens of large sections. Not to mention, the spirit herbs there were all up to Lu Ping's whims. Naturally, this small spirit herb garden was no longer a rare sight. The relic left by Songhai Laozu, in addition to the mountain guarding formation that completely surrounded the entire lonely peak, was also divided into many areas, and each area was separated by a formation. Only by breaking through these formations could one break into a new area. Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping, one with a battle axe and the other with a sword, cooperated with each other. Often, Lu Ping used the Chenglu sword's ability to break formations to first open a hole in the formation shield. And then Tiankong Laozu used the tyrannical power of the mountain splitting axe to expand the gap, gradually forming a gap that was big enough for two people to enter. The two people joined forces and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. It could be described as a rampage. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through the third formation shield. This place looked like a warehouse, but the things inside were not very good. Presumably, they were the things that Songhai Laozu had casually thrown away in the past. Most of them were ordinary magic tools, spiritual materials, and the like. Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu collected these things while asking Linglong's wine cauldron in the core space. "Linglong, there is a large spiritual vein here. Do you have a way to control it first?" Linglong's hands grasped the edge of the wine cauldron and took a deep breath. Suddenly, two streams of rich purple qi flew out from the danxia and entered Linglong's body through Linglong's nostrils. Linglong narrowed her eyes in extreme comfort, like a drug addict. Since Lu Ping had advanced to the peak of core forging, Linglong had become more dependent on Lu Ping's jinqi, and was no longer as picky as before. Hearing Lu Ping's question, she lazily said, "Linglong has no way. Unless you can find a place that is connected to an earth vein, a spirit vein, or a mineral vein. Only then may it be possible to establish a connection with a large spiritual vein along the earth vein. But at most, you can only influence a large spiritual vein. A large spiritual vein is not so easy to control, unless you can find the source of the large spiritual vein." Lu Ping said helplessly, "Then forget it." Lu Ping saw that Tiankong Laozu had already collected everything that could be collected, and the two of them began to crack the fourth protective array. The fourth protective wall was already at the waist of the lone peak. Behind the protective wall floated a dozen or so mystic treasures. Lu Ping scanned through them with his divine will and found that most of them were below the level of spirit connecting mystic treasures. Lu Ping wasn't interested in them at all. On the other hand, Patriarch Tiankong continued to suppress the mystic treasures one by one and put them away. At this time, Linglong said in the core space, "Maybe you can let Debao out and see if he can find anything." Lu Ping said, "These are all mid-Dharma Laozu, and Debao's earth escape may not be able to hide from them. Moreover, these arrays are all over the lonely peak, and the underground has also been infiltrated. Debao will be in great danger if he goes down. What if he cooperates with me?" Linglong made a solemn vow in the core space. Tiankong Laozu put away all the treasures, and turned to see Lu Ping release a fat, gray-skinned rat from the spiritual beast bag at his waist. Tiankong Laozu said in surprise, "This is the spirit-seeking rat under you?" Immediately, Tiankong Laozu continued, "The underground here is also full of prohibitions. Its cultivation is too low, and its strength is too weak. Don't take the risk. It is not easy to train a spirit-seeking rat to this level." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Master. This guy is very cunning, and will never go to dangerous places." Chapter 901. This time, the human and demon clans worked together to excavate vast ocean Laozu's treasure. If there was anyone who was most unwilling, it would be the Songhai sect. The Songhai sect had always regarded vast ocean Laozu's treasure as their own. Therefore, They had been diligently searching for the whereabouts of the thin water-flowing sword. For this reason, the Songhai sect and Songlang sect were reunited. Together with Jinling sect and Xianling sect, they once again formed a tripartite alliance in the North Sea. However, before the Songhai sect could retrieve the long water-flowing sword, the demon clan had somehow confirmed the location of vast ocean Laozu's treasure. This caused the entire Songhai sect to panic. How could the Songhai sect, which had always regarded vast ocean Laozu's treasure as their own, allow others to touch it? Therefore, in the following years of fighting against the demon clan outside Huanyu Island, the demon clan contributed the most. However, the Songhai sect's performance only strengthened the demon clan and the North Sea sect's belief in vast ocean Laozu's treasure. For a time, the North Sea sects, which were originally meant to resist the demon clan, began to have their own plans. Naturally, they all had different ideas about vast ocean Laozu's treasure. The Songhai sect cultivator, who came with Dongyi Laozu, was Zhang Shi's disciple. This disciple was also at the peak of core forging. He was one of the best among the Songhai sect's third-generation disciples. He was also a seedling that the Songhai sect focused on cultivating to advance to the Dharma manifestation stage in the future. Just like how they cultivated Zhang Shi back then, the Songhai sect always liked to place their best disciples in the dark, hoping that they could avoid the eyes of other sects and grow up safely. Dongyi Laozu did not use the thin water-flowing sword. Instead, he used a treasure that looked like an iron medallion. This black iron medallion had 2 words written on it, Tiao Hai. Dongyi Laozu swung the iron medallion in his hand forward. A fine black water rushed out of the medallion, and then split into 9. In the blink of an eye, 9 small holes were drilled into the protective wall in front of them. The 9 holes were distributed in a circular pattern, and after each hole was opened, the protective array formation did not begin to recover. At this moment, a flying sword flew out from Zhang Shi's disciple's hand and slashed at the array formation barrier. It cut through the barrier between the 2 small holes and connected the 2 holes together. Wasn't that flying sword the thin water sword or something else? The disciple slashed out 8 times in a row, cutting through the protective wall between the 9 circular holes. This way the 9 holes formed a hole. Then with a flying kick, the isolated protective wall was kicked away, forming a circular hole. If Lu Ping was here, he would definitely be surprised that not only was this disciple's swordsmanship exquisite, he also seemed to have mastered some secret method. The power of the thin water-flowing sword in his hands far exceeded the power of Lu Ping's flowing sword. However, the amount of vital energy consumed was far less than Lu Ping's. Dongyi Laozu saw the hole open and smiled. This is already the 5th protective wall broken. According to previous estimates, we are already past the halfway point of the mountain. We only need to break through 2 or 3 protective walls to reach the top of the lonely peak. Dongyi Laozu then looked at the disciple wielding the thin water sword and smiled. Zhou Tong, your swordsmanship is getting more and more exquisite. It seems that this time your teacher really came prepared when he recommended you to me. Letting you wield the thin water sword is also the right choice. The disciple called Zhou Tong took back the thin water sword and said, Grand Master, how is my swordsmanship compared to that Lu Xianping? Elder ancestor Dongyi was taken aback. He let out an imperceptible sigh. He turned around and smiled. The path of cultivation is still long. Whoever reaches the end will be the victor. Being strong now doesn't mean you will be strong in the future. Zhou Tong frowned. Dongyi Laozu didn't say it explicitly, but Zhou Tong could hear the meaning in Dongyi Laozu's words. At least for now, he still couldn't compare to that water sword immortal. Dongyi Laozu saw that Zhou Tong's expression didn't ease up, and was afraid that he would have a knot in his heart. This Zhou Tong was one of the top 3rd-generation disciples of Songhai sect. The future of Songhai sect might depend on them. So he said, the cultivation world is full of danger. Those geniuses who die prematurely are never true geniuses. Lu Xianping, this person is too sharp. Zhou Tong naturally understood the meaning in Dongyi Laozu's words. He raised an eyebrow and said, Grand Master, are you saying that someone wants to kill him? Primordial crocodiles Ao Dian, Xianling sect's Feng Shitao. Who doesn't want this future star of Jinling to die? Even the old man will not hesitate to kill him when the time comes. Dong Yilaozu's murderous words made Zhou Tong's heart palpitate. Dong Yilaozu turned to look at Zhou Tong and said, "By the same logic, if there is a chance, you will also be a target for others to kill. So in Founder Songhai's cave abode, it's best that you don't leave his sight." As the two of them walked into the fifth barrier, a dull sound suddenly came from not far away. Dong Yilaozu's footsteps paused. He said in surprise, "Someone is starting to break the fifth barrier? Could it be the demons? They've been preparing for so long. Could it be that the Chonglu sword is really in the hands of the demons?" Zhou Tong saw a spirit-nurturing great artifact floating in the middle of the barrier. He hurried forward to subdue it. After hearing Dong Yilaozu's words, he asked, "Grand Master, what treasures will be in Founder Songhai's cave abode? Why would the demons spend so much time preparing for this?" Dong Yilaozu thought for a moment. He felt that this matter was no longer a secret, so he asked, "Do you know about the 3 treasures of the Songhai?" Zhou Tong looked in surprise at the black metal token in Dong Yilaozu's hand. He said, "This disciple knows. The 3 treasures of the Songhai are the sea transfer token, the Songhai bell, and the cloud sail. They are the 3 spiritual treasures that Founder Songhai used to dominate the North Sea cultivation world." Dong Yilaozu smiled. "That's right. The sea transfer token has always been passed down in our sect. It's in the hands of the old man. Of the other 2, at least the Songhai bell is in this relic. 1 spiritual treasure is enough for the demons to plot for so long. Moreover, Laozu's relic doesn't only have these things. Just the large spirit vein in this lone peak is enough for the sects of the North Sea to fight to the death." As he spoke, Patriarch Dongyi pointed the sea-transferring medallion at the spirit-nurturing Dharma treasure that resembled a horsetail whisk. The violently trembling Dharma treasure suddenly stopped. Zhou Tong took the opportunity to put it away, and heard Patriarch Dongyi say with a laugh, "Your luck is not bad. This Dharma treasure has 7 treasure seals. But we have to speed up. The others are not too far behind us." Zhou Tong used the thin water sword to help Dong Yilaozu continue to break the 6th barrier's restriction. At the same time he asked, "Grand Master, there is one thing that disciple doesn't understand. Since Founder Songhai founded our sect, why is his relic not in our sect, but in a place that even we don't know about?" Zhou Tong's question seemed to make Dong Yilaozu feel very embarrassed. In the end he just said vaguely, "Even our ancestor Laozu didn't know about this. Maybe Founder Songhai had other difficulties." Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping were just about to break the 5th barrier when they heard a roar from afar. Tiankong Laozu frowned and said, "Someone has entered the 5th barrier before us. I don't know if it's the demon race or Songhai sect." Lu Ping frowned and raised the flowing sword. He pierced 2 fist-sized holes in the protective wall that Laozu had cracked. He said, "It should be Songhai sect. I always feel that there is a part of the flowing sword's power that hasn't been unleashed. And this hidden power seems to be specially designed to deal with this relic. Only Songhai sect's inherited secret technique can activate it. That Songhai sect can use the thin water sword's restraining function to the greatest extent. As long as the swordsman isn't too weak, he might be even more powerful than me." Tiankong Laozu nodded and said, "That's nothing." But this time, Dong Yi's arrival reminded the old man of a legend about the magic treasure that Songhai Laozu used to roam the North Sea. Lu Ping blinked and said, "The 3 treasures of the Songhai, the sea transfer order, the Songhai bell and the cloud sail." Tiankong Laozu nodded and said, "Each of these 3 treasures is only a first tribulation spiritual treasure, but when they combine, their power is even greater than a second tribulation spiritual treasure. Among them, only the Songhai bell is Songhai Laozu's true spiritual treasure. It's also the most powerful treasure among the 3 treasures." Lu Ping had heard of the Tianxian sect's Songhai Laozu's 7 folding fans. When they combine, they are more powerful than a second tribulation spiritual treasure. And Songhai Laozu has been planning to make them go through the second thunder tribulation. So when they combine, even a pure yang spiritual treasure that has gone through the third thunder tribulation may not be a match for it. Therefore, When Lu Ping heard Tiankong Laozu mention the three treasures of the Songhai, Lu Ping was not surprised. He just asked, "Martial Uncle Master, do you mean that these three treasures are in Songhai Laozu's inheritance?" Tiankong Laozu shook his head and said, "No. At least the sea transferring order has always been in the hands of Songhai sect. Andongyi Laozu is in charge of the sea transferring order in this generation of Songhai sect. The spiritual treasures in this inheritance may be the Songhai Bell and the Song Yinfan. But it's said that Song Yinfan has been given away by Songhai Laozu. I don't know whether it's true or not." The two broke the sixth barrier. Tiankong Laozu finally smiled and said, "Finally, my luck has changed. I've come across some good things." But as soon as Tiankong Laozu's voice fell, a loud noise came from the other side of this space. Old ancestor Tiankong and Lu Ping looked at each other, and both of them quickly went forward to suppress the two glossy green ghost fires that were chasing each other in midair. Just before the protective wall shattered, old ancestor Tiankong had already put away the ghost spirit fires and started to be on guard against the incoming people. Clatter! The wall was completely destroyed, and two burly men walked into the wall one after another. They happened to see Lu Ping putting away a strange green flame into his space pouch. Chapter 902. So it's fellow Taoist Tiankong. The newcomer laughed, but when he saw the will-o-wisp disappear from Lu Ping's hand, his eyes narrowed. His ferocious aura and loud laughter caused the surrounding walls to vibrate. "Demon King Kong, you seem to have gone in the wrong direction. That's why you're late." Tiankong Laozu smiled. The newcomer was the great whale demon King Kong Jing Laozu. The burly man standing behind him looked very similar to Kong Jing, but his physique was slightly smaller than Kong Jing. Just as Kong Jing and Tiankong Laozu were confronting each other, Kong Jing looked at Lu Ping with surging battle intent. Lu Ping, on the other hand, stood quietly behind old ancestor Tiankong, his deep gaze fixed on monster King Kong Jing. He basically ignored the core forging monster cultivator's provocation. Demon King Kong Jing and old ancestor Tiankong looked at each other silently for a moment. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Demon King Kong Jing's face, and he said, "We have indeed come to the wrong place. Dao friend Tiankong, please forgive us." Tiankong Laozu also smiled and said, "The higher you go, the narrower the lonely peak becomes. It's inevitable that Demon King Kong made a mistake." Kong Jing shifted his gaze to Lu Ping and said, "You must be the famous water sword immortal fellow Taoist Lu Xianping?" Monster King Kong Jing addressed Lu Ping as fellow Taoist, clearly putting Lu Ping on the same level as himself. Although the humans and monsters were enemies, it was precisely because of this that Monster King Kong Jing's words elevated Lu Ping's status even higher. A person's value could only be fully reflected by the opponent's affirmation. Therefore, not only did Lu Ping feel flattered by Kong Jing's action, even Tiankong Laozu was surprised. Lu Ping quickly said, "I don't deserve to be called a fellow Taoist. I am Lu Xianping." Not bad indeed. I just don't know if you can come out of this battle alive. Fellow Taoist Ao Dian has always been thinking about you, little friend." Kong Jing nodded approvingly and said, not bad indeed." After Demon Monarch Kong Jing finished speaking, he actually brought the core forging stage giant whale demon back through the open passageway. Lu Ping drew a hand seal in front of him and slapped it on the protective barrier where Kong Jing and the others had left. The damaged protective barrier that was shrinking instantly doubled in size, and in just a few moments, it was as good as new. This Demon King Kong Jing is quite interesting. He's quite ambitious. Old ancestor Tiankong said thoughtfully as he glanced at the battle technique barrier that Lu Ping had repaired and was in perfect condition. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Grand Uncle Master, what did Kong Jing say to you just now?" Tiankong Laozu looked at Lu Ping in surprise and said, "You can sense our secret voice transmission just now." Lu Ping nodded and said, "I can only sense your conversation, but I can't know what you are talking about." Tiankong Laozu praised, "I didn't expect your divine sense to be no weaker than the old man. No wonder." On the other side of the array formation, after Demon Monarch Kong Jing and the other whale demon passed through the array formation. Demon Monarch Kongjing looked at the rapidly recovering array formation in silence. The moment the barrier wall recovered, Kongjing suddenly said, "You don't seem to be convinced?" The giant whale demon behind Kongjing said, "Father seems to think too highly of Lu Xianping." Kongjing didn't seem surprised at all. He just said indifferently, "You want to challenge him?" The giant whale demon hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Demon Monarch Kongjing walked towards another stronghold. He said coldly, "You're courting death." The giant whale demon's face turned red. Seeing that Demon King Kongjing was about to break the protective formation, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Even if I'm not Lu Xuanping's match, what about Tian Kong? He's just a man who was lucky enough to live for a few years. With father's cultivation at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage, you can definitely defeat Tian Kong. How could you let the two of them take the Jade Phosphorus Ghost fires? Those are two low-grade heaven-level spiritual fires, and they are exactly what the giant whale tribe needs. Why do you think?" Kongjing Laozu stopped the Skyquake hammer he had just taken out, and suddenly turned to look at the giant whale demon behind him. He shouted, "If I try to snatch them, you will be the first to die. How many moves do you think you can take from Lu Xianping?" The giant whale demon was stunned by his father's roar, and could only stare blankly at the giant whale demon king in front of him. Seeing his son like this, Kongjing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This son of mine has been in the deep-sea demon territory for too long. Although his cultivation isn't too bad, it can only be described as not too bad compared to Lu Xianping. His brain is really too simple. It looks like it's time to let him go out and train by himself. Lu Ping controlled the flowing sword to help Tian Kong Laozu expand the small hole in the sixth barrier wall. He said, "From what Kongjing said, it seems that Ao Dian wants to harm me. But why did he warn me like this? Could it be that the giant whale tribe and the primordial giant crocodile are enemies?" Old ancestor Tian Kong shook his head with a smile and said, "It's not a grudge, it's just that the giant whale demon race has thoughts of replacing him. That's why I said that Demon King Kongjing's ambition is not small." Lu Ping was surprised. He said, "The giant whale demon tribe is a match for the primordial giant crocodile? Did Demon King Kongjing discuss this with you, Uncle Master?" Tian Kong Laozu said, "No, this giant whale demon seems to have some kind of detection treasure on him that can detect the traces of the Jade Phosphorus Ghost fire. Previously, these two came for the Jade Phosphorus Ghost fire, but we beat them to it. Kongjing wanted to exchange it with me after this." As he spoke, Laozu's mountain-splitting axe opened a hole in the barrier wall big enough for one person to pass through. He was the first to enter, and Lu Ping followed closely behind. However, just as Laozu stepped into the sixth barrier wall, and Lu Ping was still standing in the fifth barrier wall, two loud explosions sounded from the sixth and fifth barrier wall. Tian Kong Laozu shouted, "Not good, coming quickly." But it was too late. When the two explosions sounded in the two barriers almost simultaneously, Lu Ping already knew that he had fallen into someone else's trap. Sure enough, as soon as Laozu's voice fell, the explosion of spells came from the sixth barrier wall, and the hole in the barrier wall in front of Lu Ping rapidly shrank. Lu Ping looked back and saw Feng Shutao sneering as he rushed out of the broken barrier wall and pounced at Lu Ping. "Feng Shutao, how dare you cooperate with the primordial giant crocodile clan? How will your Xianling sect survive in the North Sea in the future? Will Daoxing forgive you?" Tian Kong Laozu's roar came from the sixth barrier wall, but that didn't stop Feng Shutao from walking towards Lu Ping with a sinister smile on his face. But just as Feng Shutao was thinking about how to deal with this disciple that both Lu Tianling and Jiang Tianlin thought highly of, Feng Shutao's expression suddenly changed. A seven-colored light suddenly rose from Lu Ping's left hand, and he slammed his palm on the edge of the hole. The rapidly shrinking hole suddenly began to expand again, but Lu Ping's right hand shone with a six-colored light and slammed it on the hole again, and the hole expanded even faster. Lu Ping lowered his head and jumped through the hole. Feng Shutao's exasperated howl came from behind. "Seven-colored restriction-breaking talisman? That's impossible." As soon as Lu Ping passed through the hole, Feng Shitao's attack came one after another. The flowing sword in Lu Ping's hand suddenly turned into countless rays of sword light. Each ray of sword light carried a ray of sword light, and they weaved a huge sword net behind him, firmly blocking the hole in the barrier wall. Crackle, crackle! A series of cracking sounds could be heard. The sword net Lu Ping had set up was easily shattered by Feng Shitao. The aftermath of the spell continued to hit Lu Ping's body. At this moment, Lu Ping didn't even have time to activate his protective magic treasure. There was a muffled hum, and Lu Ping's face turned pale. He flew back, but Lu Ping still managed to block Feng Shitao's attack. Then Lu Ping heard Tian Kong Laozu's roar. Laozu's cry was mixed with the roar. Lu Ping turned around and saw Aodian Laozu rolling on the ground. The huge axe was flying back, and Aodian Laozu looked at the axe flying back to Tian Kong Laozu with a face full of fear. This is impossible. How can you have a second tribulation spirit treasure? Aodian Laozu struggled to get up from the ground. Although Tian Kong Laozu's attack made Aodian Laozu look very miserable, it didn't actually do much damage to him. However, the impact of Tian Kong Laozu's mountain axe was too great. In just one exchange, Aodian Laozu and Feng Shitao's carefully planned ambush failed. Not far away, Feng Shitao was about to enter the barrier that Lu Ping had reopened when he heard Aodian Laozu's roar. What second tribulation spirit treasure? Didn't Jinling only have 4 spirit treasures? When did another one appear? And it's even a second tribulation spirit treasure. Could it be that Tianxiang Laozu has given all the spirit treasures that Taishin Laozu inherited to Tian Kong? Feng Shitao's feet stopped moving. Without hesitation, Lu Ping charged at Feng Shitao. As long as he could use the formation to block Feng Shitao, the longer he could delay Feng Shitao in the gap, the more likely this ambush plan by Xianling sect and the primordial crocodile clan would fail. In fact, Tian Kong Laozu might even be able to turn the tables. It was impossible. When Aodian saw the second tribulation spirit treasure in Tian Kong Laozu's hand, he knew that today's plan was not going to succeed. Even if he could kill Lu Xianping, Tian Kong would lose his restraints. With a second tribulation spirit treasure in his hand, besides Dharma adepts, who else on Lone Peak could stop him? Aodian Laozu didn't even look at Feng Shitao, who was charging at Lu Ping to block the gap. He turned around and jumped into the protective formation that he had broken earlier. He even cast a spell that restored the formation to its original state. Seeing that Aodian had retreated, Tian Kong Laozu immediately retracted his aura and came to the side of the hole that Lu Ping was blocking Feng Shitao from entering. He raised his hand and signaled Lu Ping not to block and let Feng Shitao in. Chapter 903. Aodian Laozu did not feel any pressure when he retreated. He had colluded with the human cultivators to plot against the human cultivators. After all, he was just using them as a tool, and he could even cause internal strife among the human race. There was no need for him to feel guilty about anything. It was really difficult for Feng Shitao, who was still trying his best to attack the barrier entrance that was shrinking under Lu Ping's obstruction. He was still planning to attack Tian Kong Laozu, but he did not know that Aodian Laozu had already disappeared without a trace. Aodian, please wait for a moment. The old man will be here soon. Even though Feng Shitao could only use 50 to 60% of his abilities in front of the barrier entrance, Lu Ping was still in danger under Feng Shitao's attack. Seeing Tian Kong Laozu's signal, Lu Ping began to go easy on Aodian. He pretended to be unable to take it anymore, but he used his divine consciousness to seal the entrance to prevent Feng Shitao from discovering that Aodian had retreated. After hearing Feng Shitao's roar, Lu Ping immediately took advantage of the situation. He stomped on the ground and borrowed the momentum from Feng Shitao's impact to throw himself backward. It looked like he was really sent flying by someone. Feng Shitao was overjoyed and rushed in. He shouted, "Aodian, my friend, the old man is here to help you." But what he saw was Lu Ping's mocking and pitiful expression. The mountain-splitting axe had expanded to 30 feet in the sky, and the blade alone took up 2/3 of its length. "Aodian, you've tricked me!" Feng Shitao roared in anger. Tian Kong Laozu's attack was already aimed at Feng Shitao, who was caught off guard. Feng Shutao barely managed to use the happy rod, a first disaster spiritual treasure that Lao Tzu had given him after he had reached the mid-dharma stage. Dang! The sound of metal clashing made Lu Ping want to plug his ears. The merry pestle let out a series of whines as it was sent flying away by the axe. Feng Shutao didn't manage to dodge in time, and blood splashed everywhere. His entire left forearm was cut off by the remaining power of the axe, and the dust that was stirred up by the axe covered the entire space. When the dust settled, there was no trace of Feng Shutao in the sixth barrier. All that was left was a pool of blood on the ground, and a forearm rolling in the dust. Although the fight had been short, both Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping had consumed a large amount of their true origin energy and magic power. Now that the summit of the lone peak was right in front of them, they knew that sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. So, they took elixirs in the stronghold and held spirit stones in their hands to recover. Perhaps it was because when Ao Dian Laozu and Feng Shutao had set up the trap, they didn't take out the treasures in the sixth layer's formation space to make it look more realistic. At least, Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu were relieved to see the spirit sealing box, which had been knocked to the ground by the great fight but hadn't been broken. Tiankong Laozu opened the spirit sealing box, and his eyes lit up. Then, under Lu Ping's curious gaze, he threw one of the items into Lu Ping's hands and said, "Let's keep these 2 items for ourselves. One for each of us." Lu Ping took the item that looked like a scroll. It seemed to be a charm, but Lu Ping didn't know what it was. So he looked at Tiankong Laozu with an inquisitive look. Tiankong Laozu was pouring his true origin energy into the same scroll. Tiankong Laozu saw that Lu Ping didn't know what it was, so he explained, "This is called a cloning charm. You only need to pour your true origin energy into it and activate it with your divine will. Then, you can turn it into an outer body clone with the same appearance as you. Although it doesn't have intelligence and can only attack crazily, and it doesn't have any magical power, it can be a good shield in a crisis. It can save your life." Lu Ping looked at the talisman in his hand with surprise. The blue-purple true origin in his hand surged out, and he poured his own true origin into the talisman. Although the clone talisman could only be used once and had many restrictions, it was still a life-saving technique. Furthermore, judging from the 7-colored light on the surface of the talisman, the value of this clone talisman was most likely not inferior to that of the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Because of the battle just now and the refining of this cloning charm, a lot of time had passed. After the 2 of them recovered, they began to break the 7th barrier. This was the last barrier on Lonely Peak. After breaking the 7th barrier, they would reach the top of Lonely Peak. In the 7th barrier, Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu had just put away a spirit-raising magic weapon. Lu Ping seemed to hear something and hesitated slightly. Tiankong Laozu saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Lu Ping nodded and patted his chest. Linglong's wine cauldron flew out of the core space. Tiankong Laozu saw this wine cauldron was a novelty, but he was not surprised. He said, "This is the spirit treasure wine cauldron you subdued in Yingtian Dojo?" Linglong was well behaved. She knew that the person in front of her was a powerful cultivator. She stood up on the edge of the wine cauldron and said, "Linglong greets Laozu." Lu Ping knew that they had wasted enough time, so he asked, "Linglong, did you find anything?" Linglong reached out and patted, and the wine cauldron fell from midair. After a while, Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu both noticed the abnormality below. "I didn't expect there to be a mineral vein here." When Tiankong Laozu saw Linglong's wine cauldron fall to the ground, he immediately noticed the movement of the earth veins under his feet. Tiankong Laozu cultivated the 5th Earth True Body technique, which was one of the 5 true skills of Jinling, so he was extremely sensitive to the changes of the earth veins. Soon, he found that there was a mini mineral vein hidden in the ground under his feet. Lu Ping explained with a smile, "Linglong is not actually doing this for this mineral vein. She can use this mineral vein to explore the direction of the Lone Peak's earth veins. From there, she can determine the location of the Lone Peak's spirit vein, and to a certain extent, exert influence on the spirit vein. The earth veins often formed a huge underground network underground. Whether it was the spirit vein, the spirit stone vein, or the spirit material vein, they were all inextricably linked to the earth veins. Linglong could directly trace the direction of the earth veins through these extended relationships, and to a certain extent, she could also sort out the earth veins. Tian Kong Laozu immediately understood that Lu Ping was thinking about the large spirit vein in the Lone Peak. At this time, Linglong suddenly climbed out of the wine cauldron and said, "Ah, De Bao seems to have found the spirit vein, but he himself is trapped by the broken restriction formation deep underground." Lu Ping was shocked and said, "How is it? Is there any danger?" Linglong frowned and said, "I'll try." After saying that, the whole wine cauldron began to rotate above the ground, and below the wine cauldron was the location of the mini-mineral vein. Lu Ping's divine sense could only go down a few dozen feet with the earth vein, and then it could not go any further. However, Tian Kong Laozu's face was full of surprise. When Lu Ping looked down, he saw that the part of Tian Kong Laozu's feet that was in contact with the ground had been covered by a layer of yellow fifth earth true essence. In just a moment, Linglong breathed a sigh of relief and climbed out and said, "Thanks to Laozu's help, Linglong, and De Bao also has a 3-colored restriction breaking talisman on him. He has broken free from the broken restriction formation." Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but then he heard Linglong said, "Someone on the Lone Peak has reached the peak first." As soon as Linglong's voice fell, a deafening sound of metal suddenly exploded. Dang! Linglong, who was clinging to the edge, fell into the wine cauldron, and even Tian Kong Laozu and Lu Ping were shocked by the sudden sound of the bell. Fortunately, both of them were extraordinary cultivators. Tian Kong Laozu was the first to wake up, and then Lu Ping also shook his head hard. "The sea bell has been rung." Tian Kong Laozu held the mountain-splitting axe in his hand tightly and walked towards the 7th layer of the barrier. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Martial uncle, since the sea bell has been rung, it proves that there is more than one clan that issued the sea bell. I'm afraid the sea bell has already caused a fight, so we don't have to worry." Tian Kong Laozu nodded and said, "Even so, we have to be here, or we won't even be qualified to covet the sea bell." Rumble! The mountain-splitting axe fiercely smashed towards the 7th layer of the barrier, and Lu Ping's flowing sword followed closely behind. But this time, both of them left a way out, as they were afraid that they would be surrounded by the people on the peak the moment they broke through the barrier. Although the 7th layer of the barrier was stronger than the previous few layers, for the two of them, it was only a matter of time. However, just as the two of them broke through the barrier, dang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, Tian Kong Laozu and Lu Ping were prepared, but they still had a splitting headache from the sound of the bell. The sound of the bell was too coincidental, and Tian Kong Laozu and Lu Ping did not dare to be careless. They endured the waves of attacks from their divine senses, and took out the mountain-splitting axe and fated person in autumn waters. Unexpectedly, no one took the opportunity to enter the barrier to launch a sneak attack. On the contrary, on the peak outside the barrier, the roar of the chaotic battle became louder. Tian Kong Laozu was the first to walk out of the barrier, and Lu Ping followed closely behind. In the middle of the peak, a huge bronze bell was suspended in the air. The huge body of the bell was engraved with countless mysterious runes and wave-like carvings. It was the legendary Sea Bell. At this time, fighting around the Sea Bell were Dongyi Laozu of the Blue Sea Sect, Aodian Laozu of the Primordial Giant Crocodile Clan, Demon King Kong Jing of the Giant Whale Demon Clan, and Haihun Laozu of the Sea Flame Sect. The 4 Mid-Dharma Laozu were fighting together, and each of them had a First Tribulation spiritual treasure in their hands. In terms of cultivation, Demon King Kong Jing was the most profound, but in terms of strength, Dongyi Laozu of the Blue Sea Sect was the first to reach the peak with the Sea Transferring Order, and was the first to ring the Sea Bell. Through the Sea Transferring Order and the Chonglu Sword, he had already gained some support from the sea. Haihun Laozu had an easy journey, even though he did not have the Thin Water Sword, nor did he have the full preparation of the Demon Clan, nor did he have the powerful spiritual treasure of Jinling. He was the third person to reach the peak. At that time, Ao Dian had already fought with Dong Yi Laozu. Even though Hai Hun Laozu also coveted the Sea Bell, at this time, he had no choice but to join forces with Dong Yi Laozu in an attempt to expel Ao Dian. Unexpectedly, at this time, Kong Jing Laozu suddenly attacked, and the whole scene suddenly became chaotic. Kong Jing Laozu took advantage of the chaos to ring the Sea Bell. To everyone's surprise, Patriarch Kong Jing also gained part of the Songhai Bell's recognition, and he rang the bell for the second time. Chapter 904. Among the three treasures of the Songhai, only the Songhai Bell was Laozu's natal spiritual treasure. Half of the reason why the three treasures of the Songhai were so famous was due to the Songhai Bell. Among the three treasures of the Songhai, the sea transfer token was good at attacking, the cloud sail was good at defending, and only the Songhai Bell was really good at attacking and defending. However, what really made the Songhai Bell famous was the battle when Mara besieged the Songhai sect more than 10,000 years ago. After the establishment of the Songhai sect, Laozu wandered in the North Sea. His whereabouts were always uncertain. All the affairs of the Songhai sect were taken care of by his friends and followers, but he rarely cared about the situation of the Songhai sect. After that, the calamity of Mo Luo broke out. At that time, the calamity of Mo Luo targeted the newly established Azure Sea sect. The Songhai sect was in an emergency. The cultivators of the Songhai sect had no choice but to ask Songhai Laozu for help and ignite the talisman left by Songhai Laozu. When Songhai Laozu received the news, the Songhai sect was already in danger. At the critical moment, Songhai Laozu came from overseas alone, with the cloud sail as defense and the sea transfer token as attack. He used the thin water-long stream sword to kill all the way through Mara's encirclement and returned to the Songhai sect. The morale of the Songhai sect was greatly boosted. In this battle, there were 5 or 6 blood Mara, and above that died in the hands of Songhai Laozu, and there were countless other major and minor repairs. However, not only was the encirclement of Mara not lifted, but more and more reinforcements surrounded the Songhai sect even tighter. Just when the Songhai sect began to be filled with an atmosphere of helplessness, Songhai Laozu made a move again. The huge Songhai Bell floated above the sect protection array of the Songhai sect. Just when the Songhai sect and Mara who surrounded the Songhai sect were at a loss, the Songhai Bell suddenly rang. Dang! The loud sound shook almost 1,000 miles. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the ocean bell. All the Asuras who probed the sea bell with their divine senses were all shaken by the sudden ringing of the sea bell, and their divine senses were all injured. The more serious ones even turned into idiots, and some even bled to death from their 7 orifices. However, this was not what Sim was afraid of. The most terrifying thing was the reaction of the demonic cultivators, hidden among the Asuras when the sea bell rang. Mara was originally one body, but the number of demonic cultivators was usually far less than the Asura. However, the damage caused by demonic cultivators was not much less than the Asura, and the true reason why demonic cultivators were able to cause fear in the cultivation world was because of their insane innate ability to devour souls. Devil cultivators were born with tyrannical soul remembrance and were extremely aggressive. They often killed people without even realizing it. Moreover, they were often the eyes and ears of the Shura, and could often cause the Shura to display several times the damage, be it human or demon cultivators. When faced with the soul-devouring abilities of fiendish cultivators or blood fiends, they would usually choose to retreat. In all the previous disasters of Mara, the demonic cultivators did not cause as much damage as the Asuras, but the fear they caused was far greater than the demonic cultivators. However, the moment the sea bell rang, the ones who suffered the most were not the Asuras, but the demonic cultivators hiding among the Asuras. Countless sharp screams came one after another, and the black fog that wrapped around the demonic cultivators collapsed in midair. Within a radius of 30 miles, almost no demonic cultivators survived, including 3 blood Shuras and 1 jade Shura. Dang! The second sea bell rang, and within a radius of 50 miles, Only 2 jade demonic cultivators escaped with serious injuries. As for the remaining 5 blood demonic cultivators, 3 of their heads exploded on the spot, and the remaining 2 died silently. Dang! When the third sea bell rang, within a radius of 100 miles, hundreds of ordinary demonic cultivators were killed or injured. In addition to the number of dead and injured Shuras, after the third sea bell rang, the tens of thousands of Mara cultivators, who had besieged the Blue Sea sect for nearly a month, collapsed on the spot, and the siege of the Blue Sea sect was easily resolved by Ocean Laozu in such a shocking way. However, the strange thing was that although the Sea Bell was a powerful first calamity spiritual treasure, it should not have such a strong power. Ocean Laozu had also fought with others, but the Sea Bell had never exerted such great power again. It was not until Ocean Laozu fought with Mara several times that the Sea Bell finally regained its power in the Blue Sea sect when facing demonic cultivators. Only then did Ocean Laozu realize that the originally strong power of the Sea Bell was actually directed towards demonic cultivators. In the process of forging his own natal spiritual treasure, Ocean Laozu might have added some strange spiritual materials, or he might have unintentionally catered to some secret recipe. In short, the Sea Bell possessed a special technique that could cause great harm to demonic cultivators, and even Ocean Laozu himself could not explain the reason for this mutation. After the Battle of the Blue Sea sect, in order to resist the calamity of Mara, the cultivation world of the North Sea once had a craze of forging clock-type magic treasures. However, there had never been a treasure like the Sea Bell. Because of this, the value of the Sea Bell was even more obvious. Unfortunately, Ocean Laozu's whereabouts were uncertain. In the end, no one knew where he went, and the Sea Bell also disappeared with him until Ocean Laozu's cave abode rose strangely from the bottom of the Earth Island. As Ocean Laozu's natal spiritual treasure, the Sea Bell was naturally not something that anyone could ring. The Blue Sea sect, where Dongi Laozu came from, regarded itself as the inheritor of Ocean Laozu. It also had the sea transferring token, one of the 3 treasures of the sea, and Ocean Laozu's usual flying sword, the thin water sword, could ring the Sea Bell was naturally not surprising. However, Kongjing Laozu could also ring the Sea Bell. What was going on? Dongi Laozu looked at Kongjing Laozu with a livid face. The sea-transferring token in his hand led several streams of water in the void, rushing towards Kongjing Laozu from different directions. Kongjing Laozu laughed loudly. With the Skyquake hammer in his hand, he countered without showing any signs of weakness. The two immediately fell into a stalemate. Aodian Laozu and Haihun Laozu saw that Dongi Laozu and Kongjing Laozu were suddenly fighting without a care in the world. Unexpectedly, the two tacitly did not make a move. Instead, they hit the Sea Bell floating in the sky at the same time. Poof! Poof! 2 muffled sounds were heard. Although the Sea Bell was continuously shaken by the two's continuous attacks, the sound was not like a bell being struck. It was more like a fart. Aodian Laozu turned to Kongjing, who was fighting with Dongi Laozu, and said, "Kong-san, what is going on? How can you ring the Sea Bell?" Kongjing laughed and said, "This is no secret. Sea Laozu is a senior of my giant whale demon clan. The Sea sect is a natal spiritual treasure that Sea Laozu painstakingly refined. As a descendant of the giant whale demon clan, I am naturally qualified to inherit the Sea Bell." What? Sea Laozu was actually a demon clan cultivator, and a giant whale demon clan cultivator at that? Not only Aodian Laozu and Haihun Laozu, but even Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping, who had just entered the mountain peak from the stronghold, were also in disbelief. The founder of the Sea sect, Laozu, was actually a demon cultivator. Could there be a bigger joke in the North Sea cultivation world than this? Almost everyone's eyes were on Dongi Laozu, who was fighting with Dongi Laozu. Dongi Laozu's face was livid, and the spiritual treasure in his hand was being wielded more and more fiercely, but he did not refute Kongjing. Haihun Laozu hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Taoist Dongi, is Kong Demon King's words false?" Dongi Laozu's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He looked at Kongjing Laozu coldly and said, My sect's ancestral spiritual treasure is not something you can lay a finger on. Dong Yi Laozu did not directly answer Hai Hun Laozu's question, but everyone present was smart and had already believed most of Kong Jing Laozu's words. Ao Dian Laozu suddenly turned around and asked, Kong San, did you also reveal to him about the sea sect's ancestral spiritual treasure? Kong Jing Laozu denied and said, Taoist Ao, please be careful with your words. I did not know about the sea sect's ancestral spiritual treasure beforehand. Ao Dian Laozu said angrily, Bullshit. If you did not deliberately tell your son when he was passing by, how would he know about the ancestral spiritual treasure? Kong Jing's face changed, and he said, Ao Chuang dared to pry into our clan's secret. Taoist Ao Dian, is this Ao Chuang's idea alone, or the primordial giant crocodile clan's idea? Ao Dian Laozu was stunned. He did not expect Kong Jing to unintentionally use his words against him. He could only say angrily, You were the one who did not pay attention to your words and others heard it. Who can you blame for this? Demon King Kong Jing snorted coldly and jumped up to ring the sea bell again. But he was held back by Dong Yi Laozu. Although Demon King Kong Jing's strength was slightly better than Dong Yi Laozu, there was a limit to his strength. In front of Dong Yi Laozu's mutually destructive fighting style, his hands and feet were tied. Although the sea bell could not be sounded by anyone other than the sea sect and the giant whale demon clan, it did not mean that the sea bell could not be subdued by outsiders. It was just that the difficulty of subduing it was higher than the difficulty of these two. Tian Kong Laozu was about to enter the battlefield with the mountain-splitting axe in his hand, but Lu Ping unexpectedly grabbed his sleeve and said, Grand Master, please wait. Now is not a good time to intervene. Tian Kong Laozu was a little confused and said, If we don't intervene now, I'm afraid the sea bell will be taken by others. Lu Ping gestured towards the group of four and said, Grand Marshal Uncle, I'm afraid these people already know that you have a second tribulation spirit treasure. In terms of strength, I'm afraid Grand Marshal Uncle is the strongest. However, none of them can do anything to each other. If you intervene now, they will definitely join forces to deal with you first. Lu Ping nodded and said, Grand Marshal Uncle, I'm afraid these people already know that you have a second tribulation spirit treasure. Tian Kong Laozu pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked with a smile, Boy, do you have any plans? Lu Ping chuckled and said, Anyway, no one is willing to let Grand Marshal Uncle obtain the ocean bell. It's not only because you're obviously stronger than the others, but also because no one here is willing to see the sect's strength grow any further. If Grand Marshal Uncle forcefully interferes, you'll definitely be surrounded and attacked. So, why don't we go and take the spirit vein first? Lu Ping smiled and said, No matter what, no one is willing to let you obtain the ocean bell. Tian Kong Laozu said in a low voice, It is not just these few people who have entered the sea treasure. The other sects and the demon clan have not shown themselves yet. So it seems that there are even more people who want to take this spirit vein. Lu Ping said in a small voice, Grand Master, you have forgotten that we have a spy on the inside. Together with Linglong's strength, even if this spirit vein cannot be completely taken by our sect, we can still get a large portion. Tian Kong Laozu slapped his forehead and said, That's right, that spirit-seeking mouse of yours. Chapter 905. Dong Yi Laozu, Kong Jing Laozu, Ao Dian Laozu and Hai Hun Laozu, who were in the midst of a chaotic battle, saw that Tian Kong Laozu and Lu Ping had only stopped nearby for a short while before leaving. The four of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The power of a second tribulation spiritual treasure was simply too great. Where did Jinling obtain this second tribulation spiritual treasure? It was rumored that Jinling only had 4 spiritual treasures throughout the tens of thousands of years of history. However, among these 4 spiritual treasures, only the one that Tianxiang Laozu controlled was a second tribulation spiritual treasure. The other 3 were all first tribulation spiritual treasures. Where did the spiritual treasure in Tian Kang's hands come from? Although Kong Jing Laozu and Ao Dian Laozu were plotting against each other just now, at this moment, they looked at each other. The increase in Jinling's power was equivalent to the increase in the power of the human practitioners. The increase in the power of the human practitioners actually meant that the power of the demon clan was relatively weaker. On the other hand, Dongyi Laozu and Haihun Laozu knew that when the various sects of the North Sea were excavating the Yingtian temple, Jiang Tianlin had forcibly taken away a spiritual treasure. However, the original form of the spiritual treasure was a wine cup. With one look, they could tell that it was a first tribulation spiritual treasure. It was completely different from the one in Tiankong Laozu's hands. However, didn't this mean that Jinling already had 6 spiritual treasures, and 2 of them were second tribulation spiritual treasures? Dongyi Laozu and Haihun Laozu also looked at each other worriedly. Jinling's increasing power had caused these 2 sects to feel a deep sense of danger. How confident are you? Tiankong Laozu asked Lu Ping as he walked towards the back of the lone peak. In the distance, there were 2 consecutive sounds of the protective barrier being broken. This meant that at least 2 more mid-Dharma adepts had entered the peak. Lu Ping did not directly answer Tiankong Laozu's question. Instead he said, "There are already people at the source of the spiritual vein. They seem to be setting up a great array to guide the spiritual vein." Tiankong Laozu's heart tightened, and he said, "Leave quickly." Just as they were about to reach the source of the spirit vein, Tiankong Laozu suddenly raised his hand and stopped. Just as Lu Ping was wondering what was going on, a chaotic battle suddenly broke out at the source of the spirit vein. Lu Ping was stunned. His luck was too bad. Could it be that this trip to the vast sea inheritance was going to be fruitless? Angry roars and curses came from afar. Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu were both stunned and thought to themselves, "Feng Shitao is there too." At this moment, the 2 of them moved their divine sense and tacitly hid their auras in a small forest beside them. Immediately after, a beam of light flashed across the sky and descended towards the small forest. It was none other than Feng Shitao. At this moment, Feng Shitao was in an extremely sorry state. Not only was his entire left arm missing, but the merry pestle around him was also moving up and down. It was obvious that the inner yuan in Feng Shitao's body was in turmoil. It seemed that this fellow had suffered at the source of the spirit vein again. Without another word, Tiankong Laozu picked up the mountain-splitting axe and swung it at Feng Shitao. By the time Feng Shitao realized that something was wrong, the mountain-splitting axe had already reverted to its original size of 3 feet in midair. Feng Shitao looked like he had seen a ghost. However, this time was not like the time when he was in the protective barrier. Feng Shitao turned around and ran, but he was hit in the middle of his back by a misty white light. Feng Shitao suddenly realized that the inner yuan in his body had suddenly calmed down. He was a little happy at first, but he realized that the inner yuan had completely calmed down. Even if he wanted to use it, he could not. Feng Shitao panicked and used his cultivation method with all his might. The layer of white light covering his body peeled off like chips. Feng Shitao immediately felt that his body had returned to its original state. However, the inner yuan in his body had suddenly become turbulent again. This was even worse than when his inner yuan had been in a state of turbulence. Puchi, for streams of blood flowed out from his nose and ears. But Feng Shitao did not have the time to care about that. Even though it had only been a split second since he was hit by Lu Ping's white lotus misty light, that split second was enough for the mountain-splitting axe to once again bring Feng Shitao within its attack range. Feng Shitao was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. The wound on his left arm, which had already stopped bleeding, suddenly sprayed out a stream of blood. Feng Shitao looked even weaker and paler than before, but he took advantage of the blood to cast the blood escape secret art. He blocked the mountain-splitting axe for a moment with his staff, allowing Feng Shitao to escape the attack's range. Even so, the light brought about by the mountain-splitting axe had already sliced through the protective aura around Feng Shitao. Feng Shitao spat out a mouthful of blood, and the speed of his blood escape instantly doubled. A moment later, he crashed into the protective wall of the formation. Tiankong Laozu looked at the protective barrier, which was still shaking but not damaged at all, and said, "So this protective barrier is only meant for people who go up the mountain. If you go down the mountain and go in the opposite direction, it will be fine." No wonder Feng Shitao and Ao Dian were able to join forces to attack us. These two must have secretly worked together to break through the barrier and get ahead of us. Lu Ping could not help but feel a little dejected when he saw that he had not been able to kill Feng Shitao this time. However, Tian Kong Laozu laughed and said, "How can a mid-Dharma adept be killed so easily? To be able to severely injure Feng Shitao this time was already beyond my expectations. Previously, when Feng Shitao and Ao Dian joined forces, the one they really wanted to kill was you." Seeing that Lu Ping was deep in thought, Tian Kong Laozu continued, "However, Feng Shitao will definitely not have it easy this time. The light from the numinous artifact pierced his body, and it will probably take him at least 10 years to recover. Furthermore, he had one of his arms chopped off earlier. Even if the injuries he suffered are not as severe as the old man's, they have at least damaged his core, which has ruined his last hope of advancing to the late Dharma stage." Lu Ping and Tian Kong Laozu saw that Feng Shitao had escaped and knew that they would not be able to catch up to him even if they chased after him. Thus, the two of them headed towards the source of the spirit vein. Previously, the two of them had tried to kill Feng Shitao, and it was likely that the people there had heard the commotion. However, they did not know if the two of them would end up like Feng Shitao. "Are you Taoist Tian Kong?" A gentle voice came from the source of the spirit vein. Tian Kong Laozu was taken aback and said, "Brother Yujin, why are you here?" As they spoke, Tian Kong Laozu and Lu Ping had already arrived at the source of the spirit vein. There were more than 10 practitioners there, and there were humans and demons. There were also 4 Dharma adepts, and one of them was the leader of the Yujin sect, Laozu Yujin Laozu. "Brother Yujin, why didn't you fight for the vast ocean bell, and instead came here?" Songhai Laozu glanced at the 2 demon Dharma adepts at the side. One was at the mid-Dharma stage, while the other was only at the early Dharma stage. Although the entry to the vast ocean treasure this time had stipulated that each clan was only allowed to send 1 mid-Dharma adept and 1 core forging disciple, some clans were obviously not strong enough and could only send out early Dharma adepts. It seemed that this demon practitioner was the demon king of one of the weaker clans, and the other mid-Dharma human adept did not belong to any of the major clans, but was a famous lone practitioner in the North Sea, known as Xiang Lu Laozu. Yujin Laozu laughed and said, "It's a fierce battle there, and I'm not strong enough. Even if I get the vast ocean bell, I'll be a target for everyone, so I don't want to get involved." Besides, even with Brother Tian Kang's power as a second tribulation spirit treasure, he didn't fight for the vast ocean bell, let alone a small clan like the Yujin sect. "I might as well come here and get some benefits first." Mara's calamity was growing day by day, and the vast ocean bell was used to ward off Mara's calamity and protect the sect's legacy. But Yujin Laozu had given up on it without hesitation. Even Tian Kong Laozu had been persuaded by Lu Ping at that time, and he had only made this decision after much hesitation. Such decisiveness had really impressed Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked down at the ground. The spirit veins were bound by the veins of the earth. Because the lone peak was narrow, the source of the spirit veins was more concentrated, unlike when Lu Ping was at the peak of Failing Mountain, where the spirit veins were unusually scattered. On the ground, there was a huge unfinished guiding formation, which actually covered more than half of the spirit veins on the peak. Seeing that Lu Ping and Tian Kong Laozu were looking at the guiding formation, Yujin Laozu smiled and explained, "The spirit vein on this lone peak is indeed a large spirit vein, and this large spirit vein is about the size of 15 medium spirit veins. Previously, Xianling sect's Feng Shitao arrived first, so he used the formation to encircle 10 medium spirit veins, which happened to be a complete large spirit vein. After that, many Taoists from various sects and demon cultivators arrived one after another. This Feng Shitao was quite an interesting fellow. Relying on the fact that he came first, he refused to let go of the 10 medium spirit veins, and demanded a share of the remaining 5 medium spirit veins. In the end, he incurred the wrath of the crowd, so we had no choice but to work together and expel him." Old ancestor Tian Kong and Lu Ping scolded Feng Shitao in their hearts when they heard that. In front of so many heroes, A person who had lost an arm and his strength was greatly reduced still wanted to take everything for himself. One had to admit that Xianling sect had been arrogant for thousands of years in the North Sea, thinking that everyone should give in to them. Little did they know that Xianling sect was already on the decline, and only Dao Sheng Laozu's name was left to deter the sects in the North Sea. Otherwise, Xianling sect might not even be as strong as Songhai sect. At this time, Xianglo Laozu suddenly said, "Flying Feather sect's fellow Taoist Huayu was also here. But when we surrounded Feng Shutao, he left on his own." Xianglo Laozu's meaning was very clear. He hoped that Jinling would not hog all the spirit veins like Xianling sect did. Tiankong Laozu laughed and said, "Our sect is not as greedy as Xianling sect. We only want 5 of the mid-sized spirit veins." As soon as Tiankong Laozu finished speaking, the faces of the crowd changed again. However, Jinling was not like Xianling sect. That was the true number 1 sect in the North Sea. The mid-Dharma stage demon cultivator was not like the human cultivators. He was the first to jump out and said, "Jinling is not a good person either. What right does Jinling have to hog a third of the spirit veins in the vast sea treasure?" Tiankong Laozu's face changed. He said, "Because of this." With that, he swung the mountain-splitting axe in his hand at the mid-Dharma stage demon cultivator. Chapter 906. How powerful was a second disaster spirit treasure? The mid-Dharma demon cultivator in front of him, who also wielded the only first disaster spirit treasure of his race, clearly had a deep understanding of this. With just 3 strikes, he was already at a complete disadvantage, and he could only use all his skills to defend himself. The other early Dharma demon king, who had come with this demon cultivator, was about to step forward to help. But unexpectedly, a pair of flying swords had already been handed over to Tiankong Laozu the moment he attacked. Lu Ping had condensed the 6 sets of sword techniques of the North Sea Wave Listening Technique into a brand new magic talisman in the Danxia Purple Aura. In addition, Lu Ping had refined the Thunder Calamity Water to push his level of training to the peak of the core forging stage. His abilities had more than doubled. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the early Dharma primordial fierce crocodile with just 1 strike. Lu Ping's earlier surprise attack had given him the upper hand, and he had forced the Demon King to retreat. When the Demon King saw clearly that the person he was fighting was Lu Xianping, who had recently become very famous in the North Sea training world, he was also shocked, and for some reason, he began to panic. It was just that this early Dharma Demon King was obviously not someone that the unintelligent primordial fierce crocodile could compare to. Although this person's race was not considered prominent, and he had entered the Dharma stage later than the Golden Serpent Island Lord, he was still a well-known member of the demon clan, and his level of training was not considered weak among the demon cultivators of the same level. After withstanding Lu Ping's storm-like attacks, the Demon King was also embarrassed into anger. Although the person in front of him had a fierce reputation for defeating and even killing Dharma adepts of a higher level, it did not mean that every early Dharma adept could be trampled on by him. The Demon King roared angrily, and with a special magic, he directly hit Lu Ping's beautiful autumn dew sword so hard that it almost flew out of his hand. Lu Ping didn't expect the Demon King in front of him to be someone who had mastered the innate great divine ability. He almost failed miserably. Lu Ping's recent challenges against Dharma adepts had been too smooth, so smooth that he had almost forgotten himself. If not for the fact that he had advanced to the pinnacle of the core forging stage, this unknown Dharma Demon King in front of him might have even used his special ability to injure Lu Ping. Lu Ping's divine sense was strong, so he quickly controlled the twin flying swords from afar. Then, he unleashed more than 100 sword strikes to nullify the Monster King's innate great skill. However, the Monster King managed to regain the upper hand. Now both sides were back on the same starting line. Ha! The Monster King roared angrily, and a huge seahorse avatar floated in the air, glaring at Lu Ping like a tiger watching its prey. "Help me, I agree with what Brother Tiankong has said." Lu Ping and the Demon King were both stunned. When they turned to look, They saw that the battle between Tiankong Laozu and the Mid-Dharma Demon King had already ended. From the Demon King's slightly disheveled expression, it was obvious that he had been defeated by Tiankong Laozu. When the Demon King looked behind Lu Ping, he did not know when the Jade Sword Sect's Jade Sword Laozu was already standing in a position to help Lu Ping. It was obvious that if Lu Ping showed any signs of losing, Jade Sword Laozu would step in to help. The Demon King glared fiercely at Lu Ping, his eyes burning with the desire to fight. However, in the end, he had no choice but to retreat to where the Mid-Dharma Demon King was. Tiankong Laozu smiled and nodded in the direction of Jade Sword Laozu. Jade Sword Laozu also smiled and walked back to the position he had occupied earlier. Since Brother Ran Liang has no objections, these 5 medium spirit veins will be taken by our sect. Tiankong Laozu said to Jade Sword Laozu, "Brother Jade Sword, how many do you intend to take?" Jade Sword Laozu turned and looked into the distance. Another 2 Dharma adepts were rushing over. He understood Tiankong Laozu's good intentions, so he smiled and said, "2. I only need 2 medium spirit veins." 2 demon kings had yielded. Jade Sword Laozu was obviously in cahoots with Jinling. The lone practitioner, Laozu Xianglu, naturally did not want to offend these 2 sections. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "I am just a lone practitioner. I only need 1 medium spirit vein." Even Huayu Laozu, who had returned with Linggu Sect's Nanyan Laozu, could only watch unwillingly as Jinling began to set up the spirit drawing formation, drawing all 5 medium spirit veins into the formation. At this time, another mid-Dharma adept had also rushed over. It was Chongming Sect's Santan Laozu. With Jade Sword Laozu and Tiankong Laozu as support, they also drew 2 medium spirit veins. Just like that, Jinling's side alone had 9 medium spirit veins. Of the remaining 6, Xianglu Laozu had 1, Huayu Laozu had 1, Nanyan Laozu had 1, and the 2 demon kings had 3. As for the core forging adepts, in front of these Dharma adepts, they did not have the slightest bit of weight. They were like children without the support of adults. They could only watch as the other sects divided up the benefits. Tiankong Laozu looked at Lu Ping. Seeing that Lu Ping had nodded, he then turned to Jade Sword Laozu and Santan Laozu, who had already finished setting up the drawing formation, and said, "My 2 friends, please go ahead first. I will activate the formation later." Santan Laozu had a puzzled look on his face, but he heard Jade Sword Laozu say, "That's good too. We will first draw this spirit vein away." As the earth shook and the mountains swayed, the 4 medium spirit veins began to move continuously through the earth veins. In an instant, they had already left the spirit vein on the lone peak. However, it was unknown how long it would take for these 4 spirit veins to reach the mountain gates of Yujian Sect and Chongming Sect. And the drawing formation that was set up between the 2 sects would also consume more resources as time passed. Jinling drew the most spirit veins, so it would take the longest time to activate the drawing formation, not to mention the time it would take for the spirit veins to move in the earth veins. At this time, Xianglu Laozu also began to activate the drawing formation. The other sects were also nearing the end of setting up the drawing formation. When old ancestor Tiankong saw this, he placed the 5 supreme-grade spirit stones in the center of the guiding formation, according to the positions of the 5 spirit veins. The entire formation was instantly activated and started to circulate the formation with a commotion that was even more terrifying than when Jade Sword Sect and Chongming Sect activated the formation. At this time, the other sects also began to activate their drawing formation. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, Lu Ping stood there motionlessly. If someone were to pay close attention to his face, they would see that rays of light blue light flashed across his face, and Lu Ping's entire face looked darker and darker. The entire lone peak shook for nearly 10 minutes before it gradually calmed down. Although the entire peak, which was originally full of spirit qi, was still filled with extremely thick spirit qi. This spirit qi was like water without a source, a tree without roots. Without the support of the spirit veins, this spirit qi would eventually dissipate between heaven and earth. Huayu Laozu of the Feiyu sect and Nanyan Laozu of the Linggu sect left in a hurry after the spirit veins were activated. After that, The two demon kings also left quietly. Xiang Lu Laozu, on the other hand, greeted Tian Kong Laozu and the others. Tian Kong Laozu was naturally very polite to Xiang Lu Laozu, a Dharma adept who was born as a rogue practitioner. Only Yujin Laozu and Santan Laozu were left. The two of them seemed to have something to discuss with Tian Kong Laozu. Brother Tian Kong, are you not interested in the sea bell? Santan Laozu saw that Yujin Laozu had spoken first, so he said directly, Brother Tian Kong, if the three of us join forces, there is a high possibility that we can compete with the others. Tian Kong Laozu laughed bitterly and said, this time, I'm afraid I'll have to implicate the two of you. As he said that, he told the two of them about Lu Ping's analysis. He said, I didn't expect that this time, I brought a second tribulation spiritual treasure, but I became the target of everyone. Now whether it is the demon clan or the Blue Sea sect, the other cultivators, they don't want the sea bell to fall into the hands of our sect. If the two of you appear with me, we will definitely face attacks from both the demon clan and the human clan. Yujin Laozu and Santan Laozu both felt that it was a pity. However, it seemed that the two of them had not given up and still wanted to try their luck. After bidding farewell to Tian Kong Laozu and Santan, they headed towards the direction where the battle was going on. After the two of them left, old ancestor Tian Kang's calm and composed expression changed. He hurriedly walked to Lu Ping's side and asked, how was it? Did something happen to you, brat? Lu Ping pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed an ugly smile. He said, fortunately, I managed to trick these people. Fortunately, I didn't attack the Jade Sword sect and the Chongming sect too severely. Otherwise, I would not have been able to hold on and would have been exposed in front of everyone. Tian Kong Laozu heaved a long sigh of relief and scolded with a smile. You little brat, don't pretend to be innocent after getting the benefits. In this world of cultivation, how many people can use a spiritual treasure at the core forging stage? And how many people can exert the full power of a spiritual treasure at the core forging stage? After saying that, Tian Kong Laozu changed his previous scolding expression and asked with a smile, how was it? How many benefits did you get this time? Lu Ping swallowed a rejuvenation pill and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Linglong could be so powerful. There were 3 spiritual veins from the monster clan, 1 each from Fei Yu and Ling Gu, and 1 from Xiang Lu Laozu, a rogue cultivator. There were 6 spiritual veins in total, and Linglong intercepted half of them. After all, the Jade Sword sect and the Chongming sect are allies of our sect. So Linglong showed mercy and only intercepted 1 spiritual vein in total. The rest of the spiritual veins had already been sent to the main drawing formation of our sect when the great drawing formation of our sect was activated. Tian Kong Laozu's eyes lit up. He said, that is to say, our sect has quietly obtained 9 spiritual veins this time, which is almost equivalent to 1 spiritual vein of a large spiritual vein. Lu Ping nodded and said, that is correct. However, it is best for our sect to keep it a secret. We have to say to the outside world that we only obtained 2.5 or 3 spiritual veins, and we have to say this in advance. In any case, our sect is the closest to Universe Island, and we are the first to complete the drawing of the spiritual veins. When the time comes, with our sect's example, even if the other sects only obtained half of the spiritual veins, they will only suspect that it was Songhai Laozu who did it, and not us. Chapter 907. Tian Kong Laozu laughed and scolded. You're really cunning, kid. As soon as Laozu finished speaking, he saw Lu Ping stomp on the ground. After a while the ground shook, and Debao emerged from the ground. He transformed into a fat young man, and then he handed 4 small spirit-gathering pearls to Lu Ping and said, a large spirit vein has only given birth to 4 small spirit-gathering pearls after so many years. How poor. Lu Ping weighed the pearls in his hand and smiled at Laozu. Martial uncle, I'll take these pearls. Tian Kong Laozu put the 9 medium spirit veins back into the sect, so he naturally didn't care about the small spirit-gathering pearls. However, he didn't agree explicitly, and instead said, the old man wants to see who the sea bell belongs to. At the very least, it can't fall into the hands of the Sea sect. At this moment, Debeo suddenly said, Laozu, the spirit veins in the earth veins are starting to weaken, and the mountain guarding formation will collapse soon. At that time, the fight for the Sea Bell will probably become a chaotic battle between the human and demon races. Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping hadn't thought of this, and both of them were shocked. Lu Ping asked, How long do we have? Rumble. Before Debeo could answer, the entire mountain guarding formation started to shake violently, and this was a sign that the formation was starting to collapse. However, although the formation had lost its foundation, it had been embedded in the earth veins for tens of thousands of years. Even without the support of the spirit veins, the process of collapse was still extremely long. Tiankong Laozu took off and said, The old man wants to go take a look, you leave first. Lu Ping hurriedly said, Martial uncle, I'd rather let the giant whale demon king get the Sea Bell than let Dongyi Laozu or Ao Dian get it. Tiankong Laozu disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one knew if he had heard Lu Ping's words. Following Tiankong Laozu's departure, Lu Ping seemed to feel that the sounds coming from the place where the battle had taken place earlier were getting more intense. Without another word, Lu Ping turned around and left. Although he could sense the situation in the battle with his current divine telekinesis, he did not have Tiankong Laozu's protection at this moment. In the eyes of these Laozu, he was basically a delicious cake that everyone wanted a bite of. At this moment, it was more important for him to leave Earth Island first. Debeo followed closely behind and said, Boss, this is for you. Lu Ping took a sealed stone box from Debeo's hands. He looked at Debeo in confusion and asked, What is this? Debeo shook his head and said, I don't know either. I saw this box in the earth veins earlier and wanted to pick it up to take a look. Unexpectedly, I was trapped by the restriction formation deep in the earth veins. If it weren't for Linglong's help and the restriction-breaking talisman that boss left me, I'm afraid I would have died inside today. Lu Ping frowned as he looked at the stone box in front of him. Lu Ping was very familiar with the restriction set up on it, but it was precisely because of this that he could do nothing about it. This restriction could be considered a self-destructing restriction. Only Lu Ping could open it using the correct method. If the method was wrong or if it was forcefully opened, the stone box would inevitably be destroyed along with the item inside. Perhaps it really was a treasure. Lu Ping put away the item, and Debeo immediately followed him and said, Boss, do you think this counts as a meritorious deed? If it weren't for my guidance, Linglong wouldn't have been able to intercept those spirit veins so easily. Lu Ping was too familiar with Debeo's skills. He didn't stop walking or raise his head. He directly asked, What do you want? Debeo stammered, Boss, why don't you give me the pair of black jade stones first? Lu Ping heard this and turned to look at Debeo in surprise. He said, What? You want to cultivate? Didn't you just break through to the third layer of the core forging realm? Although Fei Ling Island is rich in spiritual energy, I'm afraid you'll have to accumulate spiritual energy for a few years before you can break through to the middle stage of the core forging realm. Debeo immediately fell silent and didn't say anything. Lu Ping took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. Are you feeling pressured? Debeo scratched his head and said, Degui broke through to the middle stage of the core forging realm not long after you arrived on Fei Ling Island. Among us, I've been with you the longest, but my cultivation is the lowest. Peach Blossom is also at the 5th layer of the core forging realm, and Lu Xiaohai is at the peak of the 1st layer of the core forging realm. It's only a matter of time before he surpasses me. Although Sister Xylan is also at the 3rd layer, her situation is special. Lu Ping raised his hand to stop Debeo from speaking. He said, I remember you once said that you wanted to leave the high-grade earth-level spiritual energy stone to you. I just don't know if you want to use it to smelt a 2nd or a 3rd spiritual item. Lu Ping paused and didn't wait for Debeo to reply. He continued, If you want to smelt a 3rd spiritual item, then I can give you the obsidian stone now. If you want to try to break through to the transcendence stage, then the obsidian stone is what you need to smelt a 2nd spiritual item to advance to the late stage of the core forging realm. Lu Ping finished speaking and plunged into the protective wall of the array. Although the protective array of the lone peak was showing signs of collapsing, such a huge array must have been set up in a complicated manner. Moreover, the internal structure of such a huge array was intertwined. It was impossible for it to completely collapse in a short period of time. Debeo didn't react to Lu Ping's words for a moment. In Debeo's mind, with his aptitude and condition, he would reach the peak of the core forging realm after advancing to the core forging realm. After that, he would just have to wait for death to come. However, Lu Ping's previous words clearly told Debeo that he even had a chance to advance to the transcendence stage. Debeo's entire body shivered. Seeing that Lu Ping had already crashed into the protective wall of the array, he hurriedly chased after him. He shouted, "Boss, wait for me!" Debeo frantically crashed into the protective wall of the array, but he was tightly held by an arm. Lu Ping's voice sounded in his ear. "Shut up. Go underground." Without saying another word, Debeo's entire body suddenly exploded into a yellow fog and shrunk into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Just as Lu Ping crashed into the protective wall of the array, Lu Ping's divine will seemed to capture the aura of someone. However, this person was unusually cautious. In just a moment, he disappeared from Lu Ping's divine will. At this moment, although the array had not collapsed, it had lost its previous strictness. Many loopholes had been exposed. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ping's divine will was different from that of ordinary people, perhaps he would not have noticed this little movement. However, it was also because of this fleeting movement that Lu Ping understood that this hidden person was coming for Lu Ping. Who could it be? If it was Laozu at the mid-Dharma stage, there was no need at all for him to play this kind of hide-and-seek game with Lu Ping. He could have directly come to take Lu Ping's life. Furthermore, at this time, all the mid-Dharma Laozu were probably gathered at the peak of Lone Peak. Regardless of whether or not they had the intention to fight for the Sea Bell, it would be a lifelong regret if they did not participate in such a large-scale Dharma battle with Laozu. Therefore, it could only be an early Dharma adept or another enemy core forging adept. However, if it was Laozu at the early Dharma stage, even if there were loopholes in the array, he might not have revealed such a big loophole in front of Lu Ping. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Perhaps the hidden person was an enemy core forging adept. If that was the case, the ambush might not have been made by just one person. Lu Ping did not believe that with the strength that he had displayed so far, there would be any core forging adept in the North Sea who would dare to kill him alone. If they came to fight him fair and square, perhaps there would still be someone, such as the burly man behind the giant whale demon king, Kong Jing Laozu. Behind the protective array in front of Lu Ping, Ouyang Weijian pursed his lips tightly. "Little Ouyang, are you sure that Lu Xianping will pass by here?" A dark-skinned martial adept played with a pair of iron hammers in his hands as he asked Ouyang Weijian, who was in front of him. Ouyang Weijian nodded reservedly and said, "Of course. Otherwise, why would my teacher and your father have calculated the position of Tiankong Laozu and Lu Xianping before launching a sneak attack? Unfortunately, it was all for naught. You went for wool and came home shorn, didn't you? I heard that your teacher has now retreated with serious injuries, but Brother Ouyang still dares to stay on Lone Peak. Such courage is really admirable." A mocking voice came from Ouyang Weijian's right side. Ouyang Weijian looked up and saw that it was Zhou Tong, the disciple of Zhang Shi from the Blue Sea sect. A trace of anger flashed across Ouyang Weijian's face as he said, "Who would have thought that Tiankong Laozu would actually have a second tribulation spirit treasure in his hands? Brother Zhou, don't go too far." Zhou Tong seemed to turn a blind eye to Ouyang Weijian's anger and continued to provoke him. "I heard that Brother Ouyang has lost to Lu Xianping several times in the past, but was always able to escape with his life. In the eyes of many North Sea cultivators, I'm afraid this is already quite amazing, right?" Ouyang Weijian was furious. A middle-aged cultivator behind Zhou Tong hurriedly said, "You too. Right now we should join forces to deal with Lu Xianping. Let's talk about private matters after this matter is over." Zhou Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Ouyang Weijian forcefully suppressed his anger and glanced at the middle-aged cultivator with slight disgust. If the giant whale demon clan's Kong Zhuang hadn't suddenly changed his mind, Ouyang Weijian wouldn't have found this person to make up the numbers. Although this person could be considered as a veteran core forging stage cultivator in the demon clan, and he was a cultivator of the same generation as his teacher Feng Shutao, Ouyang Weijian really didn't trust this person's strength. If it wasn't for his mistake just now, it was very likely that it would have aroused Lu Xuanping's vigilance. Ouyang Weijian knew that Lu Xuanping's divine sense cultivation was extremely high. The four of them occupied the four corners of the array formation space. This way, no matter where Lu Ping rushed in, he would be surrounded by the four of them, and the four of them could then lay down the array formation to kill Lu Xianping. At this moment, if Lu Ping was present, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the dark and strong Kong Zhuang cultivator was the primordial giant crocodile clan cultivator who chased after Lu Ping in the deep-sea demon territory. His name was Ao Li, and he was the younger brother of the Golden Dragon Island Lord Ao Chuang. Now his cultivation had also increased to the peak of the core forging stage, and he was only one step away from the Dharma stage. As for the middle-aged cultivator, he was even more familiar to Lu Ping. This person was the demon clan cultivator who set up a formation to surround and kill Chu Xuancheng, and then Lu Ping ruined his plan. Nearly 100 years had passed, and this person had not broken through the Dharma stage, but he was only one step away from the Dharma stage. Chapter 908. Ever since Ouyang Weijian was defeated by Lu Ping in one move on Frost Island, he viewed it as a great humiliation. After the incident on Frost Island, Ouyang Weijian was sent to the Crystal Palace by Xianling sect. In Water Crystal Palace, Ouyang Weijian had to endure the discrimination and supercilious looks from everyone in Water Crystal Palace. There were even times when he had to become a practice target for those direct disciples. Even after being trampled on time and time again, he still had to put on a smiling face to welcome them. For Ouyang Weijian, who was regarded as a genius in Xianling sect, this was worse than death. However, he could only endure it, because Ouyang Weijian, who was regarded as a rising star in the North Sea, couldn't find any sense of superiority among his peers here. In the Crystal Palace, there were plenty of people who had cultivated for roughly the same amount of time as him, but were far more powerful than him. His pride and dignity in the past were completely worthless in front of these people, and could only be used as a topic of conversation for them to despise him even more. But Ouyang Weijian endured it in the end. Over the years in the Crystal Palace, he no longer focused on improving his cultivation. Instead, he began to polish his own foundation. At the same time, he used the cultivation resources in the Crystal Palace to extensively study the specialties of various sections. He gradually began to learn from the strong points of others, and compared them with his own natal sword art, the romantic Mary 18 swords, which greatly improved his swordsmanship. As a result of his efforts, Ouyang Weijian was finally able to hold on against the air cultivators of Crystal Palace for a longer period of time. Eventually, he was able to stand on equal footing against them. Rather, he was even able to emerge victorious against cultivators of the same level as him. And the biggest change brought about by the increase in strength was that Ouyang Weijian gradually began to gain the recognition of these arrogant direct disciples. The previous supercilious looks and ridicule had disappeared, and Ouyang Weijian seemed to have once again returned to the ranks of the proud sons of heaven of the past. Over the years, although Ouyang Weijian did not deliberately improve his cultivation level, he had unknowingly raised his cultivation level to the peak of the core forging realm. Compared to his previous cultivation level, which had always been ahead of Lu Ping, Ouyang Weijian's cultivation speed was not as fast as before. However, Ouyang Weijian could feel that his strength had improved with each passing day. This time, Ouyang Weijian could be said to be full of confidence when he returned to the North Sea. He believed that this would definitely be a journey that would allow him to wash away his previous humiliation and make his name known throughout the North Sea. However, after he returned to the North Sea, A bucket of cold water poured over the confidence he had accumulated bit by bit over the years. Lu Xianping had defeated the Dharma adept, Tianshu Laozu, as a core forging level 9 adept. This was impossible. Ouyang Weijian roared hysterically in his heart. This must be Jinling's plot. A plot designed to make Lu Xianping famous. And the price was only the sacrifice of an ordinary Dharma adept's reputation. Compared to Jinling's future, the sacrifice of an ordinary elder was nothing. Tianshu must have gone easy on Lu Xianping. He desperately needed to verify this news. However, from his own sources, this news was true. Ouyang Weijian was able to persevere under the ridicule of the Crystal Palace adepts. Naturally, he was a person with a strong heart. Although the result of Lu Xianping defeating Dharma adept Laozu was a huge blow to Ouyang Weijian, Ouyang Weijian's confidence was not destroyed. He had stayed in the East Sea for decades, and his vision and knowledge were no longer comparable to before. There were many large and medium-sized sects in the Central Plains, or even overseas powerhouses like the Crystal Palace, who were able to cultivate disciples who could go up against ordinary early Dharma adepts, and even win against them. It was not as if they did not exist. But who were these people? They were all 1 in a million geniuses. They had fought their way out of the tens of thousands of adepts in each generation of the Crystal Palace, and they enjoyed the most precious training resources in the Crystal Palace. How could Lu Xianping be compared to these people? Even if Ouyang Weijian had trained in the Crystal Palace for 20 years, the most he could do was to fight a Dharma adept who had just entered the Dharma stage to a stalemate. Of course, this was because he was in a defensive position and was suppressed in all aspects. Although the opponent could not do anything to him at the moment, as time went on, Ouyang Weijian would definitely be defeated by his opponent due to the depletion of his inner yuan. Ouyang Weijian shook his head vigorously, dispelling these distracting thoughts from his mind. At this time he suddenly thought of something and asked, "How long has it been? Why hasn't Lu Xianping come yet?" Ouyang Weijian's question made everyone's hearts clench. Mo Wei hesitated for a moment and said, "Could it be that Lu Xianping has already discovered the ambush here and has taken a detour elsewhere?" Just as Mo Wei's voice fell, the entire ground suddenly trembled. Even though everyone was a person with profound cultivation, they almost couldn't stand firmly on the ground. "What's going on?" Ouyang Weijian asked in shock. "There's something down there." The one who spoke was Ao Yong. The knuckles of his hands that were gripping the iron hammer were already faintly blue, and it was obvious that he was ready to strike. "Is it Lu Xianping's doing?" Just as Mo Wei finished speaking, Zhou Tong had already brought out his thin water sword. But then there was a scream. Everyone was shocked. When they turned to look, they saw Mo Wei's eyes wide open as he stared at the tip of the sword sticking out of his chest. His eyes were filled with endless fear. He couldn't figure out who the murderer was. Was it Lu Xianping? How did he get behind him? And how did he manage to stab the flying sword into his back so accurately through the protective formation wall? However, he would never have the chance to get the answer to these questions. Zhou Tong, Ouyang Weijian, and Ao Li began to move together, gradually forming a triangle directly facing Mo Wei's position. Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed as he watched the sword tip suddenly retract from Mo Wei's chest. He exclaimed, "Changlu sword." Mo Wei fell as the sword tip retracted. The power of the protective wall behind him was greatly reduced due to the lack of the support of the spirit vein. The Changlu sword pierced through the protective wall again and began to cut a circle on the protective wall under the different gazes of the three people. Then there was a clang, as if the person behind the protective wall had kicked it. The protective wall that was cut by the Changlu sword evaporated into specks of spirit qi and finally dissipated. Lu Ping strode in from behind the protective wall. The Changlu sword circled around him and began to vibrate rapidly. Lu Ping's gaze instantly lit up when he looked at Zhou Tong, and then he turned to look at Ouyang Weijian and Ao Li. He said, "So you're all acquaintances. I wonder how I should address you, fellow Taoist from the Songhai sect." To be able to wield the thin water sword, this person's status in the Songhai sect must not be low. To be able to join forces with Ouyang Weijian and Ao Li, this person's strength must have been acknowledged by the two. "You're Lu Xianping?" Zhou Tong took a step forward and raised his chin slightly. I'm Zhou Tong. I've long heard that you're known as the #1 cultivator below the Dharma stage in the North Sea. I wonder if you dare to fight the three of us today, Zhou Tong? I've never heard of you, but I've fought with Zhang Shi from your sect before. Zhou Tong's face was choked to death by Lu Ping's words. Who was Zhang Shi? That was his teacher. In Zhou Tong's ears, Lu Ping's meaning was very clear. Even your teacher couldn't do anything to me. Who do you think you are? Lu Ping looked at this person with amusement. I thought you wanted to fight me one-on-one. I didn't think that in the world of cultivation, even a group fight can be so righteous. Zhou Tong's face was already pale with anger. He pointed the thin water sword in his hand and said, You're looking to die. Ouyang Weijian cursed inwardly. Zhou Tong had already charged forward with his sword. Ouyang Weijian and Aoli had no choice but to attack him. Both of them cursed in their hearts. Where the hell did this kid come from? Was he a hothead? Zhou Tong was not a hothead. When Lu Ping mysteriously killed him away, he had already sensed that Ouyang Weijian and Aoli had the intention to retreat. However, Zhou Tong couldn't back down, nor was he willing to back down. When he saw the flowing stream sword in Lu Ping's hand, he was already thinking of a way to tie Aoli and Ouyang Weijian to his ship. What's more, Zhou Tong had full confidence in his 200 years of hard work. Even if Lu Xianping was really as strong as the legend said, they were not to be trifled with. Even if they were no match for him, they could still retreat unscathed. However, if he did not fight, he would lose the opportunity to obtain the flowing sword. Zhou Tong was truly unwilling. This thin water flowing sword was not only the sword of Songhai sect's founder, Laozu, but also the key to opening Vast Sea Laozu's cave mansion. Unfortunately, the Vast Sea relic had been taken away by others. If the Azure Sea sect had been able to work together, then even if there were others participating in the Azure Sea relic, the Azure Sea sect would have been able to obtain all the benefits before the other sections. It would not have been like now, where the Azure Sea sect had only obtained 10 to 20% of the relic, and there were quite a few treasures that were accidentally destroyed when they were forcibly breaking through the passport barrier. Songhai sect had the thin water-flowing sword, but this was still the case for the other sects. In addition to the secret technique that could greatly increase the power of the thin water-flowing sword, the thin water-flowing sword hid a secret left by Vast Sea Laozu. But what this secret was, the cultivators of Songhai sect still did not know. They only knew that the thin water-flowing sword was not only the key to opening the Vast Sea relic, but also the key to opening this secret. And this secret was hidden in the Vast Sea relic. The thin water-flowing sword formed a silent sword light and stabbed towards Lu Ping in a very strange way. But halfway through, it was killed by the flowing sword, turning into waves of sword that attacked the thin water-flowing sword. Ouyang Weijian's wind-flowing sword and Mary sword had already been condensed into two great magical powers by him. Indeed, after 3 days of separation, one must look at him in a different light. And when Lu Ping's beautiful autumn dew sword blocked the powerful attack of his two great sword magical powers, he was already sure that Ouyang Weijian had at least condensed a magical power talisman in the core space. However, Ouyang Weijian wasn't the only one among Shirbi's trio. Lu Ping's twin flight swords stirred up a monstrous wave that carried an indomitable momentum. With just one strike, Ouyang Weijian's twin flight swords was shattered. At the same time, Lu Ping's right hand pulled and pushed. Layers of water nets extended forward in front of Lu Ping. Before spiritual master Aoli's pair of iron hammers smashed down, he was trapped in the layers of water nets and could not extricate himself. Chapter 909. When Lu Ping sensed Imowei's aura, he had Debao sneak into the ground and then used Linglong to disturb the earth's veins, causing a strong earthquake nearby. Debao took advantage of the chaos to approach the surface and began to determine their positions. Although this would expose Debao to them, in the face of a sudden earthquake, Ouyang Weijian and the others' first thought was to protect themselves instead of trying to kill the peeping Imowei. Although they had thought of using the barrier space of the mountain shielding formation to trap Lu Ping and also calculated the direction Lu Ping would take. They had forgotten that the mountain shielding formation was on the verge of collapse, and its defensive power was rapidly weakening. Moreover, the long stream sword in Lu Ping's hand had a natural restraining effect on the mountain shielding formation. Previously, if Lu Ping wanted to pierce through the mountain shielding formation, he would at least need Tiankong Laozu to smash it with his axe first. But now, Lu Ping could directly cut through the shield with the long stream sword. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was able to get behind them in such a short time. Although Zhou Tong had only been in the cultivation world for a short time, it did not mean that he did not know his own limits. Even if Lu Xuanping's defeat of his own sex Laozu was fake, the fact that he had killed the Golden Jiao Island Lord's companion spirit beast in front of so many people could not be faked. Be it Ouyang Weijian or himself, neither of them had the strength to fight Lu Xianping alone. However, Mo Wei had been killed by Lu Ping at the beginning, so the formation that the four of them had prepared could not be used. If they really wanted to fight Lu Xianping to the death, the three of them would have to work together. However, in a situation where both Ouyang Weijian and Ao Li had the intention to retreat, Zhou Tong could only escape with them. Once the three of them split up, and Lu Xianping decided to chase after them, the three of them would likely be defeated by him one by one. Zhou Tong brought Ouyang Weijian and Ao Li with him to fight Lu Ping, and try to snatch the long stream sword in Lu Ping's hand. However, they all ignored the fact that although Lu Ping was known as the Water Sword Immortal, he was never a pure sword cultivator. Under Lu Ping's moving mountains and filling seas, Ao Li's twin hammers would be inexplicably diverted every time he struck. Or when he struck with his hammers, countless forces would appear from all directions, wearing down the power of his hammers layer by layer. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw his exhausted hammers. Otherwise, once he was trapped in Lu Ping's Junyuan net, he might not even be able to protect his magic weapon. Ao Li was at a loss. If he advanced, his attacks would not be able to get close to Lu Ping. If he retreated, Lu Ping's Junyuan net would wrap around him at any time. When that happened, Ao Li would be at his mercy. He could only bite the bullet and cooperate with Ouyang Weijian and Zhou Tong to attack Lu Xianping. This was not them besieging Lu Xianping. In reality, Lu Xianping alone was entangling the three of them. Although they had already overestimated Lu Xuanping's strength, the truth was that the pride in their hearts made them unwilling to see Lu Xianping as an opponent on a higher level than them. They only subconsciously saw him as an expert on the same level as themselves. The reason was very simple. Only by doing so would they have the courage to continue chasing after Lu Xianping. Otherwise, they would forever lose the qualifications to stand in front of Lu Xianping. Seeing the situation clearly, Ao Li wanted to retreat. But at this moment, there seemed to be a huge flaw on Lu Ping's side. Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers flow sword skill suddenly crumbled, but it wasn't a complete collapse. Instead, it was more like a torrent of water gushing out of the east-flowing river sword skill. The autumn waters flowing sword skill swept up a monstrous wave, and with an unstoppable momentum, Lu Ping executed the east-flowing river sword skill to its fullest. When Zhou Tong saw that Lu Ping suddenly shifted the focus of his attack to Ouyang Weijian, he was overjoyed. He did not care about cooperating with Ouyang Weijian, and directly rushed forward to snatch the flowing river sword. Lu Ping's divine sense suddenly felt a tug. If Lu Ping had not poured enough true essence into the flowing river sword, then even if he did not seize the flowing river sword, he would have made Lu Ping suffer a loss. The Blue Sea sect really had a secret technique on the flowing river sword. Lu Ping's mind turned, and his divine sense and true essence simultaneously mobilized. Without weakening the power of the Great River Flow's East Sword technique, he began to fight with Zhou Tong for control of the flowing river sword. At this time, Ao Li finally saw a flaw. At this time, Lu Xianping had placed most of his attention on Ouyang Weijian and Zhou Tong. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ao Li threw the pair of iron hammers up, and the hammers that were originally 1 foot long doubled in size. Ao Li held them tightly in his hands, and spun them twice before they flew out. The pair of iron hammers smashed towards Lu Ping with great power. The net of true essence that had formed in front of Lu Ping was instantly torn apart in the face of absolute power. Aoli was already imagining the scene of Lu Ping's flesh and blood splattering everywhere. He could not help but lick his lips, but then his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Boom! Lu Ping's entire body was smashed to pieces, but the scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere did not appear. Instead, it was as if a torrential rain had fallen from the sky. At the same time, another Lu Ping strangely appeared in front of Zhou Tong. How could this be? At the moment when the iron hammer smashed into Lu Ping's body, Aoli's divine will could still clearly feel the vitality flowing through Lu Ping's body. How could it have changed so suddenly? Could it be that Lu Xianping had already mastered the space magic before he had even reached the Dharma stage? Thinking of this, Aoli could not help but feel a thump in his heart. When he turned to look, a shocking scene appeared again. Ouyang Weijian had actually escaped. Yes, he had escaped. When Ouyang Weijian saw Lu Ping suddenly display such a magnificent great magic swordsmanship, he already knew that Lu Ping's target was not him. Naturally, Ouyang Weijian did not have the ability to resist such a great magic swordsmanship, but this did not mean that Ouyang Weijian could not escape or dodge this great magic swordsmanship. In a situation where there were many people attacking, such a large-scale great magic swordsmanship was not worth using. This was because in a situation where the opponent could escape or dodge, the cultivator would only be wasting their true essence and dharmic powers in vain. Lu Xianping had been cultivating for more than 100 years and had fought countless battles big and small. How could he not know this? But he still did it. This meant that Lu Xianping had other intentions. He was creating an opportunity for himself, an opportunity to break out of the situation. But this opportunity was under Lu Ping's great magic swordsmanship, and Ouyang Weijian could not stop it. Was Lu Xianping still invincible? A sense of helplessness swept through Ouyang Weijian. He clearly knew Lu Xianping's intentions, but he could not stop it. Since he could not stop it, this battle was bound to be lost. Then he had to escape. Fortunately, Lu Xianping's use of this great magic swordsmanship meant that the person he was plotting against was not him. He could use this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, once Lu Xianping broke out of the situation, the first person he would kill would definitely be him. Ouyang Weijian turned around and fled. This time, he did not even have to deliberately dodge the great river flow's east sword technique behind him. Aoli was only stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his entire body shivered, and he also turned around and crashed into the protective wall in the other direction. At this time, there was nothing he did not understand. His priority was to save his life. Fortunately, the formation was getting weaker. The protective formation in the sky was already so clear that it was almost transparent. Only a thin layer of membrane was left. Before Aoli left, he did not forget to turn around and shoot a pitiful glare at Zhou Tong, only to see Lu Xianping suddenly appear in front of Zhou Tong. Under Zhou Tong's horrified expression, a misty white light struck Zhou Tong's body, causing him to be stunned. At this moment, countless streams of sword qi strangely poured into his body like water. Then, Zhou Tong's entire body began to change shape, as if his skin and flesh were being separated. Aoli was scared out of his wits. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to never be Lu Xianping's enemy again in this life. Lu Ping frowned as he looked at Zhou Tong's dead state. Even he himself took a deep breath. Lu Ping didn't expect that the water seep sword skill could be used in such a way. However, this method was a little too cruel. He didn't expect that he would be able to kill Zhou Tong in such a unique way when he didn't use his flying swords. Lu Ping did not doubt that as long as he made a cut on Zhou Tong's body, he could completely peel off a piece of human skin. Lu Ping shook his hand and shot out a silver flame, turning Zhou Tong's body into flying ash. Only then did he take the ownerless thin water sword. Bluish-purple true essence surged out from his hand, and the foreign true essence in the thin water sword was completely expelled. The lingering true essence in the thin water sword was also annihilated by Lu Ping's divine sense. Even if Lu Ping's true essence was vigorous and tyrannical, It was still beyond Lu Ping's ability to refine the thin water sword as smoothly as the Chonglu sword in a short period of time. He could only carefully polish it in the future. However, just as Lu Ping began to refine the thin water sword, the Chonglu sword unconsciously began to hover around the thin water sword. As Lu Ping completed the initial refinement, not only the Chonglu sword, but the thin water sword also began to tremble violently. The two flying swords seemed to be resonating with each other. The clear and melodious sword cry even shattered the large protective array behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression changed. He put away the two swords and grabbed Dabeo from the ground. His feet flashed, and he fled towards the periphery. The protective barrier that was originally shattered by the sword cry of the two swords was like a signal. The already precarious mountain protective array on the entire lonely peak instantly began to collapse on a large scale. A ray of light suddenly landed in the area where Lu Ping was previously. Dong Yilaozu walked out of the ray of light with a cold face. The traces of the fight caused Dong Yilaozu's expression to change again and again. In the end, he could only fly away with a trace of luck. Chapter 9-10. Lu Ping sprinted all the way down the mountain and recalled the purple crystal bees. He didn't even bother to collect the spiritual herbs on the ground. He exited the mountain range's formation and fled in a conveyance light. Behind Lu Ping, with the complete collapse of the Lone Peak formation, the entire Lone Peak began to shake. Countless sand and stones fell from the Lone Peak, which then developed into a large-scale collapse of the mountain. In the end, the entire mountain began to collapse. Lu Ping didn't stop at all along the way. The news of Zhou Tong's death hadn't spread yet. If Dong Yilaozu got the news, he would definitely do everything possible to hunt him down. Now he could only fly all the way back to Tianling Mountain to be the safest. Otherwise, even if he stayed on the island under Jinling's jurisdiction, he might be found by the furious Dong Yilaozu. However, Lu Ping had to stop after flying for less than 10 miles. But Lu Ping wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was greatly relieved. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu looked at Lu Ping, who stopped in front of him, and asked with a smile, "Kid, you are running away in such a hurry. Is there anyone in the North Sea who dares to hunt you down?" Lu Ping took a deep breath and stepped forward to say respectfully, "Disciple greets Granduncle Master." After thinking about it, he bowed to the old man next to him and said, "Junior greets Senior Dao Sheng." Lu Ping didn't know why the two giants of the North Sea would appear here, but there was no doubt that he couldn't be lacking in etiquette. After bowing, Lu Ping said, "Disciple seems to have caused trouble. Granduncle Master Tian Kong has other matters to attend to, so Disciple has to return to Tianling Mountain first to seek protection from the sect." "Oh." Celestial Phenomenon Laozu smiled and said, "It seems that you have caused a lot of trouble in the North Sea." As soon as Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's voice fell, a long roar came from afar with strong anger and murderous intent. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu raised his head and looked in the direction of the roar. He said, "It seems that you have caused a lot of trouble. Taoist Dongyi seems to be very angry. Could it be that you are going to kill Zhangxi?" Lu Ping was stunned and said, "I know my limits. I can't kill Zhangxi's disciple. But it seems that Zhangxi's disciple was killed by me." Ancestor Dong Yi landed heavily on the surface of the sea, his face cold as he stared at Lu Xianping, who was standing in front of Ancestor Tian Xiang. Terrifying killing intent surged from his body. However, in front of these two supreme figures of the North Sea cultivation world, Dong Yilaozu had no choice but to retract his aura. Lu Ping told Dong Yilaozu and Celestial Phenomenon Laozu and Dao Sheng Laozu about how Zhou Tong and the other three failed to ambush Lu Ping, and how Lu Ping killed two of them instead. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu smiled at Dong Yilaozu and said, "Taoist Dongyi, did this grand disciple make any mistakes?" Dong Yilaozu snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Obviously, he had tacitly agreed that Lu Ping was telling the truth. Seeing that Dong Yilaozu didn't say anything, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu continued, "Taoist Dongyi, you came here in such a threatening manner. Is there something important that you want my grand disciple to do?" Dong Yilaozu snorted, But he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of celestial phenomenon Laozu. He cupped his hands and said, Taoist Tianxiang, it wasn't easy to raise my grand disciple to die in the hands of your sect's disciple. Don't you have an explanation? Celestial phenomenon Laozu asked curiously. Oh, what explanation does Taoist Dongyi want? Dongyi Laozu suppressed his anger and said, even if my grand disciple plotted against your sect's cultivator first, he still died in the hands of your sect's enlightened Lu Xianping. Death is a big deal. In that case, should enlightened Lu Xianping return our sect's Songhai Laozu's thin water unending sword? Celestial phenomenon Laozu and Daosheng Laozu looked at Lu Ping in shock. Lu Ping said, may I ask Senior Dongyi, did your sect bring the thin water unending sword into the Songhai legacy? Dongyi Laozu's face darkened, but he didn't dare to deny it in front of the two celestial phenomenon Laozu. He could only say, no, but the thin water unending sword belongs to our sect's ancestor, Songhai Laozu. This is a well-known fact in the North Sea cultivation world. Celestial phenomenon Laozu understood Lu Ping's meaning. He turned to Dongyi Laozu and said, this is Taoist Dongyi's fault. I've long heard that your sect has found the thin water unending sword, but there has been no news of the flowing sword. This means that the flowing sword doesn't belong to your sect. Since my grand disciple obtained it, it naturally belongs to him. What belongs to Songhai Laozu doesn't also belong to your sect. Dongyi Laozu angrily said, Songhai Laozu is our sect's ancestor. This is a well-known fact. Our sect has inherited the thin water unending sword for thousands of years. How can you say that the flowing sword doesn't belong to our sect? Lu Ping argued. Songhai Laozu is the ancestor of the giant whale demon race Laozu. According to what Senior Dongyi said, the thin water unending sword should also be an inheritance of the giant whale demon race? Lu Ping's words were clearly out of the expectations of celestial phenomenon Laozu and Daosheng Laozu. Both of them looked at Dongyi Laozu with inquisitive eyes. Dongyi Laozu fiercely glared at Lu Ping. Unexpectedly, a voice came from behind him. Fellow Taoist Dongyi, don't tell me you want to deny it? On the lonely mountain peak, that giant whale demon King Kong Jing was able to ring the Songhai bell. Let me ask you, other than your Songhai sect, who else can ring the Songhai bell without refining it? Tian Kong Laozu descended from the sky, clasping his hands towards celestial phenomenon Laozu and Daosheng Laozu. He looked at Dongyi Laozu and said, could it be that your Songhai sect has colluded with the giant whale demon race and revealed the Songhai sect's inheritance to them? What nonsense! Facing Tian Kong Laozu, Dongyi did not feel the pressure that he felt when facing the two great cultivators. He said sternly, how could my Songhai sect collude with the demon race? Tian Kong Laozu looked up to the sky and laughed twice in surprise. He said, that's strange. The monster cultivator Laozu's sect is irreconcilable with the demon race. In that case, the legacy of the founder of the sect, Laozu, should not belong to your Songhai sect. Fellow Taoist Dongyi, please go back. Dongyi Laozu hated Tian Kong Laozu for exposing the Songhai sect's secret. But at this moment, he was under the eaves. He could only say in a low voice, well, even if the Chenglu sword was obtained by your sect's spiritual master Lu Xianping, the thin water sword was obtained by him from a cultivator of our sect. This is not wrong. Please return the thin water sword to the old man. Tian Kong Laozu's face also darkened. He said, aha, is it right and proper for your sect's disciple to ambush a cultivator of our sect? If the ambush failed, we would have to exchange the weapon back and wait for your next sneak attack. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Dongyi Laozu became serious at this time. He turned to Daosheng Laozu and said, fellow Taoist Daosheng, among the cultivators who ambushed Lu Xianping was Ouyang Weijian of your sect. He was the one who told the old man about the matter of our sect's disciple being killed. What do you think? Daosheng Laozu had not said much since he and Tianxiang Laozu arrived, but Dongyi Laozu's words forced him to express his opinion. He frowned and said, fellow Taoist Dongyi, it's better to give this matter further thought. Dongyi Laozu did not expect Daosheng Laozu, who was known as the #1 expert in the North Sea cultivation world, to say something like this. After a moment of shock, he laughed angrily and said, Fellow Taoist Dao Sheng, perhaps you still don't know that your sex Feng Shitao has been injured by Tian Kong. He has no hope of advancing to the late Dharma stage in this life. Now that you know this, I wonder if you will give this matter further thought. Tian Xiang Laozu's face suddenly darkened. Tian Kong Laozu reached out to touch the storage bag at his waist, and looked at Dongyi Laozu with a hint of murderous intent. Dao Sheng Laozu was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "The old man already knew about this matter. This is also one of the reasons why brother Tian Xiang and the old man came here. Fellow Taoist Dongyi, if there is nothing else, please go back first." Dongyi Laozu, who had calmed down, finally sensed something from Dao Sheng Laozu's retreat, so he did not say anything and turned to leave. Tian Xiang Laozu looked at Tian Kong Laozu and Lu Ping, then turned to Tian Kong Laozu and said, "Junior brother, you go back to Tianling Mountain first. The old man and brother Taoist Dao Sheng still have things to discuss." After Tian Kong Laozu had left, Tian Xiang Laozu suddenly said, "Feng Shitao should not join forces with the demons." After a moment, Dao Sheng Laozu said, "Feng Shitao has no hope of advancing, so he has been punished." "That's not enough. This cannot be allowed to happen." Dao Sheng Laozu sighed and said, "What is brother Tian Xiang planning?" Tian Xiang Laozu smirked and said, "With Qiao Feizhou gone, there is one less Dharma plane cultivator among the 12 families of North Sea." Dao Sheng Laozu came to a realization and said, "The spirit stone mine of Frost Island." Tian Xiang Laozu nodded slightly and said, 25 of the share belongs to Zhenling." Dao Sheng Laozu sighed and said, "Good." The two stood there without moving. After a while, it was Dao Sheng Laozu who spoke first and said, "The ocean bell is of great importance. What do you think, brother Tian Xiang?" Tian Xiang Laozu did not hesitate and said, "Let's recruit them based on our own abilities. As long as it does not affect our plan to fight against Mara, we will not interfere. Otherwise, we will lose the support of the hundreds of thousands of lone cultivators in the North Sea." Dao Sheng Laozu thought for a moment and said, "All right, this person is quite lucky." Tian Xiang Laozu did not comment and said, "Let's go. Don't let the two of the demon race wait too long. This universe island collapsed suddenly, and there are many things left inside. Let's let our disciples practice." Lu Ping followed Tian Kong Laozu and flew all the way to a medium-sized island closest to Universe Island under Jinling's jurisdiction. There was a teleportation formation here that led directly to Heaven Spirit Mountain. It was only then that Lu Ping thought of something. He asked, "Marshal Granduncle, who obtained the ocean bell?" Tian Kong Laozu looked like he had seen a ghost and said, "Xiang Lu." "Who?" Lu Ping thought he had heard wrong and said, "How could it be him?" Chapter 9:11. This time, the vast sea relic that caused such a stir in the entire North Sea, the ultimate beneficiary was not the various demon tribes that were well prepared, nor was it the various human sects, but a lone practitioner. Out of all the treasures in the vast sea relic, the one that was truly regarded as the #1 treasure was the vast sea bell that Laozu of the vast sea had used to awe the world. And this vast sea bell had been fought over by the various North Sea forces and Dharma adepts. But in the end, it had fallen into the hands of the lone practitioner, Xiang Lu Laozu. So, in order to prevent Dongyi Laozu from obtaining the vast sea bell, you tried to knock it away. Unexpectedly, the lone peak suddenly began to shake, and the entire formation's speed of collapse accelerated. Due to a moment of carelessness, your hand missed the vast sea bell, which was originally intended for the giant whale demon King Kong Jing, and it fell straight into Xiang Lu Laozu's hands. The mountain-splitting axe was also unable to stop in time, and it killed an early Dharma adept who came forward to join in the fun. And this fallen Laozu seemed to be from the Qiao family that had deep ties with Xianling sect? Looking at Lu Ping's strange and incredulous look, Tian Kong Laozu said, "Don't doubt me, this is what happened." Tian Kong Laozu continued, "Speaking of which, it's strange. If the earthquake hadn't happened so suddenly and violently, the old man's mountain-splitting axe would not have missed." Thinking of this, Tiankong Laozu seemed to have thought of something and said, "Kid, don't tell me that the earthquake was caused by you. You have the Linglong Wine Cauldron, a spiritual treasure that can control the direction of the Earth's meridians. Causing an earthquake is not a difficult task." Lu Ping laughed awkwardly and said, "How is that possible? But I feel that, Uncle Master, when you killed Xiao Feizhou with one blow, it seemed like it was intentional." Tiankong Laozu chuckled and said, "You want to know? First, tell me if you were the one who caused the earthquake." Lu Ping looked behind Tiankong Laozu and said with a smile, "Aya, the teleportation portal has started to activate." Little fox, old fox, the two of them cursed inwardly, then stepped into the teleportation array. After a flash of white light, the two of them arrived at Heaven's Spirit Mountain. On Heaven's Spirited Mountain, Lu Ping widened his eyes and said, "What? When did the beast race invade Huangli Island? How is Huangli Island now?" "Senior brother Lu, don't worry. Huangli Island is safe and sound." Looking at the furious Lu Ping, Zhang Xuanqing and Deng Jie felt their blood freeze. Only when facing the furious Lu Ping could they, as fellow disciples, directly feel the gap between them and Lu Ping. When Lu Ping heard that Huangli Island was fine, he calmed down a little. But when he saw Zhang Xuanqing and Zhang Xian struggling under his suppression, he calmed down and asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Zhang, what's going on?" It turned out that after the vast sea relics had been forcefully opened, Lu Ping had already followed Tiankong Laozu into the relics. At that time, almost the entire North Sea's attention was drawn to the vast sea relics, and at that time, 3 Dharma adepts from the demon race came together, wanting to seize Huangli Island. The demons' plan was very well thought out. The reason why they had set the rule that only a mid-Dharma adept and a core forging adept could enter the relic was because they knew that Zhenling's sect would definitely send someone like Lu Xianping, who was almost invincible among the core forging adepts. Without Lu Xianping, Huangli Island would naturally not be a threat to the Dharma adepts. If the Dharma adepts of the demon race, Laozu, took the opportunity to attack, they would naturally be able to take down Huangli Island easily. Even if Lu Xianping did not enter the vast sea relics, a mid-Dharma adept and 2 early Dharma adepts would be enough to defeat Lu Xianping and take advantage of Zhenling's attention being drawn to the vast sea relics to take down Huangli Island. The demon race's information was very accurate. The 3 mid-Dharma adepts of Zhenling Laozu had all been sent out, and Laozu, who was a heavenly adept, would definitely be held back by the 2 demon kings because of the vast sea relics. At this time, there were only a few early Dharma adepts guarding Tianling Mountain. Even if these people received the news and came in time, with the 3 mid-Dharma adepts, the 3 demon Laozu could easily defeat them. However, just as the 3 demon Laozu arrived at Huangli Island aggressively, they were blocked by one person. Jiang Tianlin Laozu stood calmly in front of the 3 demon cultivators, but the 3 demon cultivators Laozu's heart sank all the way to the bottom. When did this Jiang Tianlin pass the thunder trial? Why did they not know anything about it? The 3 demon cultivators Laozu were filled with hatred, but now they had no choice but to face the person in front of them. The demon race's original plan was very good. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that Zhenling's mid-Dharma adepts Laozu and heavenly adept Laozu were busy, and then use a mid-Dharma adept to attack and take over Huangli Island. This way, they could use the power of their cultivation to defeat everyone in Zhenling. However, no matter how much they thought about it, they did not expect that Jiang Tianlin, who had been staying in Tianling Mountain to prepare for his first thunder trial, had already reached the mid-Dharma stage. Zhenling's mid-Dharma adept Laozu might not be able to handle it, but Laozu did not lack early Dharma adepts. Once someone was able to block the demon race's mid-Dharma demon king, then the remaining 2 early Dharma demon kings would not be able to do much. However, just as the 3 demon cultivators thought that there were other Dharma adepts lying in ambush in Zhenling, Jiang Tianlin Laozu made the first move. This Jiang Tianlin actually dared to fight against the 3 of them alone. Where did he get such courage from? Just based on the fact that he had just cultivated a Dharma soul to advance to the mid-Dharma stage? The Dharma soul might be of some use before a cultivator advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, as it could give him an advantage over other cultivators of the same stage. However, after advancing to the mid-Dharma stage, the advantages of the Dharma soul would be lost. At this point, Jiang Tianlin would be no different from other mid-Dharma adepts. The three demon cultivators Laozu rushed forward together, but the result was depressing. Although Jiang Tianlin had just advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, his level of practice was enough to suppress the mid-Dharma demon king, and he even had the strength to deal with the attacks from the other two early Dharma demon kings. For a moment, Jiang Tianlin Laozu was still able to hold his own against the three of them. As time dragged on, it seemed that Jinling's reinforcements would arrive soon. The three Laozu demon kings began to use their trump cards. Since there was no hope of conquering Huangli Island, as long as they could seriously injure Jiang Tianlin, the top expert among the second-generation disciples of Jinling, it would be a worthwhile trip. However, at this moment, Jiang Tianlin Laozu took out a small tree. Strictly speaking, it was a small tree-shaped treasure, and there were 108 green leaves hanging from it. The mid-Dharma demon king gasped. This was not an ordinary treasure. It was obviously a spirit treasure. Since when did Jinling have a spirit treasure like this? Wasn't it said that Jinling only had 4 spirit treasures, and none of them were in Jiang Tianlin's hands? Originally, he could have fought the 3 demon kings to a draw without using a spirit treasure. When Jiang Tianlin Laozu took out the spirit treasure wood and used it with his own spirit treasure, the 3 unprepared demon kings were quickly suppressed by Jiang Tianlin Laozu. This time, they were not evenly matched, but they had the upper hand. Originally, the 3 demon kings thought that they could escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, there was a peak core forging adept hiding nearby, with an extremely high level of concealment. Although the 2 mid-Dharma Laozu demon kings had noticed, they did not pay much attention. The 2 early Dharma demon kings did not notice anything at all. Who would have thought that in the end, this hidden cultivator would suddenly make a move after Patriarch Jiang Tianlin had the upper hand? He actually managed to seriously injure one of the early Dharma stage demon kings when they were caught off guard. This was beyond the expectations of all the Dharma adepts, including Jiang Tianlin Laozu demon kings. The situation on the battlefield changed once again. With 6th Brother Lei's sudden attack and restraint, Jiang Tianlin Laozu demon kings had complete control of the situation. In the end, the other early Dharma demon king was also injured by Laozu Jiang Tianlin's fallen petals, and his vitality was taken away for tens of years. The mid-Dharma demon king took the opportunity to escape from Laozu Jiang Tianlin's control and rescued the 2 injured early Dharma demon kings. The demon clan's attack on Huangli Island had failed once again. However, the impact of the battle on Huangli Island on the entire North Sea was even greater than the vast sea treasure. This was mainly because of 3 things that had happened during the battle. The first was naturally the outcome of the battle. Jiang Tianlin Laozu had successfully advanced to the mid-Dharma stage and had a first calamity spirit treasure. He had battled against the demon kings of the demon clan and was not at a disadvantage, even though he had fought 1 against 3. This had a huge impact on the entire North Sea. The number of Dharma adepts in Jinling had already caused the entire North Sea to look askance. Jiang Tianlin Laozu Jiang Tianlin's powerful strength, after advancing to the mid-Dharma stage, had caused a huge impact on the entire North Sea training world. Then there was the appearance of that spirit treasure. In addition to the wine cup-shaped auxiliary spirit treasure that Jiang Tianlin had previously obtained in the Yingtian dojo, as well as Patriarch Tiankong's invincibility in the vast sea relics, with the second tribulation spirit treasure, Zhenling's sect now had at least 7 spirit treasures in front of the cultivation world of the North Sea, 2 of which were second tribulation spirit treasures. However, who knew if there would be an 8th spirit treasure appearing in Jinling? The second matter was the peak core forging adept, 6th Brother Lei, who had taken the opportunity to injure an early Dharma adept of the demon clan. Information about this person was quickly gathered by the various sects in the North Sea. They only knew that this person was not a Jinling adept, but had been appearing in Huangli Island for the past 20 years. He seemed to have a close relationship with the owner of Huangli Island, Lu Xianping. However, the thing that made the entire North Sea training world shudder was the fallen petal's profundity that Jiang Tianlin Laozu had used to injure the early Dharma adept. After Jiang Tianlin had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, he had also successfully elevated his natural great ability to the supreme level. This was also the first time in 100 years that a supreme ability had been used in a battle in the North Sea training world. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the fallen petal's profundity contained a nature-defying effect, and that was to deprive one's life force. 108 green leaves, each representing 1 year of life force. Perhaps the combined attack of 108 natal magic treasures would not be able to kill the opponent, but it would be able to rob a cultivator of his life force for 108 years. The early Dharma adept Demon King had been hit by Jiang Tianlin Laozu's 36 emerald green leaves. Even after recovering from his injuries, his lifespan would be shortened by 36 years. Chapter 9:12. After Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, he learned about the details from Hu Lili. His teacher, Lu Tianling, had already sent someone over to find out more about Lei Laoyo's background. A cultivator who was at the peak of the core forging stage, and could even fight against an early Dharma demon king, had suddenly appeared in front of everyone in Jinling. Not only would the sect pay special attention to him, but even Jiang Tianlin Laozu had personally come to ask about Lei Laoyo's background. Lu Ping had no choice but to tell Jiang Tianlin Laozu about the process of subduing Lei Laolu. After hearing that Lei Laolu had actually been placed under the soul-controlling restriction by Lu Ping, the way he looked at Lu Ping changed. For someone like Lei Laolu, not just in Jinling, but even in the 5 holy lands of Middle-earth and the East Sea Crystal sect, he was like a direct disciple. Even in the North Sea, perhaps only Ouyang Weijian could compare to him. However, this person, who would be nurtured as a treasure in any sect, had been used by Lu Ping to guard his home with the soul-controlling restriction. Not to mention Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Even if Tianxiang Laozu was here, he would not feel the same way. After sending off Jiang Tianlin Laozu, Lu Ping gave Hu Lili the 4 spirit-gathering pearls that he had obtained from the vast sea relic, then went into the secret room. After spending nearly a month, Lu Ping had finally refined the thin water sword to the point where it was like the flowing water sword. Just as Lu Ping finished refining the thin water sword, the flowing water sword combined and swam around Lu Ping's body like a pair of fish. The cheerful sound of the sword echoed throughout the secret room. Lu Ping's divine will captured something as the flying swords circled around him. As the 2 swords trembled, Lu Ping's divine will seemed to sense that something had broken. He hurriedly probed into the swords and found that a layer of previously undetectable restriction runes was undergoing a rapid transformation. Lu Ping did not know the depth of it, but thinking back to when Dongyi Laozu had repeatedly asked for the thin water sword, there must be some secret hidden within the flying swords. At this moment, the transformation of the hidden restriction runes was completed. Lu Ping's inner yuan and divine will instantly refine the newly formed restriction runes. Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed to one of joy. What a brilliant restriction technique! It was actually able to hide a treasure restriction in such a mysterious and ingenious manner. When the 2 swords of the thin water unending flow sword were separated, the treasure restriction that was connected to each other was hidden in the runes of the other treasure restriction. If one wasn't a tool refining Grand Master, it would be very difficult for them to detect the difference. At this time, whether it was the thin water sword or the flowing water sword, on their own, they just looked like spirit-nurturing magic treasures that had condensed 8 restrictions. Once the 2 swords combined, and the hidden restriction runes were activated, the flying sword's 9th restriction runes would automatically form and become a top spirit-nurturing magic treasure. Lu Ping's divine will could clearly sense the extremely strong spirituality hidden within the 2 flying swords. This was the characteristic of a magic treasure that had reached the peak of the spirit-nurturing level. It only needed to pass the lightning tribulation and condense pure yang qi to become a spirit treasure. The beautiful autumn water sword in Lu Ping's hands could also be considered a rather good pair of flying swords. However, compared to the thin water sword that belonged to Songhai Laozu, the gap was really not easy to make up for. Lu Ping looked at the pair of flying swords with a joyful expression. With this pair of flying swords, Lu Ping's strength would be greatly improved. However, this pair of flying swords would also cause a lot of trouble. At least, the Songhai sect would look for any opportunity to take back this pair of swords that belonged to the founder of their sect, including killing Lu Ping. However, after being warned by Celestial Phenomenon Laozu, the Songhai sect would at least not make a move on him for a short period of time. However, Lu Ping did not dare to be careless. After killing Zhou Tong and snatching the thin water sword, the hatred between Lu Ping and the Songhai sect could no longer be resolved. The only thing that eased was the mutual scruples between the two sections. After all, the situation in the North Sea was becoming increasingly serious. If the two sects fought, regardless of victory or defeat, the strength of the human race would be weakened. Lu Ping's heart moved, and he took out the stone box that De Bao found in the depths of the lonely peak. Lu Ping carefully injected qi into the stone box, and the mysterious runes on the surface of the stone box suddenly lit up. At this time, the thin water-long sword around Lu Ping also seemed to resonate with the stone box. The sword body tilted, and the sword tip pointed towards the stone box. Lu Ping thought to himself that this thin water-long sword was not only the key to opening the Songhai sect's treasure, but it was also the key to opening the mysterious stone box. Lu Ping's heart moved, and two sword lights were fired from the pair of flying swords, directly shooting towards the surface of the stone box. The scene of stone chips bursting out did not appear as he imagined. The flashing runes on the surface of the stone box suddenly lit up. When the two sword lights hit the stone box, they completely submerged into the runes. Then the runes on the entire surface of the stone box began to flow. The speed of the flow was so fast that even Lu Ping's spiritual force could not capture it. At this moment, he heard a kacha sound, and a fine crack appeared in the middle of the stone box. Lu Ping was overjoyed, and slowly opened the stone box. A purple jade slip lay in the middle of the stone box. Lu Ping raised his eyebrows and held the jade slip in his hand. His spiritual force quickly entered it, and began to read the contents. As he read it, a few days passed. It was not that the contents were complicated, but that the jade slip recorded a set of supreme sword technique inheritance of Songhai Laozu. Lu Ping was momentarily fascinated by it, and began to figure out and cultivate it on the spot. Therefore, it was delayed for a few days. However, although the sword technique inheritance was precious, what Lu Ping valued more was what was recorded at the end of the jade slip. After Lu Ping came out of seclusion, the first news he heard was that there were problems with the spirit veins drawn from the various sects of the North Sea and the demon race's vast sea heritage. First, Junling, who was closer to Huanyu Island, claimed that out of the 5 medium-sized spirit veins that Tiankong Laozu had drawn from the Lone Peak, only 3 ended up in Jinling's main spirit veins. Back then, Tiankong Laozu had forcefully snatched away 5 medium-sized spirit veins from the Lone Peak. At that time, he had offended many people. Therefore, after hearing this news, many people from the various sects of the North Sea, and even the demon race, clapped their hands and secretly mocked Jinling for getting what he deserved. However, not long after, news came from Feiyu and Lingu sects that only half of the spirit veins they had drawn from the Lone Peak ended up in their sections. At this time, the North Sea cultivators began to realize that there seemed to be a problem. Sure enough, Yujian sect and Chongming sect both claimed that the spirit veins they had drawn were severely depleted. Out of the 2 medium-sized spirit veins, only 1.5 were in their hands. Even Xianglu Laozu, who had obtained the vast sea bell and had been hiding until now, released the news that he had only obtained half a medium-sized spirit vein. This time, other than Xianling sect, the other sects were no longer gloating. Due to Feng Shitao's foolish actions, Xianling sect's losses in the vast sea heritage almost outweighed their gains. When the entire Xianling sect received the news of the severe depletion of the spirit veins, they naturally cheered loudly. It was just that these cheers made people feel sour. Lu Ping smiled. If the various sects knew that the strange depletion of the spirit veins was actually caused by Lu Ping, who knew how many sects would come knocking on his door? However, 9 medium-sized spirit veins were almost equivalent to the replenishment of a large spirit vein. To the entire Jinling sect, this was undoubtedly a great boost. Soon after, Lu Ping received news from Hulili that Huanyu Island had become a trial ground for the blood condensation disciples of the various sections. Thinking of the broken formations, restrictions, and protective walls that covered the entire Huanyu Island after the collapse of the Lone Peak, as well as the large amount of spirit herbs and materials that had yet to be collected, and even the treasures and instruments that were discarded on the island, Lu Ping thought to himself that no wonder. It must be the idea of the 2 great cultivators, Tianxiang Laozu and Daosheng Laozu that day. Otherwise, the sects wouldn't be so cautious in following this rule. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "It just so happens that I have a few things that I need to do after I return to Huanyu Island. However, I can't go now, so I'll send a few disciples over." Hulili said in surprise, "Didn't you just come out from there? Did you leave some treasures inside?" Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "You can say that. I didn't expect those things to be so important at that time. I hope it's not too late, and that the trial disciples of the various sects haven't gotten to them before me." Lu Ping summoned the Fong siblings and Seng Wu. The 3 of them were already at the peak of the blood condensation realm, and were only one step away from advancing to the core forging realm. He told the 3 what he wanted to find one by one, then sent them to Huanyu Island to train on their own. At the same time, he told them not to reveal the purpose of this trip. If anyone asked, they should just say that they were going out to train. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ping gave them a few single-colored and 2-colored restriction-breaking talismans, and instructed them not to reveal these talismans in front of others. Then he told them to find Dabeo and get a few suitable instruments to protect themselves. After sending the 3 of them off, Lu Ping thought for a moment and sent out a sound transmission sword. The next day, Du Jialua arrived at Huangli Island from Tianling Mountain. Ever since Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, Du Jialua had come to visit Lu Ping several times. However, he didn't run into him even once. What he didn't know was that Lu Ping had already seen him in the Baiying Tower. Disciple greets Uncle Master. Although Du Jialua was almost certain to become Lu Ping's disciple, Lu Ping had instructed him that he would only accept Du Jialua as a disciple after he had advanced to the core forging stage. Furthermore, Du Jialua was not allowed to reveal his relationship with Lu Ping. Thus, even though Du Jialua was already at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, and was about to advance to the peak of the blood condensation realm, and his earth-based techniques were quite famous among the 4th-generation disciples, he still didn't formally acknowledge a master. He only trained with perfected master Lu Xianyuan. Lu Ping passed a jade scroll to Du Jialua. After thinking for a moment, he tossed a jade token to Du Jialua and said, "Go to Huanyu Island and find what's recorded on this jade token. After that, go to the crafting hall and look for Grandmaster Chun Lian. Give this jade token to him, and he will know what to do." Du Jialua took the token and was about to leave when Lu Ping called him back and handed him an escape talisman weapon. "I've already filled this talisman weapon with inner yuan. When you're in danger, just activate it and cultivators below the Dharma manifestation stage won't be able to do anything to you. Use it well." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.